bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Coming in.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
Dominating.
电影是这里的意思。
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Unrequited. Invisibility.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Think of it as a new...
Faster I fly. Radiant's top shrine is under attack. Radiant's top shrine has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Make a fine humus. Green turns to gray.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
and starting every single team fight and winning the team fights for his team off of his initiation, that says a lot.
I think that Disruptor is just... I think that hero is strong.
Yeah.
I mean, you can look at the win rate or not. There's a lot of teams that are losing and picking Disruptor, right? So that's also a problem. But overall, the hero got buffed and is pretty damn strong right now, and that's one of the reasons why he did manage to get beyond godlike on it. But the supports from RNG are dictating their game so well and rotating around their core so incredibly well that every single game I wanted to give 4 and 5 the MVP, or at least 4 and 3, because they were on fire.
I think at the end of the day, when you look at like pick rates and win rates of tournaments, when it comes to supports, pick rates is way more important than win rates.
Oh wait, we got it. No, wait.
We ruined it.
No, my
gotta get the magic going, a little bit static electricity.
No, wait.
Hey, you want
there you go.
No.
It's good. You did it.
You know,
it worked.
It worked. Stop
but it wasn't super smooth. I gotta work on my magic a little bit, guys. Sorry for that. I lent my power to Kyle earlier, and it just completely backfired. So
Yeah,
it's a
I
little
saw what
rusty.
happened.
Yeah, I don't know. And then I gave it to Brian, and he nailed it. So I don't know what the problem was there.
Our TV just went blank.
Like, what did he do?
Kyle just screws everything.
You gave him way too
that's
much
fair.
power. You should probably keep him in check.
Keep it close to the vest.
So my theory for Geek Fam is that you leave either the Omni Knight or the Abaddon, and you maybe even consider picking your OD because Carl looks so good with the first two. We're seeing a lot of drafts that really determine like what their idea of the strategy is going to be. They pick that very early on. We're seeing like this last series.
We've seen NIP give that idea away and lose 2 games.
Yeah, that's true. But it's not like Team Spirit were any slouches in that regard either, right? They were willing to pick up some early heroes that.
But they did throw a couple of curveballs with the Wisp Tiny as well,
That's
right?
true.
There's also that.
I mean, I think the IO as well as the Abaddon are going to be highly sought after heroes, just like the Omni Knight, for both of these squads.
And the IO. That is something that both these teams are picking right now, and Geek Fam, they are kind of extending the hand and saying, you can have it if you want.
And we see the Tiny band now, but it's not like they go for the IO Tiny combination. It's like they've got other options. We even saw a PL yesterday as a pairing, and we kind of forgot about this one. We have not seen her in the first series at all. She got nerfed on the magic missile, but her aura is still as strong as it was.
What happened? Magic missile got nerfed, and I believe the ultimate a little bit as well, the range, but overall the hero is still... She does what she did a patch ago, and that's the aura. That's all you really care about. Wave of Terror obviously allows you to take Roshan earlier, but this hero, most importantly, combos really well with a lot of heroes, gives you some catch potential, gives you swap to save your allies, works really well with the Drow Ranger, but the Drow Ranger will be stolen away from you.
Yeah, I think if there was no Venge pickup, you kind of have to take, like you have to take the Drow away from the Venge lineup. So and they go Drow Puck, which is really nice combo actually as well.
It is.
Keeping people...
It's not...
You can gust them out of the coil and all that?
A little bit, yeah. It's when it comes to the damage aspect, it's not as strong as it was right before this tournament. We had
2 days ago or
where
so.
they switched over and they give Puck the damage talent at level 10, and it's only 30, and the 15 talent is now the phase shift attack. So it's not going to be as good with that whole Mjolnir build, but I still think Puck is like a crazy strong build. Like coil itself just seems like a broken ability.
And it's such a short cooldown.
Individually, these two heroes are on top of my list right now in the patch. Puck as position 4, maybe even mid sometimes, and Drow as a carry. Puck isn't really that brawler type position 4 that can get in front and create a meat shield between Drow Ranger and foes, but at the same time he is a hero that can catch them in one spot with Dream Coil, right? And that's what's so amazing about the combination of these two heroes.
Dream Coil can like sort of offer as like a kinetic field in a way to be able to create space for your range carry, right? It's like keeps these heroes stuck in an area they're not able to just run at you. And sure enough, RNG are going to pick up
Omni Knight,
one of those offlaners. It's going to be the Omni Knight.
Is OD banned?
OD was not banned.
I don't think it did.
But
we're gonna find out. No, he's not.
See if he makes it into the second.
But look, now that you have picked Puck, I think that's a dead giveaway for RNG to ban that OD. Like, Puck is usually one of the heroes on mid lane that does well versus OD, even wins the lane. And perhaps now is the time to ban it out, because not only is the counter taken away from you, that opportunity to pick Puck, you also have Drow Ranger with the OD, which is pretty sick. They ban out the ET instead, all right?
So a couple things they should look out for are puck combinations. I think because coil is still a broken ability, I love it when a team has some sort of follow-up to the coil, something that forces the enemy to break the coil, like Dark Willow, like SF. I think those are two of my two of the ones that I love to see the most. That team loves Dark Willow.
SF actually looks amazing.
Yeah, we draw Ranger already, right?
Yeah.
So I personally would not want to give that to RNG, even if I have Omni-Knight on my team, and he's going to be a great defense against a lot of this physical damage, and that's where SFs are going right now. They're trying to just go all right-click physical damage. I would still be a little bit skittish of just giving too much power.
What do you say, OD or SF? Which one would you ban rather?
I mean, it's tough because you have the Omni and OD is traditionally a counter to that hero. Then maybe I would rather ban the OD. Just because at least at that point, Geek Fam are going to settle on, first of all, they already have the pucks and then they have to go puck 4, but also they would be heavily based on just like one type of damage between their two cores, a lot of physical. You can sort of itemize and pick around that concept. But
OD is the one.
OD ban.
What I really like about OD more than SF is the fact that he doesn't necessarily only bring you damage, he also brings you save.
Yeah.
Right, and that's where I think he beats SF in many ways. SF, right, like if he isn't that statue, that tower that stands in front and is boosted by multiple different teammates with, let's say, Beastmaster Doom, with Wolf Aura, you know, SF just feels underwhelming. But in this game, he does have that draw to work with. So
He also looks like a tower.
yeah, he does, right?
Like a dire tower. Yeah.
There is that cosmetic for the tower as well that makes him look even
more so.
Another classic combination with Draw Ranger, Templar Assassin.
Yep.
As another potential mid if we think this is a 4 puck.
We also saw Avenge TA, right? As in, could go for both sides.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, TA is also pretty solid versus Puck, but you can't be caught in that trap because Puck is most likely your position 4 on Geek Fam.
Right. Disruptor ban still.
Yeah. I think whenever you have puck, you want to enable that mobility as much as possible, and Disruptor just shuts that down in a lot of ways. Plus, where RNG already have the strength of the team fight coming from Omni-Knight, if they continue to go down that line and pick a Disruptor, this turns into a lineup that I was always running at you, and Disruptor makes these team fight lineups so much stronger by enabling the pick opportunity.
And dots are so strong versus Puck, you can't necessarily trade hits with him because he has so much base damage starting on straight away. Oh,
new hero.
Right, forget about Puck. Bane. This.
Yeah.
All right, guys, tell me the spells.
Okay,
So I thought this hero got buffed with the Enfeeble change. I always found Enfeeble a weird ability to use. And so now being able to start a fight with just being able to, like, you see a pick off, you could just Fiend's Grip right away and have this incredibly long ultimate. I think that is a buff, but we just haven't seen much of that hero. And now
this is a perfect game for him instantly.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's like, all right, you're going to have Bane, give me that Rubik.
So what I've been told about Bane is that he's a decent hero, apart from the fact that he sucks in the lane. Is that still the case? Because he's like...
Traditionally, Bane was one of the lane dominating heroes.
Yeah.
With the brain stuff. Yeah, you can't trade with him. But right now, perhaps that is changed a little bit. Truth be told, I haven't seen many Bane games, and I haven't played Bane a lot in the current patch. But Legion Commander.
That's not a hero that I'm loving right now.
I just see two heroes that I haven't seen in a while.
But he is also, like, Bane counters Legion Commander, and they already got a Rubik, so you can just Nightmare, and they just swap Nightmare around. And it's like Nightmare should be fairly easy to steal for the Rubik as well, and that means Legion is never going to be able to get a duel going.
They definitely do have these two picks that don't synergize really well. Perhaps they will make some last pick that will just round it all up and make it work.
Look
Makes
a little
sense.
bit better, yeah.
But right now, I don't know. The Legion Commander and Bane, not a big fan.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's as simple as they...
You just picked Lifestealer into a Legion.
I will say that matchup is a lot better.
Yeah?
It is a lot better for Lifestealer now because because of the increase in heal of Feast and Legion Commander being a strength hero, you actually are able to... It used to be this matchup was like... All you had to do was get like 2 levels of your passive as Legion Commander and max out your W, and you could just right-click.
Yeah, you pretty much would always win that lane.
I've played this matchup a couple times now because I was like, oh, Lifestealer, sure, I'll play this Legion Commander, and it doesn't feel the same. I can't bully this Lifestealer out of lane. He isn't as much an offensive threat, but it feels like you can never push him out of lane now because of Feast.
You still have two ways to deal with him, as you do have that Bane, and traditionally Bane as a support was considered to be one of the better ones versus a Lifestealer. However, that grip can be
10 seconds.
played around with that Rubik, right? You can steal it, you can lift him. So as long as Rubik is in position, they shouldn't have too many problems. And
I think SF was great for their pickup because they wanted some sort of, I think they wanted a true carry on their lineup. I feel like Lifesteal, I feel this very strongly. Since the Feast change, he's more of a solid 2. You want this guy to go in with his rage, hit some people, but you want him to utilize his infest to help somebody else be even stronger. And then he goes back in again now that he's healed up and he's got rage off cooldown. He just plays this in and out game very nicely. He's not the same kind of true carry he once was.
Also, he isn't buffed up by the Drow Ranger, who's obviously on GeekFam, but he does have Vengeful and he has Omni Knight, and that's pretty much all you need with SF. Extra minus armor, extra damage.
It's a glass cannon hero enabled by the Omni Knight, and then you've got more minus armor. Great. This allows you to be able to outrange the Drow Ranger, which I think is really sick. It's a damage threat that makes Legion Commander very scared of dueling anybody else but SF. It does mean if Legion Commander has a good game, though, and gets a Blade Mail, maybe a Shadow Blade, Blink Dagger, and gets on top of this SF a lot, that can be dangerous. But they still have the Omni Knight.
Does it give you more information of if the puck is going to be, how does the puck do against SF? Because we did see the Viper bans, so it makes me believe that they are assuming
Yeah, they still think puck is 4. I believe they still think puck is 4. But this lineup
that's where
of
the
GeekFam,
TA ban came in.
Yeah, the TA ban came out from GeekFam as well.
Oh, okay. Right. I think they wanted the SF, right? And then...
that's definitely possible. But this lineup overall, it leaves so many boxes unchecked. You have some save, but not enough. No true brawlers up front.
Which mid is still in the pool that could do well against SF? Queen of Pain. Oh no, they went for Storm.
I thought that they were going to go for something like a Storm. Yesterday we've seen a couple of pretty decent Storm games. Bryle was playing quite well.
I just don't know how I feel about this lineup when it comes to I see an easy progression for RNG, right? Like I have this Lifestealer, the Omni Knight's going to enable our team fights. I have this Lifestealer who's going to be trying to make things happen. I have this SF who's eventually going to become our main right-click hero, and it also helps with doing Roshan. I see this early 1-2-3 progression. I feel like RNG is going to have an awkward moment around the 15-minute mark, especially since I feel like they're going to have a hard time killing heroes.
No, I definitely agree with you. I believe that RNG's lineup looks more solid and just a standard draft. They have everything they need. They have the sustain, the pushing power, objective takers, pretty much everything. On the side of GeekFam, it looks all over the place, which doesn't necessarily make their draft bad, as long as they have the proper idea behind it.
Yeah, for GeekFam, they're looking at this and saying, like, okay, they have very little lockdown, right? They've only got telekinesis as an instant disable, then they only have the follow-up of magic missile. So Storm has a kind of quote-unquote free game. But Omni is still a counter to Storm Spirit, and sustained heroes in general are counters to Storm Spirit, because what Storm really likes is being able to burst somebody down. He has a set amount of damage when he rolls in and he hits you, he pulls you back, pulls you into the remnant, right-clicks you a couple times. He hopes that's enough. With sustained heroes like Omni Knight and Lifestealer, who actually helps a lot with his infest, if RNG is around each other, they're going to be saving from Storm Spirit.
Exactly, and literally you will have to be initiating on this Omni Knight, but the problem with that is you have the Vengeful for swap, and you have the lift from Rubik too, so there are potentials of just saving each other. Like you just said, Omni Knight saves Venge, Venge saves Omni Knight, you can't burst them down, and you have to. If you don't burst down the Omni Knight, he's just gonna use ulti, and you can't deal damage.
And to beat that, you need to force them to split up. You need to force them to be away from each other. I'm not sure if RNG or GeekFam's lineup can do that.
Let's find out who is going to take the first game in this upper bracket finals of Group A, RNG and GeekFam with OD Pixel and Brian.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, looking forward to this one between two of the top teams here at the minor, GeekFam and RNG. We've just seen the drafts come out. Sounds like the panel a little more sided with what RNG is pulling off. But I gotta say, Brian, I really like what GeekFam's doing. Maybe I'm overrating sort of the drought, but I like that they're on the wavelength that this hero is good. We can pick it early. We can draft down the lines for it. And I think they've got good means to deal with heroes like the Lifestealer. I don't really believe in this hero much, but Brian, I want you to tell me why I'm wrong and what you like about RNG.
Yeah, we were in a bit of disagreement while we were discussing the draft. By no means do I think GeekFam's draft is bad. I think a lot of the bad drafts I've seen this tournament are the ones that are not straightforward. Their lineup is quite straightforward on GeekFam. Like what Cap was talking about, a lot of what they need to do. I've really just been leaning towards the lineup that looks stronger as 5 and the difficulty of execution in the middle of fights. If this drought gets jumped, yeah, they have the Legion, but it's just not enough against what RNG has to press the attack this drow. She's gonna die if she gets gone on top of, and I think Lifestealer is one of the more underrated cores this patch if you put him in the right game. But the question is it the right game against Drow? Usually one of the more traditionally, like, she favors a heavy right-click lineup, and Lifestealer doesn't want to have to deal with that. I just really like what Cap was saying. There's no clear initiation target for GeekFam. I think they're going to have damage issues. I thought the same about what Fighting Pandas was doing yesterday with their Storm, but he proved to get a lot of snowball kills in the mid-game against Team Nigma, and if that happens for GeekFam here, I like their chances a lot. But I am rooting for RNG's draft in terms of who I think is going to take this game.
Okay, well, let's see the lane setups here. Zephyr and Cuckoo starting off down the bottom. This Legion, Puck, dual lane, trying to put some pressure onto the Mono. But I guess a Lifestealer in the safe lane, like, how much pressure can they put onto him as Mono going to be pretty fine here, hitting the creeps? Yeah,
generally speaking, they gave him more armor. His sustain with his attack speed is really good. I've noticed that if Lifestealer is not crushed by, like, level 4 or 5, he just free farms, because you just can't do enough damage to harass his feast. He just continuously right-clicks. Really important D-ward coming out from the Venge. Does D-ward the pole camp bottom. You just want to leave the Lifestealer alone as much as possible, because the levels are just so important for him. And he does need like 1 or 2 damage items. Once he gets those phase boots, you already see the aggression coming out. He got level 2 first because the Venge was not in lane. And he's surprisingly a scary laner. I think people just don't know how to lane this guy properly because he's so much different than he used to be. That's the thing. People are still playing him like he was played.
But I mean, you said it, because of the change, he doesn't really hurt though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but you're saying having a hero like the Venge, that solves that problem.
Yeah, the minus armor is really nice, and also when you get like 1 or 2 small items, usually people go like phase boots, orb venom, it adds up. He doesn't hurt a lot, but if he hits you 30 times, it's gonna hurt over the course of a few minutes, and it's the war of attrition. He doesn't lose that to really anybody because of how much health he gets from the feast, and then as well as just the fact that he attacks so fast. Really nice zoning out of Zephyr here. I'm also just not a fan of Legion. If you've been hearing me at all in the last few weeks, I've been harping on how bad I think this Legion hero is.
Well, I was going to say, because you've been playing a lot of the offlane recently, this isn't a hero that you'd ever really see a situation where you'd pick Legion over a lot of the other offlanes.
There's a lot of analysis that I can't give anything more than I've played this hero a lot in the past. Last patch, it felt really easy to win. This patch, I'm like 1-7 with Legion, and that's just... all these heroes just have so much HP. People are grouping up so much earlier than they were in the previous patch, and all of these things make it harder for Legion to get duels, make her less impactful than a lot of these other team fighting offlaners. Like, I think Legion and Omni, you know, they both have saving abilities in their W, but I would just rather have an Omni Knight in a team fight than a Legion. And Omni Knight also naturally scales in terms of farming, while Legion usually has to play off map and sit behind her teammates. So it's just awkward. I always see these Legions have 28 dual damage at 40 minutes into the game and virtually no items because they're not allowed to farm creep waves because they're supposed to be sitting behind their hero. So it's kind of weird like that. I don't know. Legion, not a fan, but like... kind of static lanes going on so far. I know we've been talking a lot of theory crafting. For the most part, I'd say RNG's what, up like 2 or 3 CS in every single lane?
Sort of a very slight lead in for the Radiant, but as you say, you know, 3 minutes in very early on. I mean, and that... I haven't really talked about it too much, but the Drow, as I said, I think this hero is great. I mean, you do too, right? But you're just concerned about what she's going to have to deal with this match.
I don't necessarily believe in her as a first pick. Okay. But I honestly also believe a lot in Omni Knight. And when it comes to heroes like Drow, I think she's given a little bit too much value, and so the problem with this current patch is a lot of the carries feel real bad. So that automatically makes me be like, well, if Drow doesn't feel bad, she must be good, because very few heroes in the carry role feel really good this patch. But they've been constantly nerfing her. Now it was the mana on her E. Pretty much people's adjustment has been to buy Ring of Basilius. Usually you'd go 2 Wraith Bands, but now you have to buy the Basilius for the mana regen. Not that big of a loss. Looks like he's queuing up the Maelstrom. I've seen some Chinese lifestealers do this. No boots Maelstrom build. I don't know how I feel about it. The last time I saw it, he got booted out of lane. It wasn't this specific player. I can't remember what team it was. But as long as he's allowed to lane still with this build, the Javelin does have a lot of value with how much attack speed he gets. It is an average of 25 magic damage per attack. With how fast he is attacking. And
again, because as you say, obviously, the stand at the moment on the lifesteal would obviously be some build that involves an armlet. And by sort of bypassing the armlet, that I mean, you feel like, why does he feel that he doesn't need the armlet this game? Is he just not worried about being burst down because he has the backup of like the Omni?
That's the thing, is I'm not sure. Because the armor is really good against Drow. Drow's ult only pierces the base armor, so he goes from having effectively 0 armor to the 5+4 of the armlet. Really good zoning from Super here, getting the bounty rune. It is looks like a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties, but the fact that Puck, this is why I don't love Puck that much as a support either. The 0 armor really hurt her. Only 1 armor now at level 3, and 5 minutes into the game with the Venge minus armor, you're sitting in negative armor. You just can't trade. And the main thing I look at is if they're able to jump Geek Fam's lineup, it scares me. That's what I really look at this draft, because Geek Fam has to almost dissect RNG, spread them apart. Do I believe they can do it? I believe both teams have a condition to win this game, but it's much more straightforward for RNG when they hit their items. Lifestealer, not as good as he was early, but much more powerful later with his items. Like because of the way his attack speed works now, every single damage item is just that much more valuable. And I think people, I emphasize again, are really just not used to Lifestealer because he's so different than he used to be. It's hard for people to adjust when a hero changes because they've been playing the hero the same way for what, 2 or 3 years now? Ever since Lifestealer has become that Radiance hero. He's just not that way anymore, right? Less strength gain, more attack speed. He's meant to be more of a right clicker. I kind of like the rework they did here.
And in terms of sort of the build, as we said, this phase Maelstrom, are you getting the phase Maelstrom and then you're farming, or you're starting to make aggressive moves on the enemy's half of the map?
You're ready to play aggressive, and anytime the opponent or tries to make a move, you're there. I think that's the major thing in this patch. You don't always have to fight as a carry, but you have to always be ready to fight around the 10-15 minute mark, and that's what the new Lifestealer actually does pretty well. You also, like the Rage Infest combo is really cool because you don't use it as initiation anymore. You use it in the middle of the fight where you rage up, you try to soak as much damage as possible, and then you sit inside somebody giving them 800 health and movement speed while you heal up. So he's much more of like a long drawn out fight kind of hero, and just making sure he uses his kit such that he doesn't die before the rage into Infest, and then when he comes out he has rage again. He's just a hard hero to bring down, and nowadays he makes his teammates harder to bring down. Just a lot of theory crafting coming out from this game so far. Very even laning stage, but it is a 1K net worth advantage to RNG. I don't even want to say even. It's more of a passive laning stage. Yeah, actually, every lane, the bottom and mid lane are 1,000 advantage in the cores for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, because look at the mid lane difference, right? You got this SF. He's already nearly 1K ahead of the Storm because he's just been able to utilize the neutral camps that bit more effectively at the moment in comparison to what Storm's been doing. So quite a lead there for the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, you were saying Lifestealer just doesn't really do any damage, and I agree that as long as he's not the one position damage dealer of your lineup, I like him a lot. And people have been drafting him that way, and I'm like, wow, you're just going to have damage issues. But this game, they have the SF, they have the Venge. They have a lot of free damage. The minus armor from the SF aura, Royal Jelly, super good item on him. The initiation onto the top lane, that's going to be a 3-man gank onto Raven. He is level 6, but the Nightmare briefly saving him, but that is not enough. As you see, really good rotation to pick on this squishy hero like Drow. Usually Drows leave their safe lane when they get level 6 for that exact reason. You are quite vulnerable compared to most other carries, and that's something that I don't think Drow fits the mold of carries this patch, where they like to do what this Lifestealer is doing, just chill in bottom while the rest of his team makes this 4-man rotation to pressure the Drow. Big stack here. Oh yeah, that point of contention.
Let's see who's able to grab a hold of this one. Setsu, he's coming in. They'll burst down Dubu there with the raises. and they'll be able to secure this stack for themselves.
Ooh, keen optic for Rubik. That's a nice item as well. Always builds that ether lens, so cast range very nice.
Look at that farm step. It's 3k lead now, certainly off the back of these moves, and the gap between the SF and the Storm increases. You saw the Storm, he tried to come towards the top when that player's made onto the Drow, but it always feels awkward, right? If you're making that move as a level 7 Storm, you're really hurting your own game, because you're really not ready to have that much of an impact on the side lanes. You've got to try and find the farm. And by sort of wasting time doing this, he's slipping further and further behind, where Setsu, he's been cleaning up the entirety of that central area of the map without any issues, and he's even able to come across, get involved in a stack, get involved in a kill.
Just a lot of passivity from Geek Fam's lineup between the Drow and the Storm, kind of like you're talking about. And the reason why I said I don't like Drow first round is because of exactly what you're seeing here. This is a predictable weakness of Drow, and it's only, it's exploitable if the opponent has picks to do it. And that's why I don't like the first round Drow, because if their heroes can't invade you early like this, Drow looks really strong. But the minute she's getting ran at continuously like this, she does not want this at all. Level 6, usually like a hero that's considered very efficient now with her third spell, clearing creep waves and camps entirely. But now if she's like forced to have teammates play around her while the opponent lifestealer is just chilling bottom, it really shows in the rest of the hero's efficiency. That difference. Like, you're not seeing the difference in carries. They're both gonna farm, but Drow needs help while the lifestealer does not. And the outpost here at 10 minutes, lifestealer getting bottom while this fight goes on top.
They're going to try and fight onto the Omni, but he's very tanky. Dubu now going to get turned upon. Zephyr tries to jump in with the combo on September, but it's not enough burst. September turns with the grab. Zephyr's going to be forced away. The stolen Dream Core, a stolen orb actually, bringing Zephyr down low. A few more right clicks. Zephyr, he's trying to escape this. One more jump and he will get away. Fam, yeah, unable to sort of have the power to make the plays that they want to. Even Cuckoo coming up to this top lane to try and get involved. But it's just not going to work out. They've got to respect the power that RNG have, and it's going to be hard for them to hold on to this tier 1 tower as RNG, they feel the strength that they have right now.
And the problem with Legion as an offlaner is she doesn't want to be doing this right now. And look at Omni Knight, he's chilling, man. He's so happy to Heavenly Grace himself, Heavenly Grace the SF, heal his teammates, push towers. Like, he's perfectly fine grouping up at this stage in the game. And this is why I think Abaddon and Omni Knight are strictly better versions of Legion this patch, because this is what this patch looks like, and this is what these heroes prefer to do, and not what Legion wants to be doing. She wants to be exploiting heroes that are alone, pressuring them out of lane. Lifestealer is effectively this hero that she can't touch unless they 3-man gank him, and you never really want to 3-man gank a Lifestealer. That doesn't feel good either. It's just awkward to play Legion this patch, and you're really seeing it play out in this game with why I love Lifestealer. Like, he doesn't do anything fancy, but you just can't mess with him. And look at the heat map of Rubik. That's showing, like, the entirety of RNG is just like, hey, we're going to play top all game. Like, Lifestealer, do your thing.
Yeah, and I mean, Lifestealer's build, I love it, right? After the Maelstrom, Halberd straight away. As soon as he has that, I mean, we're already seeing, Geek Fam, their cores, they don't do enough damage. If he disarms one of these, Geek Fam's going to have nothing in the fights to get anywhere close to finding a kill.
Absolutely. And I was originally thinking the Armlet Deso build, but if he wants to go more efficiency-based, I'm absolutely fine with that with the Maelstrom. The way he's playing it, I don't mind people's items if they're different than I envisioned, if he's going to play it different than I envisioned, and that is what he's doing. He is playing very accordingly to buying this Maelstrom. I think once he gets one or two components of that Halberd, maybe just the full Sange, maybe the full Halberd, he's going to start participating in the fights. But as of now, he's completely chill to be doing what he's doing, and without that Maelstrom, this just wouldn't be efficient.
Yeah, no, it certainly speeds up that pickup of the next time, and we're seeing it 12 minutes, 5k lead for RNG. They're 3 cores at the top of the net worth as they move around the map, just taking objective after objective, just the 4 of them, all the space in the world for the Lifestealer to be wherever he wants to. Another tier 1 tower taken. RNG, I mean, I'm seeing exactly what you sort of said to expect to at the start there. They have a clear ways to make moves. You can see what this lineup wants to do, and 12 minutes in there, they're doing everything that they wanted to.
To simply put this draft in the way that I view it, like without all the details, Omni Knight good hero, Legion not good hero. Like that's how I feel about the current patch right now. I've hardly played Omni Knight any in the past, and I've picked him up for 4 or 5 games this patch, and I've only lost 1, and that was because I messed up. And I'm like, wow, if I had played this hero optimally, I think we would have won this game. And sometimes, for whatever reason, you pick heroes, and they just seem to naturally fit with the way the game wants to be played, and he's one of them currently this patch. And I also like that they picked Rubik in the second round because Rubik's so good against Omni. He usually becomes like a better Omni. So they almost like covered the counters for Omni Knight as well. The Venge gives you an extra save, making it so the Omni Knight is not as nearly a juicy target. They are making a move to bottom, pretty much what you have to do when you're down by 6,000, possibly looking for this Rubik with the coil. It snaps, but he's already got the Venge behind him, and they might even be looking to turn this, TPing in Setsu. Meanwhile, Lifestealer just farming up the mid lane. But he's just going to TP out.
Oh, he's not going to be able to get away. Telekinesis will find him. September able to slam down Zephyr. It just feels a little painful from GeekFam. Trying to force out play underneath the tower with Dream Coil, Warren early his own death. Zephyr still, I love Super TP here. Immediately knowing that because they're no longer bottom,
здесь нет, и не хватает этого ДПС.
they have to have had walked mid, right? There's no other lane that GeekFam could have headed to, and he knows that just making sure they give no openings to this GeekFam lineup. A lot of single target disable, pretty much exclusively pick off, other than that Dream Coil, which was already expended. As long as you don't feed random cores, which we've been seeing teams like NIP, as well as, who was the other team that was ahead yesterday?
Nigma?
Yeah, Team Nigma, yeah. When you're ahead, and you feed your core kills, suddenly the game can open wide up, open wide for teams like this pick-off heavy lineup for GeekFam, but they're not giving them an inch.
No.
And it's 15-minute bounties, looking to make a move with that. Monet's quite strong, level 12.
Oh, he's ready to go, and he's found Raven, moves in immediately with the Rage, so there's no chance for the Gust to silence him for now. Raven still able to back off, he has enough of those early stat items to walk away. The same cannot be said, though, for Dubu, taken out by a couple of razors from Setsu. RNG still get a kill. It's not the drought, but at this moment in time, it doesn't really matter. Any sort of kill, and RNG has more than enough space to just continue to take down further objectives.
The map control movement, right? Like, look at what GeekFam's forced to do. They're forced to leave this area. You get the tower. They're going to, like, try to trade in terms of lane pressure top, but Drow's really your only hero that hits towers, and Drow was the one getting bullied away there. So in knowing that Drow's the vulnerable hero to get picked on, and assuming she's going to be in that ancient triangle area, just a really smart map movement by RNG. I really like the way they're playing this out. If you have this type of advantage, these are the games where it's supposed to, this is what these games are supposed to look like when you have this 7K, 8K net worth advantage. Thinking about what the enemy heroes do to come back, in this case, Drow farming the ancient triangle, and just exploiting that. Because you have such an advantage, they can't really do anything about it.
Very smart item progression from RNG as a whole. You know, you can see Omni's getting the pipe online. I believe Venge was picking up the helm, so getting these auras together. And that BKB for SF, I think Setsu, he's pretty much got it done. So at that point, when this BKB SF is moving down lanes with the backup, they've not been able to do anything before these items are out. Once they're out, they're just going to look helpless, GeekFam.
Soldier's prayer.
Yeah, trying to make a little bit of space in the mid lane is the puck, but that's just a 4-position puck. That's 2,800 net worth, 16 minutes into the game, and he just got 3-shotted by SF along with a purification from the Omni. Everyone's just so squishy on GeekFam. They require so many heroes to do enough damage to bring anybody down. At this point, what that results in is just very predictable movements by them, which become exploitable, which RNG can play very efficiently, playing 2-2-1 on the map. They're farming 3 different portions of the map. 1 save sitting behind the SF, and 1 save sitting behind your Lifestealer bottom. Just very efficient. They're just, how do you punish this? If you're GeekFam's perspective, do we go on the Omni Knight here? He is under a dire ward. This is a big opening if they can get it.
Let's see if they can try. They'll jump in. They'll perfectly hold off the silence after the stun. They have the duel, and they will get the kill. GeekFam able to get their first kill on the board this game, and it will be a successful duel for Cuckoo, so that extra bit of bonus damage. Finally able to find something, but it has taken them so many minutes. Monet, maybe they can get more. Monet, he's got the rage popped and still has to back up a Super and Setsu. They could turn. Multi-shot's going to be fired out. Swapping for Super to try and set up some action as Dubu will be the focus. Another swap, keeping on bringing GeekFam closer and closer to Setsu, so Setsu can continue to try and punch them down. They do lose Super in that attempt to keep the fight going.
He did infest his Rubik, which is a bit weird. I think you should always infest the right clicker that you pair with the Lifestealer. In the draft, I was really emphasizing that I wanted them to pick a secondary right clicker other than the Lifestealer, and usually you infest that guy. So it's kind of weird that he infested the Rubik there, but all things considered, that seems like best case scenario for GeekFam, and effectively the same net worth advantage coming out of it, and this is turning into an objective for RNG. So best case scenario really isn't that great.
And there's no chance of a steal by the looks of it. Storm's heading back to base. He has no mana at the moment, so he cannot go for any sort of zip play. An easy...
Oh, Legion got the last hit.
Kill. All right, Legion got the kill on Roche. That's a nice bit of money for GeekFam. It's something. Cuckoo able to snatch away the Roche kill.
Going just pure right click on the SF. The nice thing about Omni is you don't even have to itemize armor necessarily, because once you do 5-man, you just have the Guardian Angel. And they have no way to get rid of that. So at the point where you are manning up on them, the armor just doesn't end up mattering. Maybe that does have to do with Monet's build, which I was highly emphasizing the armlet and such. Gonna probably find Dubu here. He's trying to give some jukes in the trees. Does feed a courier in the process. SF actually going for the scouting ulti, potentially trying to, when I say scouting, like cancel TPs, in case that the Bane had run that way. Kind of interesting, now that it does disable technically.
And more towers, 19 minutes in. No signs of slowing down, especially with the Sages. In RNG, they can absolutely start to poke at the high ground right now. There's no reason not to. Setsu is just incredibly huge for this moment in the game. He's already got the Chrysalis flying out, so not only is he going to be very hard to bring down, he is going to pack an insane punch for this 20-minute mark of the game. 11k net worth on this Shadow Fiend. He's just had more than a free game. He's utilized the space that he's had to perfection, okay? Trying to have a bit of a poke, see if they can catch anything.
I love it. Saving supports with Infest.
And maybe even setting up a turnaround. They're going to look to move in. Another swap for Super. Drags back Raven. They're on top of them. The GA's pop, so RNG can commit here. Going past the trees and past the barracks. They'll get Raven. Dubu's got to keep his distance. Setsu popped the BKB. K zipped into the backlines. His mana's a little low. He'll keep his distance. Cuckoo trying to run him, but no sort of a target that he can open up to, as RNG's just focused down the barracks. And GeekFam cannot push them away. The melee racks are gone. Zephyr tried to jump in to burst down September, but a quick purification heal keeps him fine. They'll lift up Cuckoo, turn towards the Legion. Cuckoo will attempt to run away, and with the movement speed he can.
No creeps.
Melee racks dead at 20 minutes in. RNG, everything continues to go to plan.
Who do you go on, man? They nightmare up the SF, but he's just going to get saved as well. The Venge plus Omni combo, even Rubik gets stolen, press the attack from Legion. This is what I loved about Lifesteal. I said, you get down low, you force them to focus all of their damage onto you, and then he also just saved himself by infesting, but then saved his Venge by infesting as well. It's 800 damage at level 2, and it is an instant heal. Yes. It's not like based on your percentage of your health. If you have 200 health and you infest him, he now has 1,000. So his Venge saved as well, so it's almost like another save. There's just no clear-cut focus for the single target lineup of GeekFam, and that's the problem when you're looking at the lineup that RNG has. And it really sees the exploitation of the weaknesses that GeekFam's lineup has through the draft of RNG, really envisioning how this game's going to play out. Really smooth play so far, just marching it down the mid lane, gets nightmared up, but I just love the way they're playing this. Infest is back off cooldown, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it's looking pretty unbeatable at the moment. RNG's movements and shot calling, it's been entirely on point. And we'll back off a little bit now, looking for the courier snipe. K will get it. Take Super's courier away. Does have the Bloodstone complete on Storm, but feels like a very hard game for him to play. Playing behind against this SF with a BKB, Lifestealer with a Rage, and even if they don't have that, as we keep mentioning, saves from Super and Flywin, they're going to be there. So there's no easy target for K really to jump on and go for a quick kill.
They're doing a good job of cutting creep waves on the side of GeekFam, but eventually you have to fight this lineup, and I don't know when that point exactly is going to be. They apparently know Zephyr's there. Oh, almost got the lift off. Maybe he's on the courier? No, it's on the cliff out of vision, but especially when this Omni Knight gets the pipe, that creep is no longer going to get cut. This is a big creep wave. They forward offensively, not nearly as good as it used to be, but it's going to be enough to keep their creep wave alive. And you have a looming threat coming into your base, GeekFam, and you're going to have to react. Aegis is going to be expiring relatively soon, but I don't even think they need the Aegis, to be honest. It just makes it easier.
Can they stop it? They've already lost half a rack stock. Can they do anything to put a stop to this one? Kane's going to go for the zip 4. Multi-shots pop, but immediately the GA's there from Monet. The September, he's still alive. Finally, they will be able to take a kill. A buyback from September. He knows that his team's still very strong to fight. He wants to be here for potentially the finishing push. A swap from Super trying to set up, but it costs Super his life. So a second kill here for Geek Fam as they start to break down a little bit of RNG, but the 3 cores are the ones that they cannot seem to touch at the moment. Another jump from Zephyr Setsu pots the BKB. A second buyback from RNG, continuing to want to commit everything into this push. K does find September. That's actually a dieback on the Rubik. Great moves from K as he picks apart the heroes he can. Cuckoo looks for the setup with the jewel. K's on top. Flywheel will fall as well. Geek Fam, they found another. They're doing it slowly but surely, winning this fight. Monet goes for the raise TP and will make it out. But Geek Fam do hold on to the racks and are able to, for the sort of the first time in 23 minutes, not let RNG get away with whatever they wanted.
Yeah, that was really well played. I mean, Storm caught the Rubik by himself trying to return to the fight. Really smart, knowing that the Rubik had to TP most likely to the mid lane because that is the closest tower to then run to the bottom racks. Really good prediction move there. Cap was saying, if they're together on the side of RNG, they're stronger, but Geek Fam managed to pick them apart a bit there.
Yeah,
and
very impressive.
That was really well played.
You know, considering the situation and considering, as I say, how hard it is for K to sort of find those opportunities, but he does, and he keeps his game. It continues to be clean. 1-0-5. The Bloodstone charges. He starts to build up a few of them.
That is step 1 to them winning this game, and that's what chaotic fights have to look like in order for Geek Fam to take them. And recognizing that's easy, but accomplishing it is not so easy, and they did it there. So very impressed with their play overall in that fight. Daedalus now on SF, even more difficult in fights to be elusive, because this is a high-range right-clicker that right-clicks for 100 or 296 damage without that DD rune popped, which he does have bottled. Critting for 700 already. Going on the Omni Knight, who has the full pipe, maybe looking to duel him up there, but it's just these two. I don't think they have enough damage.
They want to try and commit. They're not going to for now. Yeah, Cuckoo knows that a duel will not warrant a kill there. He'll stay back, get himself away. RNG starting to group up once more. The 4 of them going down mid.
Telescope for the Drow lineup. Ooh. That's a pretty useful item.
This will do nicely.
Giving 4 of their 5 heroes longer attack range.
Yeah, that reach of the multi-shot's going to be pretty devastating, so Raven can sit in a very safe position, which he needs to.
He used the shovel before putting the quickening charm into his inventory.
Oh, the efficiency, Brian.
Grant would be disappointed.
Missing out on that 13% cooldown reduction on his shovel.
Yeah, since nobody buys Midas anymore, we have to replace the Midas efficiency with the shovel efficiency. Because it kind of gives money, you know. 16 out of 100 times it gives money.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
So he does complete the full Mjolnir on Lifestealer. Blink Dagger on Rubik is getting caught by the puck with the Stormsphere balling in. This should be another Bloodstone charge. Will they be able to punish this on the side of RNG? They are super low mana on the Storm, but he has a ward to scout out the Omni running at him, so he just TPs right out. And you were saying they have very few stuns for this Storm, and if they continue to be able to split this apart, Storm Spirit suddenly looking much more potent, pops the DD on SF. I think you have to be able to force them to come to you on RNG, because catching them is just not realistic. You do have the Blink Dagger on Rubik, but you don't really have that great a follow-up. Yeah, you have Infest, but Lifestealer just doesn't really play that way anymore.
On mid lane, they're going to try for the Zippin on Flywin. Omni Knight starting to fall down. Can they bring him out? He's not really got the help. At the same time, Monet's going to be going on top. Geek Fam making multiple plays here across the map. Monet will not be brought down though. Still too tanky for the heroes here to deal with him. As even with that grip, not enough control or time to do the damage required. RNG coming in with these TPs. They're ready to try and chase and punish. Dubu goes for the self-nightmare as he truly is stuck in one. Surrounded by RNG. Dubu will fall. Return to taking objectives. Get this shrine off the map.
Radiant's middle tower.
But you've got, honestly, like, K's play on the Storm, it's as I say, the pressure is on him, but finding these little sort of kills every single time, getting the Rubik, getting these free pickoffs, it's going to help him slowly ramp up that damage output with the boosted spell amplification that those Bloodstone charges will give him. He needs a lot of them, but it's definitely the start of potentially something from Geek Fam, despite sort of having their backs pushed against the walls for the entire opening 20 minutes of this game.
Dude, Shadowfiend is just so yoked, man. He's 4,000. Like, I look at this game and the way it's being played, and I'm almost ready to look at the net worths and be like, wow, Storm's #1 net worth, playing super efficiently around the map, getting pickoffs, cutting away waves, but SF's just raid boss central. He kind of just does whatever the hell he wants on this game, in this game, and I actually like the Shadow Blade a lot because he's allowing himself to be like invisible scouting for his Rubik, who's then going to blink in, and he now offers the follow-up. So it is his way of getting into the fight without buying a blink, which isn't really an item you want to buy on right-click. SF, as you see here, they just need to be able to catch people. Bane kind of continuously feeding as Banes usually do at this stage, waiting for Roche. It is going to be a late spawn, but this is all RNG looking to force objectives. Meanwhile, Geek Fam playing cat and mouse, and so far they're doing a good job. They have the Axe come out on a puck, which is super potent against the BKB SF as well as the Lifestealer Rage. They do have Heavenly Grace to remove it, but by no means does that make it bad. They do need it still against the magic immunity coming out from RNG. This SF's just so scary, man. That first hit goes for like 450 damage with the minus armor, ignoring the crit. Craggy Coat on Legion. That's actually a nice item if he wants to hold on to that, even though he is a right-clicking hero. Titan Sliver on Lifestealer, that's also a good item. And
yeah, pretty much completed Basher. It's going to be coming out the way of Monet. Just 100 gold or so short of the Belt of Strength. So there's a little bit of that extra little control that's going to be required against the Storm. You know, suddenly this potential catch from the lift into the magic missile, a bash or two, and that could set up a pretty reliable kill.
He's going for a second Halberd on Omni. Halberd just a super good item on strength heroes now. It used to give damage, but now it gives healing amplification. And so all these like Timbersaws, Bristlebacks, Omni Knights, these offlaners that probably built Halberd before, now they really feel good about it because they all rely on sustain and healing and not as much on the damage that it used to give. Lifestealer also likes it just because it amps up his Feast lifesteal.
You know, still, I feel you do have to give credit to the fact that Geek Fam, they're holding on as they are. That is another support def, but you look at the fact that this sort of 5-7K lead, it's been there for a while. You know, RNG, it is definitely easier for them to head high ground, take a racks, but if they do mess up sort of as they did on the bottom lane, start to lose a couple of kills, Geek Fam can begin to swing this. Obviously, it's so hard because of how big this Shadow Fiend is.
I just love the way RNG's itemizing. When you are playing against this type of lineup of Geek Fam, eventually they're able to fight you, which they saw. Now you have to itemize to actually pick them off, which is what RNG did. First they itemized to group up and just buildings, and now they itemize to actually catch people, which they're now able to do.
Okay.
Rubik getting caught in the back.
He tries to go for it. The GA is going to be popped. It's not going to do enough, of course, to save September. He has to get away with it. The damage from Setsu just tears him apart. K will fall. He has got buyback on the Storm Spirit, but the middle racks are gone. RNG will take another. Let's jump in. Silence onto all of them. Buyback from K. He's looking to zip in hard for the cleanup. He's onto Super. Super's going to be the focus. Rec Room will be popped, but K gets himself out of range. Will keep the distance. Setsu falling a little low. Still has the Aegis and the BKB to rely on. They'll burst him once. Can they do it again? Silence on Monet. Immediately removed as he'll turn, rage up, push them back. Can't quite get the kills. Geek Fam as RNG able to step in, only lose an Aegis, and now begin to retreat. And they can reset, look to sort of rinse and repeat this down on the bottom lane as they do continue to keep this game firmly under control.
I just love these games to be opportunities of learning for people at home watching. Games like this really do follow a script, you know, and this has actually been a very high-level game from both teams. I think both teams are doing what their lineups needed to do. RNG, I just think, had an easier lineup in the early game, so they accrued a natural lead, so Geek Fam's kind of been on the defensive the whole game. But like I said, they group up, they take that first racks, but then they have that little bit of slip-up where Geek Fam's suddenly been playing efficiently enough to fight you, and you're like, okay, it's not enough to just walk down lanes anymore. We can't just keep buying team items. We have to buy items that allow us to threaten these split pushing heroes. So they go the Blink Dagger on Rubik, the Shadow Blade SF to follow up, and suddenly you have to be scared on the side of Geek Fam. You're not playing efficiently anymore. Now this net worth leads turn into 11K because you're forced to buy back on the Storm Sphere, 12K even, and you've taken 2 lanes of racks at this point. Just this very methodical, well understood dissection of the Geek Fam draft by RNG here. But as you've said, I think Geek Fam's played their draft rather well past like the 15-minute mark. They've done what they needed to do, but RNG looking to put the nail in the coffin here with a 3-man smoke. Anyone that catches a crucial kill, even the supports at this point. Because fighting 4v5 on Geek Fam's side is not going to feel good.
I mean, what do you think is going to be the big takeaway for Geek Fam in regards to draft from this game? Is it going to be that we're okay, guys, we cannot first pick draw against this team? Or
I think you might have to ban Omni Knight against RNG. I think they rely way too much on this hero. Like, when I don't mean they only are good at this hero, but they are like clearly very good with this hero. And if you're going to pick Drow, you can't give them Omni.
On the front lines, Cuckoo. It's going to be saved. K trying to jump into the back line. The multi-shot doing quite a lot. September's falling. There's be triple silence here. AFS will be there to keep him a bit safe. Cuckoo tries for a very ambitious duel. Does end in disaster for him as he'll lose the fight, lose the battle. And as it looks to be, Geek Fam maybe just losing the war right here as this bottom racks is taken away from them. RNG just cleaning up the base of Geek Fam. 14-8, 13k lead, and a lead that they have held the entirety of this match. Another zip in, looking for September, but the Ghost Scepter, he's fine. Super won't quite fine. They do stop the Venge. But the other 4 of RNG, they can still fight on with a man down. They are just that far ahead right now. Jumping again. They'll try for another bit of a poke. Silence onto Monet and Flywin. But they won't get any other kill other than the Venge. All racks are now gone, and the Mega Creeps are out in favor for RNG.
Yeah, that's Legion Commander in 7.23 for you. How much duel damage did he have? Like,
I think he won 1 duel,
yeah,
but I think he also lost 1 duel.
Yeah, it's like you blink in, the opponent has way more farm than you because they've been grouping up and you have too. But oh yeah, Omni Knight has 18 duel damage, as you said. This halberd just super value, the status resistance, the disarm on these ranged heroes lasting longer than it does on melee heroes. I mean, they're trying, man. They're trying.
Didn't manage to silence the 2 of them, but lift up, and K just, he cannot withstand this right click coming out for Setsu, but Raven Cat, he turns, shoots him down. That's a pretty big kill if they can get away from this Geek Fam. And turning on to September. September's Ghost Scepter keeps him 5 and out. Zephyr looking to lead in Cuckoo. He gets the jewel on the Rubik. September falls. 3 dead at the moment on RNG with the Dream Core down. They're going to try and look for another. Monet jumps in with the Infest. He's running away in the creep. They don't have any way to control it. The creep will manage to get Monet back to safety. But Simon, Mega Creeps are against them. But you know, you got to give it to them. They're fighting on Geek Fam. This is not a team that's going to back down.
Yeah, they are fighting till their last breath, and it is not over till the fat lady sings. And as far as I know at this tournament, there haven't been any fat ladies yet, so nobody's singing. We sang though.
We did.
Debatably.
Well, I was going to say, can you really call it singing, Brian?
Yeah, I like to think we tried.
Well, we got 99% win probability according to Dota Plus right now, and
what's the 1%?
I mean, the 1% is plays like that, right? Setsu dying in a game where you don't expect him to die because of how massive he is.
Being a part of the 1% yourself, though, and you got to help us out on the expertise of winning as the 1%. What do you do here? What's the process? How does a Geek Fan pull it back?
I think you might need to sort of step over and kick out some of the cables of RNG's PCs. I don't think you're ready to do that 1%. I don't think that's a 1%
so
in-game. You've got to do some real-world activities.
For the 1% to be successful, you have to kick out the base foundation of the 99%. I'm just kidding. Okay, back to the game.
This is very technical, Brian.
I'm going Kyle on you right now. Dubu does go down, does have buyback, though. Might have to take one last fight here. Can't let Raven go down.
Oh, nice slide down to the low ground. Can he run away from this, Raven? He'll try his best. Cuckoo is there by his side, trying to keep him safe. He's into the trees, he's trying to hide. Silence is out, he'll tell him with a gust. Does manage to get himself over the trees, but Monet's on top of him. Raven will fall.
Oh. They see him nice, the lift instantly when he's TPing. Cuckoo's going to go down as well.
Cuckoo does have buyback. They have all got buybacks. Raven's already used it. Geek Fam, they'll have one more fight in them.
This Omni Knight's got 26 armor and a pipe and a halberd, man. And if you don't kill him, how do you kill anyone else? That's my concern.
You know, Dubu didn't need to use his buyback. You know, silver linings.
True.
We've got 2 lives on the bait. But Cuckoo. They're going in on a K, go up the back, let's put the BKB, they'll take September out of the fight immediately. That's 1 down. Dubu does fall, but he might. Okay, he will fall though. Bash pushed up and controlled. The storm is out for 80 seconds. Cuckoo trying to slide away. Will be able to get away from the reaches of Setsu. And that's a G, and that's the second one there. GG is called. GeekFam will finally tap out of this game as RNG take the victory. GeekFam tried as hard as they could to hold on, but the lead that RNG had, the size that Setsu grew to, it was too much for them to deal with. RNG ahead the whole game, and they'll take this win pretty, you know, there was
strategies in mind. Perhaps it's the best of 3. I mean, it is the best of 3, and in this first game, you can kind of experiment a little bit more stuff. That's what they did. Obviously, for Geek Fam, it didn't truly work out.
Yeah, it seemed like they had this idea of like having really good high ground defense and being able to play off of the comeback. So we've seen Drow Rangers do that a lot lately. It's a little bit slower hero. It will oftentimes lose its lane. It needs to default to jungle, but you get to a point where, as a high ground defender, you are super scary. Then they have the Storm Spirit as well, and they're like, okay, maybe we just draw out the timer against.
I also think that Geek Fam's first 2 picks were completely reactionary, right? They gave away the Vengeful. First, let's forget about the bans. The Vengeful went through. Instantly, as an answer to that Vengeful being picked, they get the Drow to prevent them from, to counter them from picking that, right? Because it's such a strong combo. And then everything after that is just reactionary to Geek Fam. While Geek Fam, sorry, to RNG. There we go. While RNG had a more stable plan, I believe if you are Geek Fam, you need to go back to the basics, go back to what you're good at, what made you work yesterday.
Quick random fact. Question first, if you guys know the fact, perhaps. How fast is your finger moving when you snap your fingers?
65 miles an hour. Or 90 kilometers.
Definitely not.
I don't even know if that's the right conversion.
It is actually 45 kilometers an hour. I have no idea what that is in miles.
I just multiplied it by 2 because I have 2, like you have both the finger and the thumb, so I was thinking about the speed of both of them moving away from each other.
I see you move it. Which finger do you snap?
Middle.
I snap ring finger.
It gives
the middle one.
It gives the best snap. Because your middle finger is
you should probably
I can't do it with my middle finger.
Well, that's why you're not able to make a whole lot of noise. Hear this?
It's loud. The best when you do it with the middle finger.
Man, I hope that wasn't too loud for people.
Hopefully.
I could do a couple fingers. I can do my other ones too if I don't have sweaty hands, which I do right now. So
we have a wisp.
Vengeful Spirit
we wanted it.
Still out there.
Yes, and I picked. That's nice. Drow band at least.
But I really like to. I really am looking forward at seeing who's the partner. Who goes with this wisp, because the Tiny has been banned out.
Was it Geek Fam drafted Gyro and RNG drafted PL?
Yes.
So those have been the 2 other partners outside of Tiny that we've seen from these 2 teams.
So Gyro is definitely one of the options. Abaddon for RNG instantly. You get that sustain, you follow it up with a Rubik.
Yeah, I think that...
You don't give away a lot with this as well.
I think I usually prefer Omni-Knight as an offlaner in just an open scenario. But I actually like Abaddon a lot more if it's Gyrocopter.
Really?
Yes.
I thought this is like a bait for Gyro. I thought that this is like, we're picking an Abaddon, we know that they're going to pick a Gyro now 100% because of that, because he works well versus you.
I've heard a lot of people say like, oh, Gyrocopter is good versus Abaddon.
Yeah,
I feel like very strongly about this. The fact that he has this uncontrollable damage, right? Rocket Barrage, you have your ultimate as well, then that works into Abaddon's favor. On top of that, the type of sustain that you offer is better versus Gyrocopter because it's not, you don't have, like Omni's more dependent on Guardian Angel, where Gyrocopter puts out all this magic damage. So Abaddon works a little bit more. He soaks up the damage from the Gyrocopter going into the mid game. I think for laning phase it's hard, but as an overall play into the mid game, you know, I think
later on, yeah, I agree with you. But in the laning stage, Abaddon can definitely suffer versus a good Gyro.
And that's where you need a really good support to play with you. And they've got Rubik, whose Fate Bolts wins a lot of lanes for you.
I love the Morphing ban as well by Geek Fam. I think it's one of the heroes that definitely can make this Gyro pick work against you. He just turns into you and flags everyone else.
Yeah.
Also, E-Blade is such a good pickup versus Wisp and Gyro. You can blow them up.
And because RNG have one of those 2 offlaners that's susceptible to OD, they're going to make sure that isn't an available pick for Geek Fam. Plus, the way you want to play with Gyrocopter right now, it's still a little carry style, but I'm not sure if you want it as your only carry.
Yeah, and OD also gives you that pick-off potential. You can imprison someone, relocate in. You have 2 saves now to work with. Yeah, save for the Wisp. It's just a good ban.
Yeah, the openings were super fast from both teams. I feel like they kind of, you know, they had a plan, they prepared. This is what you go for if this is banned. These bans on the second phase, they're taking a lot longer. We see it a lot with other teams as well. This is the time where you really define your plan. This
is also when you give away a lot.
Yes.
Like with these next 2 bans, you're pretty much giving away what your plan is for your draft, right? And RNG, I believe they should be wary of that Huskar pick, because there was a very similar draft.
True, that is true. However, that Huskar was picked 10th into a TA. Like, are there other scenarios where
I think that Huskar works. You can't counter that hero on the lane right now. Especially when you have something like a Wisp to follow him up later on in the match. And perhaps if you have something like an Omni Knight as well, which isn't banned, which they could pick. It gives you sustain. It gives you that beast that will stand in front while Gyro gets his farm. It's definitely one option for them, not necessarily what they have to go for.
I want more catch out of RNG because they have they don't have an initiating style offlaner. I would like a support, or maybe they could go for like the core mid puck. That would offer you a lot of catch, but I think heroes like Disruptor,
Wyvern perhaps.
Wyvern's really good versus both Wisp lineups. You don't like it against Gyrocopter so much, but I think the idea is still there. You want something that is going to make sure you ensure the team fight and doesn't allow the mobility of Gyrocopter Wisp to run around. And
they ban the team and pick the puck themselves, so this pretty much tells us that this puck should be mid.
Yes.
There's still an option for them to bait us with this TA ban and then put the puck as 4, Rubik as 5, but very unlikely.
How good is Huskar against puck, or how bad?
I was more thinking of Viper, actually, because I know that matchup is really bad for puck.
Oh, yeah, Viper isn't banned.
But
go for Grimstroke.
Grimstroke.
New hero.
Very interesting.
Haven't seen that one yet.
They don't really have any big combos with Soulbind right now. You have missiles, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Yet.
You have a silence that a bad can't remove with his Ophotic Shield, and you can't do anything about Soulbind either.
Yeah.
Which is really good at locking down heroes like puck.
Yeah, exactly. It can mess the puck up.
At the same time, Rubik can steal things, which are very good.
Rubik.
He can steal.
I love this pick versus Grimstroke. Rubik, basically, if you steal the Stroke of Fate, you literally have no cast time, right? And it's not the same. Like Grimstroke, he kind of fires it in an angle. It's curved.
From the right side, and then
Rubik just goes straight, deals so much damage.
Easier to use,
deals so much damage, and just lets you nuke teams. Also, you can just farm with it. This Rubik should be rich as long as he steals that a couple of times. No, I actually like
the Phantom's Embrace last longer if you steal it. It should, right? Debuff duration.
Yeah, it should.
Which is kind of weird because then you don't get the proc of damage faster. I've never thought about that before. But Stroke of Fate is like so good.
It's easier to kill it because it's on you for longer.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
That's also. But you're silenced longer. Dragon Knight.
Okay, I mean that's right up Carl's alley.
Right up.
It's one of his
puck as well.
Yeah, it's great versus puck. It's one of like their most picked heroes. GeekFam are taking the opposite approach of last game. They're saying we're gonna have more team fight. We're gonna be taking team fights to you. We're gonna play pretty aggressive. They still scale okay because they have Gyrocopter.
But they're very stable. Like this lineup of theirs is so chill. Let us farm. Then when we get this dragon form, we're gonna play around Dragonite. You can pretty much read them and say exactly what they will be doing in this game.
Yeah, with puck and Abaddon, I think what's kind of cool about this is Abaddon gives you sustain for team fights, and it says like, okay, the longer the team fight goes, we might win it. But our GeekFam have out-sustained them with both this DK pick and then already having the IO. And you picked up this puck who's a lot more burst-oriented, right? So GeekFam are just going to be like, we're going to tank up, we're going to out-sustain you through these team fights, and RNG is going to struggle to be able to actually win team fights by bursting heroes down fast enough. So now I feel like RNG is put into a corner where they have to go for the better late game hero.
And now this Legion Commander ban actually does make a lot of sense. It would be a good setup for the Wisp Relocate. Its double duel is pretty good with Soulbind too. You would get an additional save. Wisp plus Legion are really strong in the lane, but also Grimstroke plus Legion are incredibly strong. So I can definitely get behind that ban.
There's still the Omni Knight if you want a hero that allows people to break coil and then instantly dispel it.
And 5 days ago, I might have believed in that because Puck dished out some insane right click, but they did heavily nerf the right click Puck by putting the phase shift talent at level 15 and making the 15 damage talent now at level 10 be 30 damage instead of 90. So I am much favoring Geek Fam's draft this game, but by no means do I underestimate the possibility that Huskar will just run out of control.
Because there he has the backup to do it, right?
And he has the Rubik.
Yeah, so he has not only the Lich and the Abaddon, but that sort of pseudo Omni Knight. You know, Rubik's going to be able to get those steals. That's going to allow him to apply those buffs to the Huskar. And something very similar that we saw yesterday from Nigma. They had a Huskar, Lich, and an Omni. You know, here it's arguably even better for RNG. Obviously, the opposing side they're playing against is entirely different to what Nigma did. But you know, this Huskar lineup, it can work, and Huskar can be that hero that you brute force end the game with without the need of having any sort of backup carry. But that's the problem, right? As you said, there isn't that backup carry unless Setsu does something amazing on the Puck, a hero that's been severely nerfed. Setsu, he still believes in it. We'll see what he does with it this game.
Yeah, I think if Rubik's able to get off some crucial steals from the Omni, such that his save just kind of puts RNG over the edge, as we were talking about, I think that's really their way to victory in these mid-game to late-game team fights. But I also think that you don't really have to focus this Huskar. You have like a lot of spread damage, a lot of just kind of like heavy mid-game damage coming out from Geek Fam, and these heroes like the Lich as well as the Rubik, who are going to be heavily position-based. I don't know if they're going to be able to position the way they need to, and that's my main concern for their draft. Overall, I just like the balance of Geek Fam's draft this game compared to last game. They banned out the Drow themselves, interestingly enough, so even though they didn't want to play it again, they are apparently scared of RNG picking it up themselves.
And as the Save Flame Puck, are you still going for the right-click build? Is that what you have to do, or do we see him sort of go for a magical variant? So even with the talent change, you can still go for a right-click build.
I'm going to be honest with you. I've been here since that patch came out. I actually have not played a Dota game. I don't know if people are going for the right-click build in a situation like this on Puck. I don't know if you're comfortable with having Huskar be your only right-clicker as the game goes on, because once they get BKBs, Huskar's right-click is very underwhelming. So if you only have him, the first initiation from Zephyr onto the Lich, getting a little bit caught out of position, does look to get a lot of damage onto Cuckoo, who might be going down in return. And not quite enough, it looks. Oh, the silence is getting range, does break the salve, so at the very least we'll be forcing him back to base. That's actually not that bad, I'd say, for RNG, if not maybe even worth it, because the Omni Knight was forced to expend so much regen, and looks like he's pretty content not to go back to base, though. He's going to walk back to lane very low, maybe getting salved up by his Grimstroke. Looks like that is the case based on his health bar at the top.
Mid lane has been, as expected, impossible for the DK to sort of stay in the lane. He's doing the smart thing, K. He's gone behind the tier 1 tower. He's dragging the creep waves around, so he's able to at least get something, but it's sort of playing out right as you imagine. Early levels, DK, he's still going to get heavily bullied out of the lane in that 1v1, so he's making amends and he's doing the smart moves, K, so he can at least find something from this laning stage and not feed his life away.
I'm almost surprised he didn't lane level 1, though. Usually Huskar's level 1 Burning Spears is not enough to bully heroes like DK out of the lane, but he's elected to do this from level 1, and you're seeing Huskar absolutely free farming. That's why they picked it last, and this was the fear, the one concern I had for Geek Fam's lineup. RNG has done a great job of overall just their last pick being very hard to deal with whatever current heroes the opponent has. Like, sometimes you have a response pick and you can maybe deal with it with one hero, but Huskar looking to have quite a free game here, and if he hits that critical threshold, critical mass, where he can just get Roche and he's unkillable, that is 100% their recognition for RNG, and so far he has geared up to do just that, going for what appears to be the double, maybe triple bracer build on the Huskar. Magic resistance no longer a part of his innate kit, so really nice to get that against the Grimstroke Gyro, even the DK in the mid game with the magic damage from Dual Breath or Dragon Breath.
We're seeing, already 4 minutes in, it's another early lead that RNG are able to get with the situation in these lanes, both the mid and the bottom being the ones where we're seeing the most one-sided affair, as Setsu taking down Cuckoo. The offlaner falls for Geek Fam.
Yeah, this is one of the first games that I've watched that the laning stage has gotten out of control this quickly. This is always a concern with any draft. Doesn't really matter what draft it is. Obviously, RNG did draft their last pick to do just this, so this was their game plan. I didn't expect it to go this poorly for them on the side of Geek Fam, but they are getting annihilated in 2 of the 3 lanes, and the other lane is slightly in favor of RNG. So more like 2.5 lanes going in the favor of RNG. And with Huskar, that's exactly what you need. Is he just going to die here?
He's got the Fairy Fire.
Forced to Fairy Fire, and he's going to salve up, but...
It's not a happy life for K.
Yeah, I don't know. The problem is if you just have a bad lane mid...
Yeah, how do you catch up as a DK?
Well, the thing is you can kill the Huskar if your other lanes are going well enough that you make a quick rotation, alleviate some of the pressure, but... This really concerns me when DK is not the only one struggling this early on in the game.
It's gonna, I mean, all eyes really were on Raven and Dubu to make plays when they hit their 6s, right?
Yeah, it really is. And Cuckoo being neutered as hard as he is as well, that's a big problem. Setsu absolutely free farming bottom. They're looking to make a move on Super, but the Huskar just poses too much of a threat for them to want to go on that. Setsu is getting low bottom, but he's chilling. He's against a melee hero like Omni Knight who doesn't really have a way to like close the gap. So even though he's this low of health, there's really no threat on him.
He's feeling confident with the Fairy Fire and the Wand. He's ready for the outplay if Cuckoo does try and get aggressive towards the tower. And even you can see, you know, Setsu, he knows he can get in.
He saw him use Purify, so he's not afraid to just run at him right now. He also just got his bottle delivered.
He's going to be able to throw out another orb in a second.
He's got this, I think.
Cuckoo will run. Doesn't manage to dodge the orb damage, and that will be another kill in the mid lane. Super actually getting taken down out behind the tower. Sort of, I don't know what he's doing there. A little bit deep from him.
I like that RNG's playing around the Huskar, and I like that Geek Fam's responding to it. Both of these are very good.
And Raven alone momentarily. RNG's going to maybe try and punish this. They bring the Lich up to the top lane. Raven is going to allow himself to be silenced. He doesn't have any help coming in at all. He's pulled back by the Sinister Gaze. The Rocket Barrage does nothing to Flywin as he moves in, chasing down with the Frost Shield. And Raven, yeah, punished for farming a little too confidently there. His entire team had done that move, as you say, going towards the mid lane to deal with the Huskar. Raven, he didn't get the memo. He sticks around and he dies for it.
Yeah, that's a honestly pretty rookie mistake for a carry player to make. When 3 of your heroes show in the mid lane, the other team knows how that IO got there. They know the IO TP'd mid, so they know that you're alone for the next 20 or maybe he is not dying. Owen.
And Brian, what's this say to you? The Dragon Knight, he's queued up the item that I didn't even know was still in the game. It's a Hand of Midas.
Oh my god. Right when you said like Dragon Knight's queuing up an item, I was pretty sure I knew what you were gonna say. Is there a better item? That's my main question. Probably.
Now down bottom, a bit of a team fight will ensue. Zephyr, he's going to be safe there, Dubu. Okay. Nice little relocate, taking him out to the side. Will manage to get Zephyr back to safety. RNG is going to still continue to try and chase, see if they can find anyone out of this, but it doesn't look like they will. Maybe Dubu on the way back. He tries for a tether across, but they'll be able to put a stop to it with a quick lift from September, as Dubu will pay, but did at least manage to save his Grimstroke.
I will say it's kind of funny with what I said about Gyro being like their carry and him having to be active and farm. Instead, they're just making it so it's farming. Yeah. And Gyro is now on 2 position duty. Is that the winning play? I don't know, but it sounds reasonable, like that they came to that conclusion. K getting the classic why you don't buy a Midas in competitive Dota in this patch. You're just getting ran at, and even if you have this efficiency item, you're not allowed to use it because you're just dead.
He was so close to
I don't think he thought it. He might be paying the price on Setsu though. Gets silenced up. That shield does not remove the bug from Grimstroke. He goes down.
That's a big catch. Can they get anything more? RNG, they will. They'll jump in on Zephyr, punish him. But killing the pop. Setsu, he's been having a very good game so far. It's a high value kill, but unlikely Geek Fam's going to be able to do anything off the back of that kill.
Well, they're looking to fight mode. It is kind of low.
But he's a Husker, you know, that's what he
DK
likes.
has no Dragon Farm. I mean, DK, I don't know, he has Dragon Farm, he has no items. So that's the problem with this DK playing the recovery game. I don't mind if you want to be more of a farmer, but the fact that you have Midas, you're basically not in the game right now. And I don't think this patch can be played that way. Husker dunking in.
He's going to be fine, Cuckoo, with the backup of Dubu. There's tier 1 tower just about to be pushed over the edge, very, very close to falling. RNG will continue to push on. Nothing that scares them at the moment. They feel their lead at 6k advantage here, 12 minutes in. Starting to take over once again this game. The two cores, Monet and Setsu, quite that step ahead of anything that GeekFam have on the map at the moment.
I underestimated the strength of this laning stage from RNG. It really is not just the Huskar, right? The main issue is all the other lanes of what happened. Got the whole smorgasbord of items coming out from the gyrocopter. I hope that's completed drums, because otherwise his item build makes no sense. Okay, it is a drum. Going for the Yules on Puck. Pretty much makes him unkillable, gives him a TP cancel as well as from his coil, but also the setup for his team. His team has very limited mobility, so I feel like there's going to be a lot of times that he catches heroes and his team won't be able to catch up to him yet. So maybe the Yules into coil will be a much more potent combo this game to allow his team to catch up. Vlad's on the Abaddon, looking to Roche most likely with that. Has the Quelling Blade plus Iron Talon, inefficiency there. I mean, I guess you have no replacements, but those two do not stack. You do get to cut more trees, though, Owen.
You do. Just looking at some of these level differences now, though, as well, you know, Monet, he's pretty much about to hit level 12. The best that GeekFam have on their cores are, they've just hit level 9. So, Huskar having the game that was laid out for him. RNG, they're having this beautiful opening. They could go towards Roche. No real interest will be there from GeekFam to do anything about this. They can't at the moment. They've got to let this one go. A freebie for RNG, just another piece of their plan coming together.
Yeah, when you look at this draft, you're thinking that storm's coming at like 4 p.m. in the afternoon, but it's noon and it's already hitting, man. It's so early, you're not ready for it. The problem is when you play against these kinds of lineups, you just need to make them take as long as possible to hit that timing, and effectively as of now, GeekFam has not delayed that in the slightest. Huskar did TP bottom, so they can't go on Carl in the mid lane here.
Yeah, he wants to finish off his item. I mean, once the BKB's done, there's nothing, right? He's invincible in this game at the moment.
Okay, Flywin doesn't activate his ultimate to run away. Does do it a bit late. No Huskar for at least another 20 seconds, but they're going to be forced to back off, being afraid of the potential, honestly, just a lot of nuke damage coming out from RNG at this stage in the game. Usually that's not a problem for the heroes that GeekFam has in the mid game, but since they all had a rough start, even the nukes from the supports can be quite scary. Even Lich maxing out the Frost Armor, sometimes you see them maxed out Frost Blast.
Setsu, he's going in. He finds Zephyr, who's hiding in the trees. Setsu knew that someone was around.
Structures are fortified.
Just diving in. I mean, Setsu, you know, he says what nerfs? You know, he's playing the puck beautifully. It doesn't matter the talent's got changed. Setsu had a brilliant lane. His execution in both of these matches, his SF in the mid lane in game 1, and now his puck in the safe lane. You know, this guy, he's on fire so far this land. As this action, it just doesn't stop.
Now, there's that Yules to help his teammates catch up. Oh, they steal the Heavenly Grace. You got your own Omni Knight now.
Cuckoo is trying to turn and run down September. I mean, the Iron Gyro trying to make a go at this, but the Chain Frost is doing a lot against the GA's pop, but these Chain Frost bounces, maximum efficiency there from Super as he gets the full damage output amongst the heroes alone. Raven's going to be chased by Setsu and September. Double kill for the safe lane puck. As Setsu continues to pull out play after play, Cuckoo will be run down by Super and Flywin as he seems to have no counterplay to the chase that's there. Setsu even sweeps by to pick up the glory for himself. 8-1 and 2 at 16 minutes in. The nerfs weren't enough, Brian.
I mean, RNG just looks sick, man. They are one-upping GeekFam, maybe like 7-upping them, you know, like the soda. I don't know, man. This is quite an insurmountable lead for GeekFam to overcome here. BKB already done on the Huskar, even got the Vampire Fangs from the neutrals. Quite a nice item to have lifesteal for free on a hero like Huskar. Trying to clear as much as they can, but they have the Catapult, they have Heavenly Grace, they have Abaddon. As I was concerned in the draft for this Rubik becoming another Omni Knight for them. And I just didn't expect the lanes to go this poorly. I don't feel like I've ever been this... I'm as surprised as Geek Fam, I think, about how quickly this game's gotten out of control.
And would you say sort of the biggest sort of error, it was that bottom lane? You don't think that should go as badly as it did for Geek Fam?
I think that going as badly as it did made this game 100% look like it did, and sometimes one misstep can lead to that. But this crucial kill on Abaddon, excuse me, if they can bring him down before his team gets there, they might pay the price for this. Oh my god.
He's gonna live right. No. Mone's in with the BKB, jumps forward. The bounces of the Chain Frost doing wonders against Dubu and Cuckoo. It's another couple of easy kills for RNG, and not an easy kill at all for Geek Fam. Unable to push Flywin over the edge as he walks away on minimal HP.
Like I said, they just have this critical threshold where once you get over it and you can't kill anybody anymore, you just lose.
And I think, if anything, this series, RNG, they're just sort of blowing us away here with this performance. Because Geek Fam, this is not a bad squad. These are some good players. They showed us yesterday. I think you can expect Geek Fam to pick themselves up after being knocked down here. But the fact that RNG is showing us that they're that much better this series, I'm already looking at this game. I don't know who else here at this LAN is going to really challenge this team. RNG seem to be on another level at the moment.
Yeah, no, they just look solid. It's not, none of these games look like a fluke. Yeah, you could say Huskar's cheese, but Huskar's not an easy hero to cheese people with in competitive Dota. They are just, look at this, like they're playing so well around him, making sure you have to focus him. Nobody else is getting caught out of position. No other targets to get gone on. He's just right-clicking away. You're stunning this guy, but he's killing you much faster than you're killing him, and by killing him, I mean not at all. Triple kill already for Monet. Oh, man.
Oh, they're
Give him the rampage!
Give him it. There it is. Monet closes up the game with a rampage. It's all over. GG has been called. RNG, man, these guys, they want to go to the major. Yeah, with these sort of plays, they are just tearing through any team that that's been unfortunate enough to have to challenge them so far this minor. As Geek
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Dire team pick.
Lich.
Radiant team pick.
Lord Druid.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Templar Assassin.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Slog.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Points away.
Radiant team pick.
Spirit breaker.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Grimstroke.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Riki.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes.
I gambled. You lost.
Where are you watching? That's how it starts.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hardly a challenge.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's just bunk.
My brush falters.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Death's bounty.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Inferno takes you.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I trust my end comes at a price.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Where did you come from?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dead.
I see all your sounds.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
from memory.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Death's bounty.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Hopefully no one was depending on you. Yes! Haha!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You will never know the mysteries.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Bow Bounty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. I could look at you all day.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How the hell did you see me?
All will burn!
Regeneration.
Bounty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You fail. Double kill.
Death's bounty.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Haste!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
You're bound.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Double damage!
No.
You took the bait.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant are scanning.
Yes! Haha!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No soul can help me.
Yes! Haha!
Almighty invisibility.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Realize we had started.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Go on, get out of here.
Responsibility. Mega kill. With gratitude.
Yes. Kyle, I just run with a lot of the BS that you say. Come on, just work with me.
Sorry, I get it. I guess
I was going to say element of surprise, and I was like, wait, that's not quite the phrase. Anyway.
Surprise is an element, though. A key element to a successful Dota 2 strategy, that's for sure.
But unfortunately, our lanes are very simple, right? We've got mid Magnus. I don't know what it's matched up against, but I remember we have hard carries on both side lanes, and everything should be pretty normal. I don't think anybody's going to be switching things up. Kyle, you had a lot of experience with at least one of these players, and Captain Dubu.
Correct. Played against him quite a bit.
What's he like?
He's a bit wild. He typically feeds first blood. I think I used this analogy already, but he's like actually, no, it's the Game of Thrones. There's a character, Strong Belwas, all right? But when he fights someone in the pit, he lets them cut him first, you know?
Okay.
And then he kills them. That's Dubu. He just likes to feel, you know, a little bit of cut. Yeah.
Feel alive. I see. Any experience with anybody here on Team
Played against Misha a bit. He's been like tier 2 captain in the CIS scene for some time. Immersion, of course, the ex-Gambit player, another highly recruited individual, one of the better Earth Spirits in the world. ILTW, of course, with that run on OG. Ergon, one of the newer upstart mid players. I think that he's again like, what's his name? The guy from Gambit, GPK, was like the big steal. Like everybody wanted him. And Nangrad, I think, has one of the best names in esports. Which is Nangrada.
You're a fan of big fancy words, I know.
It's Latin for not welcome. As in, your weak shit isn't welcome in my house. And
you think
that's
so?
typically what he does.
Or maybe because he
laners.
bounces from team to team, he doesn't feel welcome.
That could be it as well.
Maybe
it's sort of like a name I should have kept back when I played World of Warcraft. I was a rogue. I was a Night Elf rogue. That's what everybody was.
Okay.
And my tag was replaceable. And on my performance in Dota,
you created your own destiny, Kyle.
Exactly.
Well, maybe you weren't replaceable.
That's why I don't believe
it seemed like you were irreplaceable for complexity.
Well, they didn't even try. There's no team anymore.
Yeah.
They have hosted. I was told that NIP, however, did boot camp at the Complexity facility to qualify for this minor.
Jeez, so Complexity is just cursed all the way around. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I haven't been back since they kicked me off the team. I ain't lifting that anytime soon.
Kyle, it is dying breath of, as a competitive player, curse Complexity in its entire line.
Yep.
Now you must salt the earth. All right, we're finally going to get this game underway. That's right, Tiny Mid versus Magnus. I don't know about you, but I really prefer the Mag as one position right now. Maybe we even talked about that. I'm not sure if it was you and me or Lizard, but I don't know. I feel like 2 Magnus, it's okay, but I prefer 1.
I think you have to play it. Oh, I think this might be a dead Raven. Did he save a point? Does he have Doppel?
He should, and yes, he did. Does still mean doppelganger level 1, which is an advantage.
You've got to play Mag. I'm trying to think of a good example. He needs to be a physical damage threat, and the RP is a tool for utility of sorts. You don't want to play around the RP, even if as the 2 position. You just play as a core.
Yeah.
And that is how this hero works best. I think, was one of the first to popularize it before even this patch, back before he even joined Liquid. And that was always his hallmark. You get the Echo Saber, you get a bunch of auras, you start beating into people.
Yeah, he was one of those guys who like, okay, this is a regular Magnus, but then he starts doing well, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, hey, he's actually right-clicking for a lot of damage.
Yep. It's similar, if you think about Mag, think of it as any really farmed carry hero with the BKB. You don't want to be forced, you don't want to be in a scenario where you're only fighting under the BKB. You want to kind of use it as a tool. It's a lot like Slark. You don't want to be forced to ulti right away. You want to be able to save it to increase damage output in an ideal scenario, at least. And see Immersion TPing down to the bottom lane. It's going to be just a Wyvern here. It looks like a bit of a lane swap as Omni Knight moves towards bottom. They wanted to ensure that they could dodge the enemy tri-lane with the Morphling.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'm not sure if that actually gets them the advantage when it comes to the side lanes. Like maybe it protects the Morphling a little bit more.
You can see the wards. They place both up in the top area of the map.
Oh yeah.
You do not want Morph against PL no matter what, and you certainly don't want it against an enemy tri-lane.
Is it really bad in the laning phase?
Yes, because PL can just get on top of you, and Morph's range is very low.
Okay.
In addition, you have like equal base damage. In fact, PL has more, and you just hit way too hard. There's a CM in the lane.
Right.
It's near impossible. And Lich, Wyvern are both terrible in terms of support in the laning phase. So
meanwhile, Omni Knight has a lot more opportunities to pressure PL because you can trade hits and still have purification to be able to do lots of damage.
Exactly. PL's weakness is lack of wave clear. You abuse that when you have a Wyvern Omni against him.
Well, thanks to all that aggressive vision, Misha has already picked off one courier that was headed up to the top lane, our Rubik abandoned lane. Meanwhile, how's our mid matchup going? 10-1 already for Carl's Magnus.
And another reason I feel like the Mag pick's just so strong nowadays is the way you itemize. Like every single item in your kit is just such a huge power spike. The Echo Saber into the AC, the BKB, the Abyssal. Like you don't even need a blink. You can get the Ags if you really want a bunch of skewers, but I'm not a huge fan. But there's also a strength hero, like 1,000 health level 3 Mag with a Bracer, right? By the time he has treads and another one, he'll be, at level 10, he'll be near 2,000 HP. It's part of the reason these games are ending so quickly because there's just really no weakness to these strength heroes once they get online and a bit ahead.
Skewer used to be able to pick up the Invis rune, and Aragon's not too sad about that, and Invis isn't going to change the laning phase whatsoever. See our Phantom Lancer is doing a good job free farming despite the early level up of Doppelganger. Non-Grata getting some damage onto Dubu here, forcing him back a little bit. As soon as they get their level 3s on both the Winter Wyvern and the Omni Knight, that is going to become quite the dangerous lane. Dubu forced to use an early healing salve. Non-Grata is going to be forced back as he doesn't have Purification up, and Raven is going to be able to get that last hit for a First Blood. Crystal Main's still dying, but still, it's the First Blood. That's the coveted pickup.
You will take that trade. However, I will say Immersion's levels are more important than the Omni at the moment. As soon as you get level 3, level 5, it's huge spikes in your ability to harass.
Our Tiny getting dangerously low. He does have his combination. It's going to toss Carl away, though. And will be able to get some bottle charges as he heads back. Looks like he got skewered back underneath tower.
Tiny's another hero who, much like Mag, could choose to go for more of that farming carry build. I've been a fan of every Tiny I've seen go 1-1-4. Surprised that he's going to actually go for the combo build, because I think the 1 point, once you put 1 point in it, I'd rather you just max it right away, because you're not going to have that full combo damage right away. And it would allow him to actually just start dominating this Mag in lane. He's actually falling behind instead. He'll need a rune if he wants to stay here. Acquire a dominating position. Top, as you can see, Morph just hard free farming.
I can kind of see his idea, because at this point, if he does go for the 4-4-1 build, he's going to be the only playmaking core in this entire game. Like, everybody is very passive in that regard. You've got a mid Magnus with a safe lane PL and an off lane Abaddon. You know, we have the 2 sustained off laners. They're not making plays.
It's a good point, actually. None of these cores really want to get involved early, with the exception of the Tiny. The difference is that Geek Fam supports are both aggressive, and Team Spirits are both counter rotators and TPers. So look for Geek Fam. Once we time to just start rotating around, specifically Dubu. I'd love to see him look towards middle. I think you could find some kills if Tiny's low. TP ganks up top could be effective as well.
Yeah, they're the kind of supports that when they rotate into a Phantom Lancer's lane or a Baden's lane, you can actually get kills pretty easily.
Yeah, so far so good. Just farm wars. Aragon looks like he got a toss back into tower. Will it be a kill?
Oh, he's going to skewer him in. Carl really braving this one, thinking he could take one more hit and he will be able to finish him off. What an outplay by Carl.
What a beast.
That is a sick play by him. He read it perfectly. He's like, I can tank one more hit. If I skewer him back into the tower, I will be able to outdo.
I don't know if I believe that there was any math done there, Cap. I think that was a pull and pray.
I mean, he had to at least have the feel he could survive through one hit from the Tiny, right?
Yeah, true. I think that the idea he could kill him before the second hit landed was that was the stretch, but hey, it paid off.
Jesus. Geek Fam just got all 4 bounties. What happened? Team Spirit. Bounties are important, dogs.
Well, they just lost 2 heroes. 3 on 5 around the map was tough to recover. There's the Dubu rotation right at nighttime as expected.
And those 2 supports, they're just going to be moving around the map. And all that very aggressive vision that Team Spirit set up at the start, maybe it got them a read on the laning phase, but sadly, it's not going to be able to see rotations like that.
I'm fine with 1 ward to scout out lanes. I think when you invest 2, it's a bit much. However, if you look at the top net worth, right, or last hits rather, it accomplished the goal. So it's you can't fault them for that. They wanted Morph to have a great start. They've given him the best in the game, and of course, it is the win condition.
Big difference between him being top of the board and our Phantom Lancer, who's only sitting at 423 and 6, very far down. Indeed, that Winter Wyvern on the night lane has proven to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, they've swapped him up towards top. They're going to move the Abaddon towards bottom. Also love how it feels like the meta just consistently goes in circles. The only thing that's always a staple is the Wisp and the Chen, but if you remember, I think it was like TI7, TI8, we had this Abaddon Omni meta, Necrophos, heavy sustain. Shout out to Liquid who rode that meta straight to a TI win.
Now Dubu turning around as Zephyr is going to be joining Amisha. Looks to be able to slow down Dubu long enough that ILTW can clean up the kill with a waveform. Is he going to be close enough? Not enough to get the damage in. And the adaptive strike certainly won't be enough by itself. But if Misha can get one more nuke somehow, geez, this is a long chase for a kill that may not happen at all.
Yeah, that's shout out to Ice Frog for that one, because Crystal Maiden used to be one of the slowest heroes in Dota 2. Has a significant speed boost after the patch, otherwise certainly dies there. They even invest a ward in the failed attempt.
Attempted a pull by Cuckoo, but he pulls it by the hard camp. Something that is easily disrupted by the support.
Yeah, so the thing is, this is a terrible matchup for the Morph without the edge, but once you get your treads online, a couple of Wraith bands, all of a sudden it's a very different story because you're up to 110 base damage, same as this Tiny, but with significantly more attack speed. Mid lane, looks like Carl still bodying Aragon a bit. 1,000 net worth ahead, mostly thanks to that turnaround kill.
And Empowered, such an amazing ability to win lanes. On top of that outplay and being able to pull him into the mid towers, left a sliver of hope up here for Geek Fam in their laning phase. Still have to be worried about ILTW, of course.
Oh, Mango Tree. Arguably the best item to drop.
Yeah, you're never unhappy with the vision you get from Mango Tree on top of just the free regeneration, especially a hero like Omni Knight and Bat.
I was just memeing. I don't know if it's actually good. Is it really good?
I mean, I thought so. I thought the vision.
Can you cut a Mango Tree down? Is it blessed by the elves?
No. You can cut it down.
Okay. But why would you?
Most of the time you just have it on very defensive areas, certain high grounds. It used to be better, of course, because you used to be able to place it inside the Roshan pit on that lava area, but that has been since fixed from our last patch. Carl, you want him to go for the early Blink Dagger, or you want him to continue with this damage build of Echo Saber?
You just keep farming, man.
Yeah, I think so too.
You get the Echo first. It's similar to a Sven. If you think of Mag, actually Mag is pretty much the new Sven.
Yeah, it really is.
You don't need an ultimate to deal tons of damage. You want to get that farming plus regen item first. You don't want to go Blink Rush, because then you're reliant on getting kills or you start to fall off quickly.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any need for them to be trying to rush things too much as Immersion. He's going to be pulled back to his doom here as a skewer into the tier 1 tower. saved a little bit by the cold embrace. The two-man rotation from behind the tower is kind of coming, but it's just an awkward position to be in all around.
They'll likely get Dubu, but is that really what you wanted?
And it's certainly not what they wanted. Just the 5 position, the sacrificial Dubu, who's always going to die anyway. I'm sure he's not too upset about that death.
They saved him time, actually. He was going to have to do the long walk of shame back to base. Instead, just a nice respawn into TP out. He's already alive again.
Bezos this Omni Knight, he's real big. Raven, a little bit of courage here, given the Aphotic Shield's going to turn around and quickly eliminate Nisha, who got held up by a Prowler.
Lots of space for LTW, though.
Yeah, chipping away at that tower. That early, like, the side lanes, I always feel really good about a team that is able to win their lane hard enough that they're able to chip away at the tower and eventually take it.
Yep.
Because then you're just ahead of the tempo of the enemy team, right? Then you could defensively play around your own safe lane tower, control outposts better.
Morph is one of the best heroes for that, because if you get ahead,
they're going to get both outposts on Team Spirit.
Not bad. That's a great... That's actually way more important than the runes. The XP is so valuable. 300 per player now. 1.5k swing.
Over time, like, experience has become so massive.
Yeah.
Introduction of talents. I feel like there's been a general power creep in like how the stats are working.
A lot of the changes, if you look at Dota from like TI3 to now, a big difference is that slots are far less valuable because now you have so many, a TP slot, wards, stack, etc. And levels have become just paramount to success because of the talents. It's effectively bonus items every time you hit 10, 15.
See, Nongrata being able to win that laning phase against the Phantom Lantern, be so far ahead, easily bullies the Abaddon, which is a matchup you're probably going to win anyway. Purification just being a much better version of Aphotic Shield.
This is one of the first games we're actually going to see some intense team fights because both teams have answers, specifically combo breakers. You've got the Wyvern ulti specifically to deal with RP. Both Morph and PL have escape mechanics.
Did you see that? Raven actually pulled his illusions towards Urgon, helping to protect Dubu from the toss.
Not bad. That would have certainly been a kill if he was able to toss him back on top of the Omni Knight. And yeah, this is the power. This is the power of Morph. You already have a couple aggressive wards placed, so you're safely able to just farm up here with that Mask of Death. And it's a lot like Weaver in past metas, PL to an extent. You get ahead. Morph is the best at this, and you cannot be laned against. Plus, you can't die. You've got escapes. Ergon though,
chasing down Urgon, who's just been playing so aggressively. Why is he alone in the enemy triangle like that?
Yeah, especially with no runes spawning anytime soon.
Yeah, that's pretty questionable. GeekFam had a very nice defensive ward up on that high ground to defend their triangle. And GeekFam might be able to use that to be able to attack the mid lane.
I want to bring up this Diffusal build on the Morph. You don't see this very often, but I really like it because you're up against 2 supports you can solo kill very easily early on once you pick that up. You go straight for the Rubik, straight for the CM, they're going to go down. Ulti to set up.
Okay, but they don't have the gaze from the Lich, so there's nothing to stop the skewer back. But he skewered him into Dubu. Oh no! Carl, he wanted to get out of there, so of course he's going to skewer backwards, but the poor old Dubu just got ran over. It was a hit and run.
And I would say, hey, let's just push. We're already here.
Yeah, might as well try and even out, because that mid tower, it's probably going to be dropping soon, so Team Spirit want to stay one step ahead in that regard.
And this is the key. You 4-1 it. You've got a Morph who's free farming in the enemy top lane. There's no reason to do anything crazy. You have the super carry. At a point, PL does come ahead of the Morph, but that requires really, I think, the level 25 talent. You do have a mag for the Empower buff, but that also does make it easier for Spirit to figure out which one is real. Be curious to see if Raven goes for the Diffusal Rush or for the farming style Manta first. Expect the Rush Diffusal because much like the Morph, he has an option of being able to solo kill some of these enemy supports quite easily once he gets the Purge active.
Dude, everybody hates this mana burn on this team. You've got 2 strength cores in the Tiny and Omni Knight, both susceptible to mana burn, and Morphling has long hated it. Even if with some of the morph changes, it still limits his mobility at bare minimum.
Yeah, and this is the thing about the PL last pick. It does match up against the morph, but they really don't have anything to kill him for a while.
Cuckoo, not an easy target to bring down, certainly. Didn't have his ultimate, but still tanky enough to survive through all of that one. Zephyr, well, that telekinesis doesn't last for long. But it is just enough, especially with Carl coming in. Big old Carl. That Magnus is not something to mess with. And he's just going to, oh, just look at him. He's just going straight for the back door on that tier 1 tower. He really wants to take this away from Team Spirit, but maybe he just brought his supports to their doom. Once again, Zephyr turning around, trying to do as much damage as possible to hopefully allow Carl to come in and clean up, but sadly that's not the case, especially with Non-Grata here. Slowing down Carl. Carl, no skewer, may have to RP if he wants to be able to save his own life here. As bit by bit, the Euphonic Shield protecting him a little bit, turns around for the RP, but Team Spirit are kiting him very nicely. Winter's Curse to make sure he doesn't go too far away, but another round of heals. Non-Grata with a big nuke, RP going out, a nuke from the Lich isn't quite there, and Carl will limp away to safety, but old Cuckoo, he's not going to be able to do the same.
I feel like the Raven PL might want to get involved a bit here. They're just consistently diving his mid tower. He's just farming, but Morph is going to be out farming him and in a far more valuable position as he's consistently shoving lanes, not jungle camps. And they're going to lose mid tier 1, arguably the most important tower in Dota 2 right now. Rune's up in 15. Got to regroup if you're Spirit.
Yeah, this goes back to our laning phase again, right? If the Phantom Hunter had a better laning phase, maybe he'd have the defusal, and we would certainly see Raven trying to take those fights if he did have that big power spike, but...
I love it. Smoke immediately. You know the Geek Fam's going to be out on the map. They're probably bottom because you don't see them on your top runes, and now you sweep straight across the map with the new defusal on the Morphling. This is a nice power spike. It means he'll be able to pick off a support no problem, while the rest of his team looks to deal with the cores.
And it's just as the Diffusal Blade is online for ILTW, they're feeling very strong. They're going to try and invade the triangle, which is going to be the right play here, while Misha does get some aggressive vision. They're going to run into the Magnus, a hard hero to bring down, but maybe they can do it with so many slows, and it certainly looks like it. Carl's just going to be left out here as the rest of Geek Fam quickly retreat.
Yeah, they're going to lose the one ward they just placed on that hard camp, but this is one of my favorite plays. Well done by Misha there, prepping the smoke along with the wards, because you're not going to expect that he would have placed these two on the top
ILTW,
side.
careful! He was a little bit low, and yeah, he's just dead. He has no mana to be able to work with.
The defusal surprise. One core dies for both teams thanks to it.
That's so smart from Geek Fam, right? They see their triangles invade, they lose a hero, but they know naturally Team Spirit's going to split up, right? The carry's going to be greedy, he heads down to bottom lane, and they set a trap on the high ground.
Is under attack.
We look to see Spirit try and maintain aggression here. They're on the enemy side of the map with their Warden. You want to play around them. You don't want to allow Geek Fam to drag this out to 30 minutes or so when the PL becomes a problem.
Okay. Immediately just back up to full health, and Urgon, you gotta be careful, man. He's just always going in like this. They're gonna throw out a Chain Frost, hope it does something here. They do manage to skewer backwards a little bit farther. Urgon's still gonna die underneath his tier 2, even as the Chain Frost continues to bounce around. I don't know, man. Urgon, I think he's like 0-4-0 or something like this now.
Yep. It's not looking good for him. And this is not the kind of game where assassin-style Tiny feels good. No. You're against 3 cores that all get incredibly durable. Plus, I'll be honest, it's neutral item patch. Yeah. Even the supports are not going to be easy to take down once they start picking up the leave-me's as the cores itemize past the need for them. Everyone suddenly has 2,000 health. Yeah, you might have a Blink Dagger combo, but it's just not going to do a damn thing. And nice. And Aquila for Raven, that's one of the better items for a tier 2 PL to pick up.
Cuckoo racing in. Nice gaze to stall out this silence, but he's still going to die. But maybe that slow is going to be enough for these 2 cores to punish Cuckoo. He does have Jubu somewhere nearby, and they just blew all their stuns. Okay, they still have the Winter's Curse. Not really what they wanted to be using for a simple pickoff like this, but get what you can. Non-Grata going to make sure he stays on top of him with the slow, and eventually they will get that kill.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, look at this. You see what I mean? Look, Rubik has 2,000 health.
Yes.
He's level 10.
And another shawl, so high magic resistance as well.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's saying like, okay, as long as I survive through the combo of this Tiny, who didn't go the build you were suggesting, I mean, we can go back to that, right? Because you suggested like, hey, I just want to see you max out your branch and just play for more of a core style. And because Urgon's rotations failed.
It's a bit of a non sequitur, Cap, but I still don't really understand the point of neutral items. I get talents, they make sense, but hey guys, let's just give everyone more items. That seems to be the case, except you don't get to pick them. The Fate does.
Well, you're a support player. Aren't you a little bit happier playing support right now?
It makes the game easy. Yeah, that helps, especially if you're playing with BSJ like I will have to in that show match. However, Dota's not supposed to be easy, Cat. That's why we like it. You know the joke about...
You like the hard life.
Yeah, you know the joke about what the Dota tutorial?
There is none?
Yeah, you got to play for 1,000 hours. That's the tutorial.
Okay.
Then you'll be a beginner. That's what we like, Cap.
Yeah. We are all a bit masochists, all of us Dota players, but I see what you're saying. Back in your day, you had to support uphill both ways sort of deal.
It's
Nowadays,
6 slots, 3 were full of wards, and if you didn't have dust...
generation just gets everything handed to them.
Goddamn Zoomers.
Goddamn Zoomers. 9-12, 1,000 net worth lead for Geek Fam as we see Dubu die once again, but that's the Dubu trick.
Spirit need 2 or 3 fights in a row that they win because they've heavily invested in initiation. You've got Immersion with the Blink, you've got a Tiny with the Blink, and the Morphling with this Diffusal build. You will get outscaled at this rate. Geek Fam already with the top 2 cores on the map. And a BKB next on LTW. You can see the strat. They want to get aggressive now and maintain a lead, but that's going to require numerous 1 fights, and I just don't know if you can do that against Geek Fam. Everyone's just so tanky. 4 heroes with over 2,000 health. It's not 20 minutes yet.
Yeah, I would definitely be sweating if I'm Team Spirit. 2 cores that are going to outscale me, and we're not even up in net worth. We're going to try and take on this Roshan, which will help speed the progression of the game a little bit. Maybe with an Aegis, they'll be able to take more objectives, at least forcing an objective right now as Geek Fam are on their way. A successful scan, and as soon as Carl starts showing up, Team Spirit back away. But it kind of feels like they need to take a fight. Otherwise, like, you're not going to keep farming and outscale them, right? So, I don't know.
And you can see the benefit of the Abaddon. Both teams with one of those cores, they can just walk in.
Yep.
However, actually, it's Geek Fam with the edge in that regard because Abaddon and Mag can both just charge. In fact, all 3 cores can create space for their allies in terms of providing vision, isolating heroes, whereas Spirit, you have both Tiny and Wyvern and Morph who want to play more of the outskirts of the fight. If your Omni Knight's the one running in to provide vision, that's also your cleanse. That's one of your save mechanics. You don't necessarily want him to get targeted like an Abaddon does.
Yeah, particularly against the Mana Burn. The Phantom Lancer. Cuckoo's going to be held in place by that clumsy net. And Cuckoo, yes, we want you to run in, my friend. But maybe not this far.
Indeed.
Oh, and Rubik with the nice steal at least.
Straight into the Roche. He does not have buyback. However, Team Spirit not the most Roche damage, and with Geek Fam posturing around. Oh, the gold ally, he does have buyback. Thanks, Cap.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Be good for now, but Team Spirit just feeling like maybe that's not quite enough an advantage. They do have BKB now, so these power spikes are building and building and building, but it is a heavy focus on this time, right?
There are no farming items that have been picked up by Spirit.
Yeah.
They need this, and you can see, like, they know we're going to smoke, we're going to need to find kills, we need more than this, and we need Roche quick.
This is going to have to be a blitz of sorts by Team Spirit. They're just going to have to rush Geek Fam, and they're going to have to beat them into submission over the next 5 minutes. Geek Fam seem well prepared as they're going to be able to break that smoke rather easily. Raven looks to be able to burn out the mana of Urgon. He's going to do it really quickly too if he can, but Dubu already dead. It's now the BKB from ILTW is popped and he runs straight into the back line, turning into a Phantom Lancer himself, but just Dubu dying for a 10-second BKB.
That's the Dubu right there. He feeds, buys back immediately. He's like, guys, I got the BKB. Let's go. We did this. It's one of the best moves a 5 can make. The tactical death. All right, if you need to learn any lessons, watch some Synderen replays. He's one of the experts.
Well, hopefully we'll see more tactical deaths to come in our upcoming show match between the English and Russian talent. 22-22 as a smoke from Geek Fam. Pushing forward, invading, knowing this BKB is on cooldown, allows the Phantom Lancer to hard counter the Morphling in this next fight.
So it's...
Jeez, look at this. He's thinking about Radiance. That's how you know he's like, guys,
that's the right
you're
choice,
not going to carry this game. I have to do a little bit carrying my own.
I wish he'd gotten it earlier. If you looked at the inventory, he has a ton of, like, drums, Vlads, Hood.
Yeah.
The problem with the Spirit lineup is when you all itemize for fighting, but you don't have enough of an advantage or a method of actually forcing an engagement. Tiny is your only real catch. You're going to slowly lose your lead unless you can continue to find kills and fights. And Geek Fam have no intention of giving them anything unless they need to defend something like Roche.
The suicidal Cuckoo, but this time it is exactly what Geek Fam needs. Somebody just get vision inside the pit. You get a good read of what the health of Roshan is at. They know that Team Spirit's going to be very slow at it, so they can regroup a little bit. Take this fight at their leisure, basically. Well,
you can see Cuckoo's going to poke forward.
A little bit low. Dubu, okay, get some vision in there. Once again, now it's go time. Roshan is quite low. Geek Fam, they're going to jump in here. The RP goes out right as Roshan dies. They should be able to pick up the on the ground. The Wizard tries to grab it. Can you grab it, please? Get it. That telekinesis. Okay, it's Cook. Does manage to get it up in time. Carl, Geek Fam, they do manage to
to take over this Roshan pit to their advantage, finishing off the carry, taking away that Aegis, now finishing off Non-Grana as well. Jump forward by Carl. It's going to be able to get the +1 in immersion, skewering him back very nicely. A beautiful play all around by Geek Fam. Great stuff by Zephyr on that telekinesis on the Omni Knight, preventing the Aegis from being grabbed.
Yep, it's like backing an animal into a corner, Cap. You give him no choice but fight. Spirit, yep, maybe not the brightest decision to go for Roche, but you don't have any other options. It's either fight now or flee to most likely be tracked down later, and Geek Fam now take a considerable advantage. Nice job by Cuckoo there, effectively just walking in. That's the benefit of this lineup. It's something you don't really think about too much, but at the end of the day, Dota is a lot about controlling information. When one team has multiple heroes that can just walk at the enemy, and the other team has none, it's significantly more difficult for said team to make decisions because you just don't know where the enemy's going to come from. They had some vision in the mid lane, but none around the pit, so they just get pictured. Cuckoo runs in, RP out of nowhere, and there really were no answers.
We're talking about the timing, and it seems like Team Spirit have missed it. So is there a backup plan that Team Spirit can fall on? Can they move into the late game, and can they try and re-itemize themselves for a little bit more of a late game timing? Can this Tiny turn into a semi-core? It's certainly not going to happen anytime soon if he dies here. Carl was looking for someone in the back line. I think he thought maybe a support he could catch instead. Misha? He's going to beat down Urgon, and Misha does show up eventually. He was like, Carl's like, that's what I was looking for. I knew somebody was going to be around here, and sure enough, they get the +1 once again. Team Spirit just seemed incapable of just letting losses be.
Yeah. And now you're at a point where I like the ILTW build at first, but now you're in a scenario where maybe you can kill Dubu. He really doesn't care. As we discussed earlier, he likes the punishment. You don't even tickle these cores. Your best bet when you attack Abaddon or Mag is that you'll burn their mana. They're not real heroes. Considering Cuckoo has an Aegis, I wouldn't be surprised to see Geek Fam just look to go high ground pretty soon. And there's Spider Legs, though, for more, but of destruction. I haven't seen that.
That is the minus armor aura.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the really busted one on TA and PA. Another very interesting mechanic regarding neutral items.
Yeah, being able to get auras or debuffs that the other team can't get at times.
Well, they could get it if they were luckier.
Yes.
And, you know.
Sometimes you just aren't.
You got to make your own luck, Cap.
Tell that sort of like Spirit, we're kind of stuck inside their base and can't farm neutrals right now.
Sort of like we can make our own items, just, you know, not the new 62 of them.
What kind of item would you make, Kyle? You had your opportunity to step into Ice Frog's shoes and just make one. What would you want to see?
I'd like to see more regarding mischance and accuracy. Okay. I really hate
something
that,
besides MKB.
Yeah, I hate that it's still, you know, for a decade now just been this MKB versus Butterfly relationship. I'd really like to see a cheaper item that provided accuracy.
Like Bloodthorn?
That's a little expensive, Cap.
True. Well, this is just going to be Team Spirit. I mean, they are trying to fight it out with a BKB Morphlink, but you can see pretty obviously they're turning on to Cuckoo and such. Cuckoo wants the punishment right now because he knows as soon as you turn and fight Raven, he's going to start running at some heroes. With a buyback coming out from the Lich, they're a little bit timid about just running at them straight up. They don't want to throw their lead, but...
It's like I'm watching the NFL playoffs, Cap. You've got 3 offensive linemen moving forwards as the 2 supports just kind of chill in the back waiting for an opportunity. There's really nothing you can do as Spirit, but as we discussed, where's the initiation? It's Tiny. If you see Tiny, no one else has to be afraid. And as long as you keep the fight in front of you, if Geek Fam are positioned properly, don't get pincered, there's really no way for Spirit to take a proper engagement. And as you look at the net worth, you've got PL and Magnus who have itemized for farming and can continue to do so. Fights are a maybe, a luxury. You don't need them. You're going to kill more of the map, and if Spirit want to come out of their base, well, now I guess we'll kill you too.
Cuckoo. We'll take the high ground, just a little bit of chip damage on the tier 3. It's one of the dangerous parts about the Abaddon compared to the Omni Knight, right? A lot more pushing power being allowed with that mist, that Curse of Avernus, allowing the whole team to rip apart a tier 3 pretty quickly. Team Spirit, they lose another fight like that, they're probably going to be down at least a tier 3 in Shrines, or maybe even a full Barracks. And that Radiance is so far away. And the Radiance by itself, when it does come online, is going to be about at the point where Phantom Lancer has his heart plus whatever stat items he has. He's going to be super tanky. and that damage burn over time isn't really going to mean much to him.
Against a PL with no real illusion counter, you really desperately need a Mjolnir, but you look at the Spirit lineup, and I can't think of who would have purchased one. The Radiant's also critical, and that's why I think it should have been rushed. Maybe you get 1 or 2 build-up items, but 3 build-up on the Omni, it's just...
Okay, they found Raven entirely by himself. There's going to be some help from GeekFam coming in, but they can burst him down fast enough a little bit more. It isn't going to be enough. Carl comes in, does manage to land the RP, but now their damage dealer is gone. Therefore, Team Spirit still have the advantage in this fight. Toss over, nice play by Ergon, making sure he catches Zephyr at least here. Should be able to kill this support. GeekFam still kind of sticking around as Carl and Cuckoo quickly realize that this support is not worth it. They're going to run for the hills. And Team Spirit, finally, they find an opening. Not enough to change the overall dynamic of this game, but it's a little something.
They do have now 50 seconds on outposts and 38 on the PL and Rubik, so you should be able to win at least one of those.
No, you're back.
XP.
Once again, every single time something like this happens, Team Spirit gets some sort of engagement, they quickly break apart, and GeekFam are really good at punishing that. Unfortunately, not able to get the kill here.
Glyph down bottom. Miscue there from Raven. If the team was a bit closer, maybe you're able to turn that around. And that's what Spirit are going to need. That was their last smoke. So now they're going to have to find those opportunities organically. And it's important that ILTW is able to initiate in with the Tiny. You kill somebody right off the bat. Either Mag, one of the supports really. You're not going to kill anybody else unless they're completely isolated.
Ergon going for an Aghanim Scepter. I understand you didn't go any right-click items. The Aghanim Scepter is not going to do you a whole lot of good if you don't actually have some damage to back it up.
Yeah, but it'll kill the illusions at least. It's more forms of AoE.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't mind it. There's really not much else you could buy here.
Pull back, BKB, ILTW just turns and fights. He's going to go straight for Dubu, who's going to be saved by the Glimmer King. Meanwhile, Carl's going to be pulled back in by that Sinister Gaze. Misha being attacked by Cuckoo is quickly ripped apart by the physical damage, and now Raven looks to be able to chase down these Strength Cores. Nice Winter's Curse turning things around. Might have actually allowed Ergon to get away. Blinks out, should be good. A nice reset from Team Spirit in a fight that was going to go against them, because this time around, they didn't find an opening kill on a Phantom Lancer.
Yeah. As you can see, once the 5 heroes of Geek Fam show, all of a sudden it's dangerous. And this actually is a tough death for Nangrata because it was so long into the fight. Now you got a lot of time for Geek Fam with the waves push. You perhaps get into the tier 3s.
And it slowed down his Radiance by quite a bit. Now we have the level 20 on the Phantom Lancer, so good luck getting away from this.
This is the key time for Spirit. They need to buy some space to get the Radiance, to get the Ags up, so you can at least deal with these illusions. But you're going to have an Abyssal up on Raven quite soon. He's already got the Manta Basher, about to finish an Abyssal Blade.
It's crazy how he doesn't have to go hard in this game, because he looks at it and he's just like, they don't have an answer to it. Unless it's 1v5, I'm really not going to be dying.
Abyssal's really not. You get a little bit of an initiation, charge forwards, you get a follow-up bash onto a Morph or a Wyvern, you're going to be able to 100-0 them, no problem.
Yeah.
Spirit need to utilize their big ultimates to capitalize, find fights plus objectives. You've got GA, Wyvern ulti. You need to use these to combo break and get a turnaround. If you're Geek Fam, you kind of just have to poke and prod, get some of these big ults burn, and then you can fully commit.
Well, this is going to be a long, hard hold for Team Spirit, it seems, but they do have the level 20 on Morph, so he's got the attack on Waveform, which will help him deal with the illusions a little bit.
They're slowly getting out farmed. Geek Fam, I think, playing this right. They're just maintaining a presence in the enemy jungle as 5. Choking out 2 waves. This is a simple, if you're ever playing pro matches with your friends, you're trying to get better, it's a very easy way. When you have a lead, the simplest thing to do is sit as 5 at the enemy woods, camp mid, camp the off lane, and just eventually wait for the opportunity to strike.
Hey, because there's something in the middle of the map that will give you an opportunity. If you just keep controlling it, that Roshan, right? Roshan's going to spawn. We keep on getting these upgrades to Roshan. You know, first it was the cheese being added in. Then it was going to be the refresher shard. Now we even have that Aghanim Scepter. It's to your advantage to just control the map. You eventually will get so strong. You'll be able to just bully down at least one lane of barracks. Plus level 25 would be a nice pickup for the Phantom Lancer as well, since they already have enough problems on the side of Team Spirit in dealing with illusions. If they can get that doppelganger time, it'd be pretty sweet.
One of the Ags shortly. You can see on our stat, very fast BKB on the Morphling.
Not necessarily a good thing.
Exactly.
Right? It's his itemization choice of he was rushing that BKB, therefore he got it faster than the average time, but it now means that he's going to fall off.
I'm always a fan, and part of why strength heroes are so good in this patch is because they can buy items that increase both their durability and their acceleration. Magnus is a perfect example. Echo Saber fits right into your kit. It's exactly what you need. Harder hitting, mana regen, and HP. So you continue to buy these items like AC, like BKB, that not just increase your offensive power, but also make it very difficult to the enemy side to target you. And that's something I wanted to see more out of from Spirit, instead going for more. They just had too many holes in the draft, right? Because they need these blinks to try and find initiation tools. Unfortunately, Geek Fam, just too many answers, and now they're in some trouble. There's the Ags on Tiny.
They've got the Ags. They've got a repair kit as well to be able to hold high ground a little bit better. They have the Scotty on the Morphling, so they may be behind. Oh, Misha is going to be immediately jumped on by the Abyssal Blade. Winter's Curse goes out, but it was on Illusion. Good try, but they need something better there. Zephyr does manage to steal the GA, protecting himself for a little bit longer. RP coming out, controlling ILTW. They have the Golden Brace, but it's not on ILTW, and he's actually going to die. Just too much damage from both Raven as well as Carl, and now they look to be able to chase down these heroes. Ergon blink up into Spider Legs over the cliff, pretty easy. And they don't really have to chase down these heroes if they don't want to. They can just go for buildings because Team Spirit have no buybacks. Again, they just got their power spike by purchasing all these items.
Just go for Throne, yep.
Just go for Throne.
Win the game.
Well, they're going to throw out their repair kits, and that's going to be 2 tier 4s multi-shotting all over the place.
Or maybe not. You force the kits, though. You'll take those. At least be 2 racks.
You could still maybe go for 2 racks or maybe Megas. The repair kit thrown out there. Of course, it did mean that Immersion had to get too close. Gets caught, but hey, at least things are slowing down quite a bit. 30 seconds for the Morphlings, so he'll definitely be up in time for that 3rd hold of the barracks. But 24,000 net worth in the hole, plus 2 lanes of barracks down. Certainly not a fun place for Geek Fam to be.
Yeah, the lead jump from 10 to 15, now 25K. Geek Fam, huge lead, now 2 racks. All you got to do now is regroup, regen. Probably just look to continue. You almost have a butterfly up on the PL along with that Aegis.
All right, how does Team Spirit hold this? They got caught off guard last time, but this time they're going to have a structured team fight. What do?
You gotta, I don't know, you don't have enough damage anymore, Cap. You can't kill all of the cores unless they, I don't even know. You don't have enough AoE to kill them all at once either. You need some kind of miracle.
It feels like one of those things where Immersion the entire time has to get the perfect Winter's Curse. He has to hit Raven with all of his illusions, hitting himself, and maybe grab somebody like Carl to do some damage for him too. But look at that Geek Fam just staying very spread. Carl on one side, Raven on the other. They know as long as they're not grouped up, it is very tough for Team Spirit to find that initiation. Misha, he's going to be a little bit far forward. They do have the Aegis on the Phantom Lancer. That's why he's willing to just dive like this. ILTW goes for the back line, saved by Cuckoo, that quickening charm. Multiple miscoils and an Aphotic Shield is enough. Our support on the side of Team Spirit does die. Winter's Curse out on the real Raven. That's going to be doing a lot of damage, but again, he has a second life, plus he has the Doppelganger, so he's going to be able to get away with the first life still intact. Carl, his BKB is running a little bit low, can't find a good RP, so he's going to have to back up. ILTW as the Phantom Lancer tries to challenge, but Dubu with the freezing field doing so much damage. Now the RP locking down the 2 of them. The Golden Brace is out. This time it is on ILTW. It will save him for a little bit longer. Enough for him to be able to get out. Noble Doppelganger trying to run out Zephyr into the back line once again, but Raven's doing the same thing, and he's doing it better than ILTW, as he's going to be able to finish off both the supports and get Megas for them, plus the Abyssal Blade now into ILTW, burning them out of mana. They're going to throw out the Guardian's Angel, yes, but there's going to be silence. Eventually the GA will fade, and ILTW will start taking tons and tons of physical damage, and nobody from Team Spirit can really bail him out unless Ergon can somehow do an amazing amount of damage. He slows him down a bit with the Avalanche, but again, you can just see nothing really stops Geek Fam. Maybe you can slow him down for a moment. In the end, this is a freight train running through game 1.
It's the new Dota 2 Cap almost always turns these team fights into a war of attrition. If you don't have the ability to pay your DPS output, you will simply run out of it, as we saw there. Yeah, LTW gets the backline, gets Rubik to near dead, but it just doesn't matter. Omni's out of mana, he can't GA. You can keep your heroes alive, sure, but eventually Geek Fam will overcome. A dominant victory in that first game. And Spirit now 1 away.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Feel like I have a presence in this game. I can go here and do this. I personally don't think Wyvern is a bad 4, by the way. I want to underline that. I think it's completely playable as a position 4. I think it's good here in the patch, but again,
it's about
does your team dynamic work like that?
Dota is such a deep game. It's about team composition, what you're playing against. It only takes like one hero on the enemy side for your whole draft to look bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy to be smart after a game. Why didn't you pick more stuns? Why didn't you pick more saves?
Why didn't you itemize better against PL? You should have been able to do that, right? Like, I mean, those are, we can obviously look back and say those kind of things.
I mean, what else would we talk about, right?
Yeah, what else would we do if we weren't going to criticize things that we have knowledge about now? So we do have a few bans in now. Looks like I see Razor.
Trent, again.
Well, of course.
Trent has been banned every game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty stupid hero right now. I think it's fair to say that's very, very strong.
If you want to climb MMR, you kids at home, just pick Treant. You don't even need to use living armor.
Wait,
write that down.
Okay, hold on.
How to double your MMR.
All right. MMR, Treant plus plus equals MMR. Okay, got it.
Even after the slight nerfs, I still think...
it seems like a very strong. It's just, like, the thing is, even if his spells themselves are not extremely difficult to deal with, it's the innate ability of being able to walk through trees that he just got for free, which is...
Why?
At a really high level of play, I think it's kind of overlooked, because when everybody's complaining about Treant in their pubs, they're like, man, this first spell is way too strong, it deals so much damage, like Macro Pyre with a slow. It's like, that's not really true, but it's a good spell, I'm not going to disagree. But at the highest level of play, being able to walk through trees to place wards, to get information, like these really high skill things are... Nobody wants to play against it.
Right.
It's just annoying. Okay.
All right, so we were asking for Immersion Earthshaker. Here it is, and I was wondering why this hero is not picked. It's one of my most played heroes, and he received the huge buff in the previous version.
Silencer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do you think that other teams aren't on it?
Some teams are slow to figure the patch out. They're prioritizing different heroes. He is a lane dominator, and this hero can become, if you play him as 5, can also look like a 4, maybe sometimes even 3, considering how much intelligence he gets at the early levels. Like, he wants to take those fights, and he's much better at harassment, especially if he's laning, like trading hits between him and other intelligence hero or the other support or off lane who's relying on mana early on. He just shines there.
Something I'm wondering about this draft when you see Team Spirit come in from a loss and it's their potentially last game, is this a saved strat where they're like, we are backs against the wall, this is the best thing we have? Because you can have 2 different approaches to going into a group stage. One is we go all out in the start, we want to get that win first, build our confidence and go from there. And the other one is let's save a strategy for when we're on the ropes that we think kind of beats the meta right now, or is the secret thing. And for them, it might be this. They haven't picked any of these heroes in the first phase before.
Well, and you have
totally different.
And they don't want to show it to RNG either, right? Like when they played. So it's like, meh, let's say.
Yeah, we're gonna lose against RNG no matter what we pick. So we better just save it for later.
I mean, that's not really a championship attitude, but I don't think Team Spirit come in with a championship expectation.
But that's a money making and a point making strategy.
If you can save a strategy and it can bring you from 5th, 6th to top 4, that's good. Because I think if they would have burnt this strategy to get 1 win against RNG, well, will you get more wins with this later or not?
Right.
Like, I think, you know, if Team Spirit comes in as an underdog and know they're an underdog, I don't necessarily mind this approach to it. It's just being realistic.
With just these 2 heroes, they're much more active than in the previous game. You have Fisher to set things up either with a block or once he gets a Blink Dagger, Global Silence to follow things up. Also, you don't need to bring that many numbers to get a kill because of the Global Silence, especially at the early stages.
What do you think about picking Mag into Silencer? Because I've had pretty good experience playing Silencer against Mag. If you have any sort of vision, you can counterplay RP, you can counterplay Skewer. It gives you a guaranteed way of trying to kill this guy. But in this patch, he's just got like seemingly 50% tankier than he was a couple of months ago. So in the past, I would consider this a decent counter. I don't know if I do anymore.
pretty much the same as playing Mag into Wyvern, in my opinion. Like, you have a great counter, whether you want to, once you go in, they all group up around RP, or just having that threat. Maybe Silencer a bit better because of the global, so everyone else is silenced, but less skill potential than Wyvern.
Yeah. And we just don't want to see Team Spirit get too cute here, right? We got a couple nice picks. Yeah. Let's just keep that going on. Let's keep it pretty basic and play to our strengths. Right? Let's not.
They've got teamfight covered. I think their laning is fine so far, depending on what they pair with the Shaker. Stay on track with getting good teamfight and maybe another stun, and then get the better carry of the game. It's just that's one of these things about Magnus that makes it hard for me, is that it feels like he always has that ace for if the game goes late. If you technically have an inferior carry matchup, but your mid hero is Magnus, this guy is kind of a carry in himself with a BKB piercing lockdown. So can you really reliably win? Let's say in the last game it was swapped and we feel like, okay, PL is a counter to Morphling or whatever. If they swapped sides, the Magnus could probably have dealt with a farm PL as well, right? So you've got to be concerned. I think this Magnus hero seems really powerful right now in general, and it's probably...
You're not wrong, Syndrin.
It's underrated, right? We've seen it getting picked
underrated?
We've seen it. Yeah, teams are not overall first picking. They didn't 8-9 it either, right? Spirit could have taken it into Rubik. Do you feel like Rubik is a strong enough counter that you don't take Mag because you're scared getting RP stolen? Kyle was talking about, I kind of like the way he talked about it. I don't 100% agree, but he was saying Mag has kind of transitioned into the Enigma state where you don't, the threat of RP is like the threat of Black Hole, but now Magnus is a hero without it.
Because he usually
so
doesn't
much damage
get an early Blink Dagger. He's so tanky that even if he, let's say, goes in, gets caught in a bad position, you still can't burst him, and you feel the threat of that Magnus.
The reason I'm saying he's underrated is that there's been games where he went through the first phase, and there's been games where he wasn't picked, and there's been opportunities for the team that lost to Mag to let 8-9 it, for example, like this, and they don't do it. So
I still think the problem with Mag is his strength gain is way too high. So once you get to Double Bracer, Magic Wand, Power Treads, now he's building into Echo Saber. That's kind of a standard build. It's way too tanky. You need to bring numbers. Even when he's level 5, 6 on a mid lane, you need to bring 3 heroes to actually kill him.
So it looks like we missed a Slark and a Chen. Like, I love Slark, okay? Like, I think...
That's a statement I haven't heard a lot, but yes.
Really? Well, you know,
if you pick, that's kind of the opinion of whole Dota community. Like, if you pick Slark, something's wrong with you.
Oh,
like you want to get MMR easy. Like that, it's not fair.
Yeah. Well, remember,
we've all been there. Like losing to just this hero going. Insane, having 100+ agility.
Yeah. You're like, oh, he can't die anymore. Yes, I can. I am great at Dota now.
You can write that down as well.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I got Treant. Okay, more.
So this exact thing happened yesterday in one of Nigma's games, right?
Gain MMR, get reported.
Nigma picked Slark into Mag Rubik as well, I think. The exact same situation happened last night. I seem to remember. I was like, yeah, this is good. It's good against both heroes. You can break out of RP against Rubik. You can break out of telekinesis. He really hates when you get on top of him and just wail away at him. But the response here in the Chen is kind of a tempo changer. So it looks like what they're identifying on GeekFam's side is, well, we could possibly look to hit a mid-game timing with Mag Chen and just ball down a lane. And if you guys can't kill us in global silence, our team fight's just better.
All right, question. That's a core silencer, right? It's either mid or position 3 silencer.
It could be a Shaker. 3 Shaker.
I'd prefer silencer. Like, he's way better laner. You have Earthshaker to protect you. You can also spam your glaives with CM aura. I want to see some kind of control against this Slark, because these 3, like, he can get out of everything with just Dark Pack.
You wait with deciding what Silencer and Shaker are. That's part of the strength of these two together, is that you don't... Like, if the next hero is bad against Silencer, maybe you put Silencer core. Yeah, if it's a safe lane carry that's bad against Shaker in lane, you could put Shaker.
I'll mention Beast Coast. They were playing Silencer in the previous patch as position 3, and it worked out for them. And here comes the counter.
Oh, good old Bloodseeker.
He's very good against Ag's Shaker. So maybe now you put Silencer core just in case. Because I think if you're playing core Shaker, most of the time, Aghanims is part of the build at some point. And you don't want to play that into Rupture. It's very annoying. Good here against Slark, of course.
10 seconds remaining.
Rupture against Slark. If Slark gets low, even in Fog, he's still visible, so he can't heal up with Shadow Dance. You have a pretty decent combo with telekinesis into Bloodright. You have another combo in RP into Bloodright, Skewer into Bloodright. So the synergy is definitely there.
So if you're Team Spirit now, well, I mean, I like what we have so far.
Yeah.
What are we missing?
We are missing an offlaner for Geek Fam. They need a good hero that can lane against Slark, so I don't think like they're gonna put a Baron or anything similar and no Underlords because they'll just get murdered in that lane.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
If you want to play into this,
what about Slardar?
Not a fan here. I think that's I don't like playing Slardar against Maiden and Shaker. That's pretty rough. It's really long reach, slow and stun. It's the kind of the bane of Slardar is when people can get him from far away. Because you're kind of dependent on running into fights until you get dagger. But
once you get to level 2, like Slark lane is just unplayable. You hit creeps, then you stun him, then follow up with another stun, telekinesis. I'm not sure if they played, but I love Slardar as a counter to Slark, at least in the laning stage.
The lane is good.
What else is there?
Axe, apparently.
That doesn't seem too exciting.
Well, it is pretty exciting. I love this hero.
Okay, you do.
I absolutely love the hero.
You're like Stoneface then.
I'm not saying it's fantastic in this patch or in this game. I just love Axe.
Oh, okay.
I love the hero. About this...
I mean, he's going to have the same issues as we discussed about the Slardar in the laning stage.
It's a hard lane for Slark if Axe has good backup, and he will be laning with Rubik. So they're just going to push the wave into this Slark. And if it's a Slark CM lane, that's not that good against this matchup.
I love the Axe as response to Slark. I talked about any kind of control, and this is the control that he can't get out of.
Hey,
all right.
This is the first time I have seen Monkey King.
I think it's the first time this tournament, yeah. I believe so.
Yeah.
And we talked about getting Ergon comfortable. He plays a really good Monkey King. I'm pretty sure he will be playing this.
So there's 3 melee cores on Geek Fam, and you have Monkey King and Slark. So much that they can have 2 lanes won just by having these two pretty much anywhere after this 10th pick.
Well, I like this Monkey King pick a lot. I like, if I had to just pick based on the draft, I think
I'd go left.
Team Spirit's draft is really good this game.
And I was thinking that for Team Spirit, this gives them that opportunity to be able to maybe play from ahead, right? To be able to get that first little bit of victory in the game. Say, okay, we got the laning stage. Now let's turn that into winning the mid game, right?
Yep.
And as opposed to falling behind, or staying even. Get that confidence back, like you said. Say, you know what, that was a bad game. We're going to pretend that never happened. Let's get this one. Let's stay alive.
Ability is pretty much our lower cooldown. If there's no Echo Slam, no Global Silence, they can still keep fighting with these 3 cores. I'm kind of digging Team Spirit's draft way more.
I think if the drafts were reversed, I would say Geek Fam's got this 100%.
There would be no question.
The thing that's got me a bit uncertain is that I think Geek Fam is the better team, so they can win with an inferior draft. But this is the only time this tournament, or the biggest time this tournament, Team Spirit has outdrafted their opponent, I think. They beat against NIP when I don't know if it was an outdraft when they beat NIP.
They had Necro, Spectre. I wouldn't call that an outdraft.
To be fair, I only saw the second draft.
Okay.
But this one, I like them.
Well, it's nice to go into a game after your draft and feel good, right?
Yeah,
and you go, okay, look, you know what? It's not one of those like false things where you're just like, no, I can make this work. You're like, no, I feel good about this. We can get this. Let's just do it, right? But there is always this pressure in the back of your mind. If we lose, this is it. And now I'm ready to find out if they can do it. I really do think that I like Team Spirit's draft. I think they can win the laning stage, and if they do, they will win. If they don't win the laning phase, I don't think that they're going to win.
Yep.
So let's get over to our casters for Game 2.
All right, we've got a very optimistic panel on our hands that we're going to be seeing our first Game 3 of the day. The panel believes, our host believes. Kyle, do you believe?
No, I think the panel's totally wrong. I like Geek Fam's draft. I think they're grossly overestimating this Spirit lineup. They once again have that same issue where I look at this draft, I see nothing that's going to get more durable as the game progresses. Both Monkey King and Slark fill the same role within a team fight in that they want to sort of pincer. They want to collapse from the side as there's already an an engagement underway. Nobody's going to be able to provide that vision. In addition, you have absolutely nothing against BKB with the exception of a Silencer ult and a Mag Axe and Bloodseeker that are just going to go full Divide, kill your supports, kill your Shaker, 2-0 this.
You know, I love the fact that any other talent, I would have set them up for something like that, and they would have been like, oh, you know, I think the panel makes some good points. Kyle over here, a man who's an expert at being wrong so many times, has no problem saying, no, you're wrong. This time,
I'm not afraid to take a hard stance. I just, again, it's like you have a Chen too. That's the big X factor for Geek Fam. Yes, the laning phase for Spirit should do well, but you have a Shaker against a Seeker. That's not good for Spirit. And Monkey King, incredibly weak to Chen rotations. Sure, you're going to out CS the Mag, but one stun creep and a skewer back, and you're just dead. You're a very low armor, low HP hero.
Okay, let's start with the Shaker one, because I think that's the one part. I actually agree with you a lot of those things. That's the one part I kind of disagree with you. You think Bloodseeker owns the Earthshaker lane?
I suppose if he goes for this WE build, then yes, it could be a lot more equalized, especially because he has a Crystal Maiden. After the change, when Shaker offlane was super popular, it's because the W scaled in mana cost 20, 30, 40, 50. Now it starts at 35. So having a CM aura behind you is very helpful to ensure you can keep spamming out that harass on the melee opponent. Yeah, we'll expect to see him. So yeah,
well, thank you, Kyle. I didn't have to debate with you at all. You made my point for me. Thank you. Otherwise, no, I totally agree. I think the Axe is an interesting pickup, though. Yeah. I'm not totally sold on the hero, but hey, they know what their matchup is. Yeah. They're going to say, we're going to aggressively put it to this Slark as best as possible. And, well, right now, with no spins, Cuckoo not feeling good about the trade.
Again, the big thing that Geek Fam has, once again, is this BKB Piercing Disable, right? Yep. All three cores have a manner of dealing either damage or disable through spell immunity. Thus, the Monkey King specifically has to stay ahead. This has got to be a mid-1-esque MK. He's got to get a winning lane. He's got to start rotating, get a bunch of kills, because if he doesn't stay an item ahead, all of a sudden you just get ran at, and there's not a damn thing you can do.
Oh, the Silencer. He actually looks kind of good as a support against Rubik, who normally wins these fights because of Bait Bolt and being able to lower the enemy support's damage, therefore wins the trade-off. But a Silencer, just, you know, with his Glaze of Intelligence, stealing and stealing and stealing and building up more damage, can actually win these man fights until maybe a Battle Hunger comes in.
Yeah, I do love the Axe as well. It's not here we see very often, but this is a Southeast Asian squad. This is Cuckoo, some KP popularized as well during his time on NSEA. It's just one of those offlaners that you pretty much play the same in a pub as you do in a pro match, and it's great for these newer, these more aggressive players, really, and that's the name of Cuckoo's game.
Well, what about our mid lane matchup? That should be good for Team Spirit, right? We've got Monkey King versus a melee core, one of the few heroes that Magnus isn't going to be able to beat with just Empower spamming.
Doing very well thus far, but it's still a decent matchup for Mag. You're going to get 60-40'd. That DD is going to help him a lot. Should be able to win this wave, no problem.
See Urgon trying to get the stacks up while Carl just focuses on finishing that CS. But you can see, yeah, Urgon, he's not going to be able to stay on toe-to-toe against a DD, even with the stacks of Jingu. And it is something that is right up Urgon's sort of playbook. He likes to be able to play those playmaking mids. Unfortunately, didn't look good last game on the Tiny. Was a bit of an off game for him, but otherwise, it's usually the playstyle Urgon.
Big thing is 0 down bottom. The Silencer Harass, just literally using all of his mana and spamming glaives, is securing his safe lane for Slark, one of the key heroes for Spirit. If not the key hero, really. If he gets over farmed, he could be the X factor. I'm just always afraid, if I'm Slark, of two things. One is Bloodseeker, because Rupture is uncleansable and I'm stuck. And second is disables that are able to be ground targeted or Axe Call. Right. It also isn't cleansable. So you might get a packed off, but you're still going to be stuck there attacking into an Axe. We'll probably have a Blade Mail at some point, and a ton of follow-up damage able to be applied on top.
Skewer RP, 2 different AoE disables, and then on top of that, there's the beautiful combination of Skewer plus Rupture.
That's a good point.
Gross.
It's just one of those lineups. It's, again, Spirit, they have to stay ahead. It's like the guys were saying on the panel. They need to win the lanes and never lose momentum.
Non-Grata doing what he can in this lane. Bloodright spam, though. That's how Bloodseekers just kind of get away with every single lane. They get level 2 Bloodright, spam it over and over, guarantee range creeps, and... Oh, Misha. You know, I bet he's probably thinking to himself, do I really care? I mean, it's first blood, of course, that sucks. But at the same time, he kind of needed to reset his mana.
Yep. I like the Orb of Venom pickup on Axe. If you get on top of the silencer and he's not close to his tower, he will just go down.
Yeah, that's a cool choice.
Nothing you can do against a disable and the double slow or courier.
As the heroes get low at the bottom lane. I always love the Axe Bloodseeker combination because you know Axe lanes, they're always going to be harassing heroes enough to bring them below that 75% barrier, and that's where the thirst charges start kicking in.
Yeah, it's going to be really important. Once nighttime hits, Dubu has got to look to help out his mid player. You get one kill for the mag, and then all of a sudden he'll be level 6, and then the RP threat will be enough to force Aragon to play a bit more passive, as you can see so far. A bit better than I expected. Monkey King 27-14 versus 18-2, so more of like a 65 or 70% split going the way of this Radiant MK.
Aragon making sure that Carl actually doesn't feel any love whatsoever. Is going to be forced to skewer back. Good read by him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Misha going to die once again, as it looks like he was trying to push out a little bit and does manage to allow ILTW to secure a bounty rune with that play, but does die.
You're good at level 1 that first couple waves, but I have played Silencer against Axe. It is unwinnable. Eventually, you're going to get caught with no boots and battle hunger, and you're just dead. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Carl doing that last little bit of happy, efficient farming in the jungle, because that mid matchup is turning to a point where he just needs to get out of lane.
And this,
that's a rough one.
Yeah.
Always got to be careful of those thirst charges. They had vision of him, so they even get the battle hunger on him, forcing him to Dark Pact it off. And Zephyr just dabs him down, charging through the tower.
Already up 3-0 is Geek Fam. They were outlaned at first, but they have way more kill potential. And once again, a big part of that's the support disparity. You have Rubik Chen, two excellent rotators that get stronger as the game progresses. Silencer CM, very effective at level 1 and 2 harass, but now what? Where do you rotate to? Again, I think this mid matchup is the one we've got to try and exploit for both teams. You can see already there's a high ground ward placed by Geek Fam, so it's going to be tough for CM to wrap around.
Cuckoo, low on mana, taking a lot of harassment damage. We'll just reset. Agata trying to make sure the Raven doesn't get some of these last hits, but sadly can't keep control of the creep wave, so that's where Immersion's going to bounce out. As you said, it's about this mid lane. Immersion making the rotation before Dubu can.
Yep. He sees the ward, he sees the CM's teleported, no reason to stay nearby, and I like this. What's the weakness of Monkey King mid? Well, you can't really harass ranged heroes too easily, so now you just plant the Rubik there. Mag can easily rotate to the jungle farm efficiently thanks to the Empower, and bottom lane, it's Axe versus Slark. You're fine with this.
Yeah, certainly.
And this is one way to deal with a rough laning phase, right? If you can abandon the laning phase sooner rather than later and just jump straight to the mid game, it's going to help your team out quite a bit. Soon you're going to see Chen look to rotate, maybe even link up with the Rubik. You can abandon one lane if needed, no problem, and just ensure you're exploiting weaknesses in 2. And we have Monkey King's ahead, but no innate farming mechanic, so you've got to kind of stay aggressive. You're a hero slayer. You need to, it's like a quap. Think of Monkey King as similar in that regard, because you can win the lane, sure, but you need more than that.
He's got to keep up the pace and can afford very few deaths, otherwise he just starts losing that momentum. Immersion pulled back in and will be easily picked up by the first little pop out from Carl. He wanted to make sure that that hard camp stack was secured, so he had no problem getting a kill on Immersion to secure it.
Oh, it looks like top lane Grotto is trying to think about dunking. No, doesn't have level 6.
So maybe he stole some of the experience, yes, and maybe he took some of those last hits, but probably a majority going to the Magnus and Bloodseeker.
Gonna miss the ward, unfortunately.
We just gotta wait. Is Ergon just gonna keep farming until he has Echo Saber, and then we're gonna see him rotate around?
I really want to see him do more.
Yeah.
I don't. This again, you're a quap, you're a puck. Sitting mid is nice, but I want to see him get aggressive. If this is a mid one, Monkey King, he's hopping through the trees already. Yeah. You push this lane middle and then walk around for 20 seconds. At least then you're forcing Mag to be a little afraid. But if you're just camping mid, you're not actually affecting the enemy team's farming patterns, even though you're the top net worth in the game.
Okay, so what about this part though? Mid one. Previously, yes, he would have been running around as early as 5 minutes when, first bounty runes are spawning. But we now have these 10-minute outposts. So maybe Ergon's thinking to himself, I'm going to make myself as powerful as possible so that 10-minute rotation really comes strong.
Sure. Or he's just going to get there at 9 minutes. Already TP's bottom looking to hunt this Axe.
Okay, he's going to be able to find him. Cuckoo thinking, oh, okay, I'm going to go for this Misha kill, and Ergon, well, he ends up missing his jump forward. Cuckoo doesn't really have an out, though.
Obviously, he's just going to get stunned if he tries to go for a TP away. Urgon just needs one more hit. Can Cuckoo somehow juke through the trees? Can he break their ankles? He's going to be able to get some vision, jumps on top of Cuckoo, and he's going to fall now. He tried. He bought a little time.
Plus 2 or -2? What's your vote?
What?
Plus 2 or -2?
Wait, which one do I prefer? Yeah. I prefer -2. I like being able to. Inherently, I'm a 3 position and a support player. I like ruining the other person's game.
Gotcha. I think most of our viewers would agree with you.
Yes. Again, it goes back to that masochism. It's the other side of the coin is the sadism.
Dota players do like pain.
Yeah. 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Outpost time. Where are we going to be headed right now? It doesn't look like Geek Fam. They're just going to invade the bottom half of the map, and Team Spirit are going to give it up. So, oh, broom handle for a Monkey King? Yes,
he has
please.
iron poor man shield as well.
Oh, lovely.
This is so this is what I mean. You're like peak Monkey King right now.
Yeah.
Go fight.
Yeah.
You have 2 free items in addition to the Wraithband Phase. Soon to have an Echo Saber. It's time to get involved here.
And if you're Geek Fam, you are probably going to abandon this safe lane. Maybe Dubu can do little shenanigans with the neutral creeps, pulling off the creep aggro off the tower or something, but...
A Midas on the Slark. Well, we discussed how they didn't necessarily buy enough farming items the previous game. LTW, no boots, straight into the Midas. And I don't mind it, because you can't really play Dota against Bloodseeker in the mid game, so why not try and get to the late game?
Dubu tries to escape, gets blocked by a Fissure, Nangrata having no problem. Just throwing out the Echo Slam, kills the neutral creeps as well as their master in Dubu.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
This is where a game gets tricky. I'm fearful for the Spirit supports, but all 3 cores having a nice time. The blink on Nangrata is going to come out very quickly. That's going to be a huge X factor for his squad, because the initiation is going to be how you answer Geek Fam's farming patterns and aggression. They don't really have those answers because the mag is more of a core. You're not going to get a blink till second or third item.
Look at Zephyr. I love it when supports can make a read like this, saying, I can actually do a lot by playing in the trees here. He already killed the Siege Wagon wave. Nangrata actually is going to try and cut his way through, putting Zephyr in a really awkward position. He's probably going to die now, as they have plenty of stuns to be able to throw out.
Yep. He nukes the wave first, so that we'll be able to kill off the catapult.
That's all he wanted. He wanted to be able to stall out this push, just give his team more time to farm.
Yep. And look at the Dire side, right?
Yep.
They know that somebody on their team's dying. They don't care. 4 heroes farming in 4 different positions. That is a great usage of the space that Rubik just got for them. And yes, you're going to lose the tower, you lose 1, but it's now going to take that extra 30
lane,
seconds.
Carl. He does have the RP up, and that's silence. It's only going to last so long, so they have to back out.
Yep.
Don't challenge this Magnus, man. Double bracers. It's a hell of a drug.
Yeah. And this comes back to the... Oh, hang on. Rupture? Somebody?
Yeah, that is going to be immersion. Looks like he got caught out somewhere near that mid-tier 2. Carl's just going to keep moving forward. Does manage to get the courier, but now he's on the high ground. LTW says, okay, we can take a little man fight up here on the hill. King of the hill he is. Oh, what? That was a nice shockwave. Actually, a little awkward interaction where he pushed him to the north of the Magnus and he clipped out, but not enough to save his own life.
Yeah, so this is going to bring us to the concern with Spirit's draft, disregarding anything that these heroes can do.
Yeah.
Look at who's going to be showing.
Okay.
So look at this Radiant lineup, and I don't see anybody that actually wants to be in a lane. You want someone else in a lane, and you're camping it. Whether you're a Shaker with a Blink, a Monkey King in the trees, or a Slark running around out of vision, the problem is going to be who actually is the bait. Who's going to push these lanes? Geek Fam, you have 4 heroes that can all clear a creep wave in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult for Spirit to make any moves because they go smoke or something, and all of a sudden all the waves will be on their towers, and Geek Fam will know what's up. They can camp a high ground. Very difficult to fight into this team in a choke point.
Well, Urgon, he's taken that laning phase lead, he's gotten it, and he is staying ahead of the Magnus, which is impressive because he doesn't have the greatest wave clear compared to a Mag, who has that empower advantage. So at least he's doing that much, and they will be able to find their first opening here. Cuckoo just barely outside of his tier 1 tower, and immediately the trap is sprung.
Yep, they had no vision there, absolutely. And once again, though, keep in mind, Spirit was showing at the bottom.
Rotation from the 2 supports. This nice killing combo that's going to be able to catch Misha off guard. Again, Geek Fam just, you ever notice that? It's like they always read, hey, the enemy got this kill.
Yep.
And they actually run to that same area saying, oh, they're going to split up and we're going to find a pickoff.
Oh, hang on, Raven. Oh,
Okay, well now he's going to be ruptured, but it's running right into Urgon's trap, and he's going to try and set up with his ultimate. He's going to try and chase down Dubu here, but the Echo Saber should be easily slowed down enough, especially with that Fisher. Nicely done. And it looks like our Earthshaker was totally fine. Raven could not feel comfortable about challenging that Earthshaker since he is such a tanky hero.
Carl gets another courier too. I like the way they're playing this on Spirit. I've been concerned. Like the draft, this is a tough one to win with, but the way they're playing it is proper in the sense that Urgon is getting involved. He's the strongest hero on the team, and LTW went all in for his own game. He's bought a Midas, he's 0-1-1, and he has no intention of getting active until he picks up more items. This is the way you've got to play it in this scenario. And now you're going to see them smoke. Yep, you've got the blink on Shaker still. Silencer ultimate is active. It's time to rock and roll. Yeah. And they know that Bloodseeker's in this bottom lane. They had a ward.
So this is just a little bit of vision that obviously doesn't see the smoked heroes, but just the idea that like no one's really showing in the jungle. They're still going to be able to find Raven here, leading off with a stun from Nangrata. That is 2 times down. That ward has found a critical core kill. Throwing out the Global Silence just to make sure that there is no follow-up from GeekFam.
That's a poor path. You gotta go through the tier 2 area. Probably still dies there, but Spirit, if you're right under his ward, it will of course give it away. You can see it being pinged out right now. They know that they didn't invade the jungle though, so if they can take that out, they still should have control of their side of the map.
Oh, fan brace on a 2 bracer mag.
Take those.
Not gonna say no to that. And well, ILTW, he found probably an equally good item in the Pupil's Gift for an agility hero.
Is there a blink? Yeah, there's the blink on Mag. They're gonna have one on Axe pretty soon. In fact, I think Cuckoo might have one. And this is what I mean, like with these neutral items, man. This Mag has like his Van Brace Echo blink, and it just feels like he's way stronger than he should be at 16 minutes.
For sure. It would be even better if that Nether Shawl that he found was actually useful for this game. Unfortunately, it's a fair amount of physical damage, so he may not want the -3 armor. Looking at Raven once again, but this time around, GeekFam, they're setting a bit of a trap.
You gotta get that ward, folks.
Yeah,
I don't know. This area. You pinged it. You know it's there.
They lost 2 cores to that same ward, and they still haven't dewarded it. Now, these whole rotations are easily seen by Team Spirit.
It's the most frustrating thing reviewing replays as a coach or captain is when you realize like you lost a game just because they had vision of everything you tried to do for a little while. In the game, you have no knowledge, and in the replay, it's like, oh, well, they just saw us. Guess that's our bad.
You just have this odd feeling like something's not working out for Zephyr, who stole the tree tans, doesn't actually manage to get away fast enough, but Carl is going to be able to get the 2-mana RP underneath the tower. Immersion's going to let fall the freezing field. Hopefully they'll be able to stand and fight, and that's exactly what happens. Urgon pops his ultimate as well, and we just have this AoE of damage that nobody at GeekFam wants to be able to run into until Urgon starts getting low, but that big proc. They're going to be able to get the double kill onto Urgon. Raven, who sees a low health Monkey King, but he also knows he's got the Jingu stacks. He's going to be able to heal up as he throws the nuke out on the Dubu. Feels a little bit more. The Rupture's gone, but Cuckoo's going to be able to get the call. And now Raven makes his commitment onto Urgon's life, almost finishing off with the ultimate, but they will be able to overwhelm him, eventually getting that wicked 6 streak over to Cuckoo, and a lot of experience for GeekFam.
Notably, still no LTW, not involved whatsoever, still farming. That was a 4-on-5 scenario. Well done by Spirit there. I believe they come out of that 3-3. There was a buyback forced on Rubik, and then he died again. So Zephyr's game is going to be severely impacted. Now lowest net worth on his team. It was all about the Monkey King ult. You put it down on the objective, and all of a sudden GeekFam are forced to fight into it. That's exactly what you need. If that Rupture had gotten off, and then a Skewer was able to follow up from the mag, it would have almost certainly killed him right away. But luckily, that did not occur, and now you got a 2K lead on the game.
It is very nice that they have like a lot of answers to just standing in an area when they get ruptured.
You kind of need that, right? Yeah. That's the downside of the GeekFam lineup is that they don't have, they want to be chasing you. They want to be getting the 1 kill and then moving for more. Right. If you fight them in a death ball of sorts, the only AoE you really fear is the taunt and the RP. The BKBs are going to be huge for Spirit once they can pick those up. Dubu dead.
Classic Dubu death as he sacrifices himself to be able to push in a wave. Okay, eventually they will get this kill, but it's going to cost a little bit of mana from Team Spirit. Meanwhile, Carl, this is the second time that he's found Misha trying to farm up the mid lane because, as you said, who's going to be showing when you're making rotations like this? Well, Misha has to take it upon himself.
I actually don't mind what he's been doing. You're the least useful kill to give up to the enemy, and as you said, someone has to push lanes. if Non-Grata and the Monkey King are going to continue to farm, it's just ILTW on lanes, and he can't play as aggressive as he'd like to because there's always the threat of a rupture plus any ground stun, notably the skewer from the mag or the taunt of the axe. And you can see the heat map. He's effectively just playing jungle and lanes, no intention of getting aggressive, just wants to push lanes.
And as a result, he is second in net worth, just behind the Monkey King. So,
yep. Went for the Echo Saber as well instead of the more typical Slark items first, just because he wants the HP pool.
Yeah.
If he goes for, like, there's no reason to buy the Diffusal straight off the bat because you're not actually going to attack enemy heroes. So get the farming item, get what might actually increase your survivability as well.
I think it was a game this morning. I think maybe Gunner against Void went the same build just because he was like, I need something to survive through this Chronosphere. Just want the HP.
Yeah, still relatively even game. Approaching 20 minutes, Runes and Outposts might have the first real contest of this game, but looks like it'll be a repeat of the 10-minute mark where Dire goes bot, Radiant goes top, and everybody gets half.
I'm not sure if I'm super happy with that from Team Spirit. You know, I kind of feel like they're pretty strong right now. I want them to try and make that gamble of being able to control two outposts. You know, camp bottom lane and say, run at us, Geek Fam, see what happens.
The huge benefit they're working with right now is the Silencer ultimate, and I think is they can look to get aggressive every time it's off cooldown because you can just initiate with the Shaker and cover it with the Silencer ult. You're going to get the first kill, and then someone else can find another.
Geek Fam, they're the ones who are looking for the fight right now. They're smoked up, running towards top, and Team Spirit, they have put themselves on the high ground. Will they see the smoke? They do. Ergon actually breaks some of the smoke, sees a lot of these heroes, and Geek Fam, they may only be able to get Non-Grata, but Non-Grata actually managed to get a blink away. Ergon?
Yeah, they get out of here. That's the right call. Get the hell out of Dodge.
Oh, they actually global sounds to make sure that Non-Grata gets out, which I guess he is a core, so I kind of understand that, but it also spoils your team fight advantage you had.
And if you're Geek Fam, you could even consider looking to Roshan. You're just afraid of the Monkey King ultimate now with no Silencer ulti active. Of course, the Shaker dunk could be a problem, but you secure a perimeter, you should be fine. To your point, once that comes back up, I want Spirit to get aggressive. When the BKBs come out, your 5 position on Misha is suddenly useless instead of giving you a 5-second window to just win fights. And immediately Geek Fam, knowing there's no Silencer ult, will look to hunt. They're going to find one, maybe?
Yeah, they're running towards our Earthshaker. They really want that team fighting hero out of the way, and maybe that will open up what you were talking about, opportunities to be able to do something like Roche. Carl pushes forward, the RP going out on Misha. They are serious about getting whatever hero kills they can.
They didn't have the sentry right away. You saw K, he actually was attacking creeps that whole time to get the cleave damage.
Dire's top tower.
Okay, you've gotten 2 hero kills. What are you going to do with that, Geek Fam? They're gonna start running towards bottom.
This is right, because you don't want to wait. Like, it might look like a squandering of an ultimate here and there, but in reality, you were gonna fight with Silencer ult down, and once it comes back up, you want to chill. Keep farming, get the BKBs. So just spend the ults, get the kills, and now you get a tower, and you can chill afterwards. You look at Spirit's lineup, another weakness, they don't really have much Roche taking ability. They can fight around it, but if you're Geek Fam, you're gonna just ignore that objective until you're in a much better position, and you can comfortably take a team fight. Specifically, again, after the BKBs, and whoa, you just died to the...
That was a blade mail call.
Blade mail.
It's that, you know, ILTW, it's one of those stats you're like, okay, you understand why you died there. You didn't probably expect the blade mail. You can't afford another death like that, though. Dubu.
I think it was more the Rubik Fisher. The benefit of the axe is that you can initiate, even if Dark Pack's already been, like, the latest frame queued, won't matter. You get the full taunt duration, the Pact will fade, and then Rubik's there with a lift and an increased stun duration Fisher. That's almost 7 to 8 seconds of full lockdown with just those 2 heroes. And yeah, there's just nothing you can do with Slark.
Well, now, as a result, our Slark falls behind both the Bloodseeker and the Magnus. It's kind of weird that we have both, like, this Monkey King and Bloodseeker, and because neither team is really trying to push the pace, both of them are actually scaling better than most mid-game heroes would expect.
The big thing for Geek Fam is going to be never fighting inside the Monkey King ult. Spirit's strength right now is that Ergon is huge. As soon as he gets that Scotty, Geek Fam have 3 melee cores, very difficult to play into them, specifically when the Wukongs is down.
Okay, just a real fast initiation onto Carl. They make sure, go ahead, throw out that Wukongs, just make sure that Carl's totally surrounded. They get all the damage out on him. He's too tanky of a hero.
to risk anything else.
Both big ults used. Geek Fam, we're going to have like 30 to 40 second window where they're not playing against any ultimates of these two cores. Could maybe look to do something.
And that's why Team Spirit are going to keep up this pace, right? They want to be able to go, okay, there are only 4 heroes up right now. They're going to fight us once Magnus is up, so let's catch another one. Let's get another kill. Let's turn that 2 kills into maybe a mid-tower.
That's exactly what they're hoping for.
Geek Fam doing a good job playing the high ground, and Fisher starting things off, but Dubu's not going to be jumped on. The global silence going out, actually stopping that initiation from Cuckoo, and now he's stuck in no man's land. ILTW says thank you very much. Let's get some permanent agility into our hands while Non-Grata deals with the rupture nicely.
That's what
just
I'm talking
TPs
about.
away.
That's the silencer effect right there. You use it to cover your own initiation. They get 2 kills easily. Love that. They got to keep it up now. Looking to move into the pit.
Double damage makes this a Roche taking lineup.
Yeah.
It wasn't before, but now it is. We'll see though, we do have our Magnus coming back up here.
It's still going to take a little time. Zephyr kills the courier and a ward.
Is it worth the risk though to Geek Fam to try this fight? I'm not sure.
You can poke at it a little bit. You know there's no Wukongs for a little, but it is sketch.
Okay, there's the RP on top of the wall. The BKB activated. 2 of these heroes. ILTW is actually going to die. Skewer back in, but there's no follow-up stun from the Centaur because the Fisher is left out. The Centaur does manage to get him, and now ILTW down. Raven has free run to be able to run down Immersion as quick as possible on the right-hand side. Cuckoo's going to be able to grab Bisha as well. That's going to be 3 dead on the side of Team Spirit, all in exchange for a Rubik death. Immediately, the 2 supports will buy back from Team Spirit because they are saying we cannot afford Geek Fam to be able to get this. They've already blown so much, and we've got Carl surrounded with the Wukong's command once again, set up with the stuns from Non-Grata. Geek Fam, they did get a lot of kills, but they could not feel too confident with Ergon still somewhere on the map.
That's very, very good for Spirit. They used 2 buybacks, but it was on the supports. Geek Fam popped theirs on Axe, and they're also going to lose the Roshan, it looks like.
They approach that, okay, Cuckoo, he's going to be able to get the call in with a blade mail, doing a lot of damage back to Ergon, but he's so tanky, he's actually going to start light stealing now, and he's going to be able to finish off that Roshan, pick up the Aegis, no problem, Non-Grata goes to the back line. Hello, catches 2, Raven's going to be chasing away, okay, everyone's low enough, he's got a lot of movement speed, so he's fine, but at least they'll get Dubu. Great play by Non-Grata during that very, you know, like that chaotic time of someone trying to take away Roshan, he finds the back line.
And you know the key to that fight, Cap, was that Immersion on his original death forced Raven's BKB. Raven has to trade his BKB for the CM kill. Immediately there's a buyback. If Raven has BKB there, he's just going to immediately run into the pit with the Axe Taunt. You probably kill the Monkey King there, or at the very least have a chance to steal the Aegis. Instead, you lose Cuckoo, you lose the Aegis. Ergon doesn't even die once. Now it's you're on the back foot, and this is the support buybacks, man. I love it. If you know there's going to be a fight, trade your life for something important.
Generation.
And now Team Spirit, they are certainly strong enough to just challenge Geek Fam. Not necessarily because they're far up on net worth, because they're actually not that far ahead, but the Aegis and just the general peak that Ergon is at right now with level 20 plus Scotty.
Look at the craggy coat plus a sliver coming out.
Yeah, that's the Titan Sliver. Real nice for Slark as well as Monkey King.
Yeah, I want the craggy cloak on my Shaker for sure.
Yeah, that's going to make him super tanky. I think for now you give it to Monkey because he's so far ahead. Just make him stronger. Later on, you can give it to the Slark because it's base damage, which is then amped up by the fact that Slark steals away your stat, buffing his own base damage even more. It's just a vicious cycle.
And I like how they're itemizing. We discussed this in the previous game. We talked about how they don't have a hero that really wants to hard commit to a fight, but you look at the way they're itemizing. Satanic is the next item queued for both Monkey King and Slark.
Yeah.
They know that they need to be durable, and these items, they got the farming items first. You had a Midas and a Maelstrom. That allows them to keep scaling. Now it's just pure survivability, so when they get into these fights, they can outlast Geek Fam's Rupture and the big AoEs and still have the ability to keep right-clicking.
Well, you saw there, Geek Fam, Magnus actually choosing for the level 20 talent the strength and not going for that skewer range despite the Rupture combo. We haven't seen that Rupture combo once. Okay, jump straight into them. Ergon with that Aegis is a brave man, and sure enough, this is looking like a fight that could be okay as the BKB activated allows Magnus to be able to get away. Carl's out.
You have one true initiator in Cuckoo, Mag more of a core in this game, so just jump him. He has no BKB, pop silencer ulti. You immediately trade your 5 positions ult to ensure the game is 5-on-4. You know there's no buyback on the Axe. It's the right hero to be targeting.
But yeah, going back to it, we haven't seen a single Rupture Skewer combo.
Correct.
I feel like both of them have just been taking such a backseat to the game and not trying to be active playmakers.
We haven't really seen Raven in the game yet.
Yeah, Raven, well, He's going to be seen here, trying to go on a non-grata, but BKB activated the turnaround, but BKB still activated by Raven. Should allow him to finish him off, except for he couldn't actually do it. I'm not sure why, but he doesn't commit for that kill. And now, well, Immersion, he's going to be scared back in the Blood Right. Okay, they finally do manage to finish him off. Zephyr entering in with an Echo Slam that he stole of his own.
And now Cuckoo's TPing forwards, might be able to find +1. No, instead gets baited by the illusion. Monkey King gonna hop out.
Oh, they got spider legs.
Yeah.
Good way to be able to find a Monkey King. Breaking some trees. LTW thought he found the initiation on Cuckoo.
There's still anybody's game. To your point, the big advantage is that no matter what happens in this game, it's not as if Lincoln's is a real item at the moment, so no one's going to be able to deal with the Rupture. Yeah. I'd like to see a support pick up a Lotus Orb just so, you know, if you trade Rupture on Bloodseeker and one of your cores, you'll take that. Bloodseeker, far worse, it's standing still, dealing damage comparison to the Monkey King. Mindbreaker now on the Monkey King as well. Man, they're getting great items, and meanwhile, Dire has what? Like, they got, what was the one before? Spider Legs, a repair kit, whereas Spirit get Craggy Coat, Titan Sliver, and now like one of the best DPS items that neutrals can give.
I mean, don't be hating on Spider Legs, but I'll give you a Repair Kit is probably not necessarily what they're looking
garbage. That's almost as bad as Great or Fairy Fire.
It's like one of those situations where you it only feels good in a losing game, in which case you're probably still
you're already losing.
Anyway.
Yeah,
it doesn't change your fate. Well, 30-minute bounty runes and outposts were split, so
it's been a mere 10, 20, 30 minutes, all the same. 2 bounties, outposts going to either team. Vlad's now on silencer, get those auras. You know this is going to come down. One of the rare games where you can almost guarantee, based on the lineups, thanks to all the melee cores, you will at some point have a 5-on-5 brawl where everyone just starts slapping each other and one team wins.
And heroes like who already has an innate lifesteal talent, plus the Vlad's, he's actually going to be healing a lot.
Speaking of, they've done that in, I've seen some like UFC, CIS 5-on-5s, where it's literally 5 guys versus another 5 guys at once.
We should have that show match.
Right? We would probably lose that one too.
Dude, we've got Lizard.
That's true.
Radiant's courier has
we could literally just stand behind Lizard. He just tank everything, man.
He goes to the gym. He doesn't do Krav Maga.
Yeah, but no, he can tank everything. So he just stands at the front line thing, you know, throw some punches at him, and then, you know, we just slide in the back, you know?
Radiant's bottom
Good work.
Good work. 2019. 31 minutes in, and it is indeed a very even game. That's what our panel said we were going to be seeing, and well, it's the first real even game that we've seen all day. Mindbreaker for the Bloodseeker. That's always one of those secret neutral items that could come in clutch, but maybe not because everyone has BKB.
Initiation is going to be critical here. Whoever, because both teams have huge tools to make the fight 4-on-5.
Yeah.
Spirit have jump, Geek Fam have jump. The Silencer ulti is no longer the save that it used to be because Geek Fam can just blacking bar, keep killing whoever they're on top of. And I think that they're the scariest because if they get one catch, it's very easy for them to find another. Spirit have to do a little more work to continue finding kills.
How do you itemize as a Bloodseeker from here on out? Like, he just picked up a Manta.
Yeah, Abyssal. I like it. Mjolnir is not bad later on.
I mean, what is, like, he can Manta off the Global Silence without popping BKB? Is that what the thought process is?
Yep. I like it, to be honest, because you also get rid of the CM slow, the silencer Q, the last word. It's just nice.
Okay.
You don't want to get stuck in Monkey King ult, and you don't want to have to BK. You saw in that Roche engagement how important Bloodseeker's BKB is. You don't want to have to waste that for a support again.
Okay. I can dig it.
It's still anybody's game, though. Again, it's just going to be who catches who first. Vision's going to play a huge role as this game continues. Both teams have a slight edge in the sense that Chen can plant creeps on high ground. Slark, of course, ensuring that his enemies have no vision of him if his ult is still active as he runs around and circles through the jungle.
Well, 2W is probably feeling real good about his Midas pickup now. Ooh, a 2-man stun. Doesn't know it, though. And Carl may have just got that perfect initiation. A 2-man RP, but not Grana is going to respond with the Echo Slam, but it's not doing quite enough. Urgon actually healing up pretty nicely. Does manage to get off the Wukong's command. And Geek Fammer saying, abort. We got to get out of this AoE. And sure enough, they will. will on the left-hand side. Nangrana is trying to stick it to Carl, but he will manage to skewer a decent distance away. But Monkey King is hunting. That's why the Earthshaker's trying to stay on top of this. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, we're going to see Misha die. Support, no big deal. Let's go back to Carl, who's still being chased out. Urgon's going to catch up to eventually Nangrana.
Got the blink, he's got the blink.
The cheeky handshake. Okay, do they have the follow-up blink? Nangrana going to spot him for a moment. Carl does have a skewer to the right-hand side. Can he TP out?
Oh, no.
Nope. Nangrana
No,
sees
your
him.
trees. He's got a Shadow Blade.
And they have no vision.
The rest of his team is here.
And now Cuckoo coming in for pretty quickly. Nangrana realizing that he chased way too far. The rest of his team abandoned him.
And it all starts because Geek Fam get the initiation. Sure, Monkey King was the one actually leaping forwards with the Fisher, but they were ready. And they immediately turned it around. That means the Monkey King ult and the BKB's got to be used defensively. And then the chasing power just isn't there. Geek Fam pick up both supports for free on the onset. And it gets way more difficult for Spirit to collect kills once they've already lost 2.
That was a Shadow Blade that was just picked up, right? Oh boy, what a big payout immediately.
It's about initiation and staying off map. The problem, one of the issues with all these neutral items is, of course, the cores have a much harder time carrying detection. They need some now.
We're going to have some buybacks here as the Silencer's going to be TPing in. They do have the skewer away to the right-hand side. IL2W taking a lot of damage there from that Rupture, but enough to be able to shrug it off. Now Lifesteal really doing some dividends, but they have to chase for some of the backline heroes. That's where they're going to go for Misha, while Raven challenges ILTW with Blood right out. He's going to have to leap away from that one, while Urgon gets pulled back into it, turns and fights with the Lifesteal, but he's just overwhelmed by so many heroes. Immersion laying out the freezing field, but immediately chopped down quickly by Cuckoo, racing into Misha, and ILTW got caught. He just got spotted by a tree dancing Rubik who lifted him up in the air, stopped that TP. ILTW could be a wipe there. Actually, going back for this one, but Nangrana with the Echo Slam, but it's not enough damage. Raven is fine. He had his BKB ready to go. He's ready to fight through all of this. They can't do enough damage, and now they just fed back to back to back. Team Spirit, they're going to lose this fight in a massive, massive way as they got wiped not once, but twice with no buybacks left in the tank. Geek Fam, how much are you going to be able to take out of this? Tier 2, Tier 3, 2 lanes of racks?
Who knows, man? It's the staying power. You saw Spirit that got split, and Monkey King, with no ultimate, he's just isolated and immediately gets taken down. He lived for a while, but no one was in sight. They took that fight without Nangrana. You can't win a fight without your Shaker.
Yeah. A follow-up disables to get up. Like, you need Wukong's command and you need the stuns to make sure they stay inside of it. And when Geek Fam just are able to either focus the Monkey King down or get out of the Wukong's command easily, you could see that, as you said, that staying power, especially Carl. I mean, he got kind of low, yeah, but he dished out so much damage. Unfortunately, Tier 2 still up in the mid lane, so Geek Fam are only going to be able to get the 2 lanes at top and bottom. But now, finally, that net worth has broken one direction.
It's just comes down to the support's usefulness. The issue with Spirit is that both of them are completely worthless against BKB and incredibly squishy. Geek Fam, you've got Zephyr, who has just had incredibly high impact in these fights. Stolen Fishers for pickoffs, the Tree Dance there to pick up bonus kills, and the Chen just walking around with a bunch of auras. You can see the win probability. Looked great for Spirit for a while, but since about 32 minutes, it's been all Geek Fam. 9 consecutive kills with no response.
Now we're just in a free fall. Cuckoo is going to get picked off here unless the BKB for Staff. Okay, immediately throw out Global Silence. They need to maintain damage on him. Don't let him blink away. But Cuckoo jukes into the Roshan pit, blinks out, and now Team Spirit are left with nothing but sand in their hands.
Not even that, they're forced to retreat back to their side of the river. Bottom and top lane pushing in as they have lost racks and on either side, which makes this Roche engagement real tricky, because if you see creep waves in bottom as Geek Fam, you know that the 5 Team Spirit heroes are somewhere in the vicinity, and you can play a little cautious, camp high grounds, ensure you don't make that critical error that would give away this game.
Well, we got some level 25s coming in. Those can be game changers, and we have the Empower buff up for the Magnus. On the other side, Team Spirit a level 23 on a Monkey King. If you can get to level 25 before the next fight, we have that gigantic command ring from the Wukongs. But can that fix all of their problems? Right now, they just can't seem to do enough damage to Geek Fam. No, running into that immediately, pouncing away because he was afraid off of that smoke break somebody was going to get found. They're going to lead off with a Blood Right, or Rupture rather, onto the Slark. But on the high ground, that means Geek Fam.
Invisibility!
Not down to tread those
Look at the
ground.
base.
Yeah.
There's no need to get aggressive here as Geek Fam. You know what's up.
You can poke very lightly at Roshan. Not overcommitting too much. Just see if Team Spirit. Oh, nice call. Managed to pull the Monkey King down from that tree. The Blood Right going out, silencing him for a little bit of time. He's holding onto his BKB while he can. BKB going out from Carl as he skewers away. So not really the situation they were hoping for there. And Urgon sees the opportunity, especially with Nagrana. Just managed to hit the two-man Echo Slam. Urgon following that up, but no command ring just yet. They managed to get back to the shrine, healing up. Cuckoo back up to full. Nagrana about to fall, but Urgon, they need to be able to protect him. As Raven's just tearing him apart. He gets off the command ring. Yes, a chop from Cuckoo, not quite enough. Urgon healing through all of that. What? He just lived through it to manage to get off that one big nuke, staying inside his command ring as best as possible, but tossed over the side. Urgon still can't deal with Raven. He needs the help of ILTW, but he doesn't have any damage. This Raven Bloodseeker's just too much for them to handle. He's going to chase down ILTW. Zephyr in and out all over the trees, finds him with a Fade Bolt. 3 dead on the side of Team Spirit, and there goes Roshan and probably the game.
They didn't even touch the Crystal Maiden. The Blade Mail damage on the Nova and Raven's Mjolnir actually just killed him with AoE damage. and that's the end of your CM. Holy crap, I can't believe Aragon lived for so long, but the problem is that now you have all the survivability, sure, on the Slark and the Monkey King, because that was the weakness in the lineup, but now you have the lack of damage. A mag lineup never has these issues, especially when there's a Daedalus picked up. And this is looking like it might be the end of the road for our boys.
I hate to say, every single one of these fights, I just don't really feel the presence of ILTW Slark, who got that early Midas, was able to farm for so long. Yule Scepter into a Skewer here. Well, first they're going to silence him to make sure at least Immersion isn't going to be dying here. And Carl is a little bit overextended, but he does have a cheese, and there's no way they can chain stun a 3,500 HP Magnus long enough to prevent him from using it. So he goes back up to full health. They're going to claim Megas here. 30 seconds to work with after that. They're going to play it safe. And it means Team Spirit on the verge, on the brink of being dropped from this tournament. They're going to have to play against Megas, and now going to have to play in a 3 versus 5 as Geek Fam find the opening.
Raven TPs, get the DD summoned back immediately by Dubu.
That's where he was going. I was surprised. I was like, oh, Geek Fam, surely just ended here, but Raven just wanted that a little bit of extra helping hand with the double damage. They just kind of poke at the Monkey King. Are you going to pop your BKB? No? Okay, we'll get a little damage on you. Meanwhile, finishing off the tier 4s. LTW coming forward, immediately going to be ruptured up. Also called by the axe, pulling him away, but they do manage to get the two-man Echo Slam once again. But do they have enough damage? The command ring. Oh, he actually gets pushed out of it immediately by the telekinesis from the Rubik. So there goes all your damage. That command ring is all important because you could see the Slark in the back line just can't even finish off a Chen. Sure, throw out an RP just for Urgon. That's it. That is the game, and that is it for Team Spirit as they are knocked out. What a by Geek Fam.
Geek Fam collected 20 kills. Spirit got 1. What was a close game turned into total domination, and they move into the playoffs. Well deserved. They looked great yesterday. Look even better today. Really clean victory. It was tough road, but they did exactly what they had to do with the draft. And you can see no smiles. That wasn't enough for them. They're not here to make it to playoffs. They're here to try and win this event.
This is looking like a
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Some spiky action going on. What are you looking for stylistically for Gambit? Sind already mentioned they can have incredibly fast starts. He's looking at their laning phase. What are you looking at?
I want to see both their two cores, Dream and GPK, get off to good starts, and I want to see them on more mid-game. I like Gambit a lot when they have heroes like Wisp Chen that accelerate their timings. You can play a lot faster on the map. You can stay on map a lot longer with a variety of different cores. Like PLSF as an example, PLTA.
Oi!
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate that.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Finally, something useful on the panel from you.
10 seconds remaining.
Just kidding.
Let's get him again. Get his ass.
Yeah, don't zoom in on my handshake, and let's zoom in on the draft. Let's put our eyes there. Let's actually pay attention to something that matters. Sind, as we do start to move through right now, I do kind of want to take the opportunity, as some of the earlier bands do come in, to talk about what you've seen overall. For anybody who's like, okay, we're starting to get to the end of the day. I want to tune in. I want a quick refresher. Have you started to see anything really pop out in the meta? Stand off the page to you?
Well, outside of the normal bands with IO Treant, Tiny, Magnus has definitely risen in popularity. I was saying, I think in the previous series, I was like, I feel like this hero is underrated by being 10th pick. I think it should be first pick or second pick.
It does too much. AoE, BKB, piercing, disable, damage amplification for yourself and an ally, incredibly tanky, a mobility tool that also functions as a disable.
And he can jungle if he loses his lane, level 4.
It's
because
ridiculous.
Empower is so good.
You can be a carry, you can be mid, whatever matchup, you're a strong laner. Like we saw Mag go against Monkey King. Yeah, it wasn't great, but it wasn't losing like almost every other melee hero would hard. It's just not fair. Is it in this pool?
It's banned.
Was that a Gambit ban?
Treant got through. It's the first time. So we're going to see a new hero.
I'm always afraid. Gambit, obviously a second pick. They know that they're leaving Tree. They're comfortable if it gets to them. However, you got to assume they came into this with a 1-2 prepared in response, as that is arguably the most popular hero in the meta right now in the Treant. I believe it's 100% pick ban this far.
It's been banned every game. It's the first time it gets picked.
But so it's 100% pick plus ban is what you're saying?
Absolutely, yes. With 0 picks.
1 pick.
Correct.
5 seconds remaining.
Good one, Kyle.
Got him.
Well, the first thing I'm thinking about when I see Treant, I think Batrider. It's one of the best heroes against Treant, whether it's core or support. You can burn down the trees. You can find him in the tree line with Sticky Napalm, giving that flying vision. And Batrider in this patch can play 3 roles, just hands down 3, 4, 5.
I agree, but I think a bad nominee. I think you can't pick Bat this early is my concern. It's just too easy to deal with the lasso.
The thing for me is, they're not going to pick either. If you pick it because you have a player like Joshua, who is an incredible Batrider player. It's one of his absolute best heroes. I think his 2 most played heroes of all time in competitive are Batrider and Darkseer. I'm pretty sure about that.
Now, keep in mind the change to Puck in that recent patch is that if you Waning Rift while rooted, you won't move, you'll still cast Silence. So a slight nerf in the matchup up against Treant. I think CM, another underrated hero, it kind of fits into this concept of staying on map and also sustain. Like you now all of a sudden can push waves more efficiently, you can farm faster, more effectively because you can just waste your mana. It doesn't matter, you've got the aura. And there's another combination that we've seen quite often, some sort of stun plus a disruptor. That's going to be your support duo coming out for the Pandas.
And this makes me think that the Treant is position 4 because we've had we've had Moonmeander play disruptor every game.
And Aoi is a tree player.
Yeah.
He is one of those just, what's the word for that? Who enjoys playing tree?
A guy who would enjoy playing techies at TI.
Yeah,
so
like,
yes, fits the bill.
God, there's something wrong with him, right? In a good way. But either way, it's like, who wants this? Like, he does.
It's fun to win.
Sure.
And Treant's a good hero, I heard. So, I could see why that would be fun.
Talk to me a little bit more about Disruptor. Why are we starting to see so much Disruptor?
Very few strong lane 5s. Most of them lose the trading war. Now that everybody has a courier, you keep sending out regens. It's about being able to stand against that 5. In the past, a lot of 5s could have something in the tank for like the first engage or 2, and then they run dry. Now it's about being able to keep going.
It's a good point. I think we saw that at that first meta shift was when mangoes were first added, and all of a sudden all the meta supports could directly turn mana into damage. You'd see in suiciding as well, where Skywraths would show up with like a null talisman and a mantle. They'd use all their bolts, then go die to tower, rinse, repeat. Now with your own courier, the same thing comes up where you can just buy more regen, turn the mana into damage, and force the enemy carry to buy regen. You don't care trading. I'm a support. I don't care if I trade my gold for the carry's gold. It's a win for us.
Yep.
Wow, Kyle, that was beautiful.
And Disruptor is really good at it because his level 3 is one of the strongest spells in the game in terms of overall damage per mana. Like it's a 30 mana spell that deals...
Plus the slow, which helps you get a couple extra auto attacks.
Is it 4 times 60 on level 2?
Yes, it's 40, 60, 80, 100. Unless it was... Oh, no, it's 45. 45, 70, 95, 120.
Oh, man, I don't remember the exact number. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage.
And it provides vision.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Strong linking spell. The other hero that we've seen in the same vein that other teams have been using in pretty much every game has been Lich. Same logic.
I love Lich.
Tons of damage, low cooldown harassment.
He's used the Grant voice line every single time that we've mentioned Lich for the past few days.
Which one?
I love Lich.
I love Lich. Lich. Isn't it Lich? I love Lich.
Lich? I love Lich.
Well, there is the Batrider ban, by the way. We have had Omni-Knight taken out, but not Abaddon. Fighting Pandas are kind of daring them to take it here. I think Abaddon would also have been a decent pick here for either team in this game. There's nothing like standing out.
I love the hero. It's it just cleanse. Anything that removes initiation from the other team is solid in my book. I like the shim rankings of their draft though. Gambit, they love to do this where you have 3 super solid heroes, right? Tons of cheap disable. You've got a lot of lockdown, solid team fight, and your cores are still very open. They haven't revealed their win condition at all. They've just built a really nice framework to go around whatever it is they want to put the game on.
So they still have a lot of flexibility.
Yes.
Yep. All right, as we move forward in the draft right now, we're going to be keeping that in mind. Taking a look over at the Fighting Pandas. And I do want to bring up once again something that constantly Kyle had brought up before we got into this, the idea of making sure that they do have something to spike around, right?
Yeah.
What should we be looking for to potentially enable that type of win condition?
You need something beefy for sure, because you want to allow your disruptor. Long fights benefit disruptor. You're going to get the fight, then you're going to get the glimpse kill on exit. You already have a lot of lockdown. These are super high disable heroes. I love that. That's a great start. You see 3 enemy heroes with 0 physical damage, purely magical. Pick up a Viper. It's also one of Bryle's better heroes, and it still has flexibility. You could theoretically play it for Envy as well.
Yeah, I wonder what you get against this Viper, actually. I would say that it's just a flat-out problem right now. It's one thing to only have magic damage, but they don't even have serious single target of it.
Yeah.
Puck's AoE, Shaker's AoE, Maiden's AoE, largely, so...
and you don't want to pick something like a Slark here into Disruptor with a Viper already selected.
That's tough as well. And I don't even know how good Slark is against Treant, because there's like this weird warding pattern that's going to come out of trees, and...
a Naga... I know PL is one of Dream's best heroes. He's one of those... PL's one of the few heroes in Dota. It's similar to a Broodmother to a Meepo, where the skill disparity between the great players and the people that have actually mastered it is still like a huge advantage. It's a tier up for this hero once you have it. And Dream is one of the rare guys that can delta split perfectly. It's near impossible to know which one's real if he's actually trying to flee from you. And it complements the draft well and also deals with the Viper, although of course if you stand in the Nether Toxin, you cannot proc the Juxtapose. They go for Naga instead. Same concept though. You have a lot of AoE to follow up with, and it's an illusion base core. One of the hard Naga Viper counters. It also isn't hurt like PL is when you stand in Nether Toxin.
Exactly. It's I think it's probably, I want to say, one of the favorite heroes in general against Viper for any team that plays it. It's on your radar, you're considering it. And
a block pick, perhaps.
Technically, I think they had okay tools against Naga. I think both Maiden and Shaker are pretty good against Naga. Puck is okay. Obviously, a late game Naga with 4 or 5 items becomes a problem, but they could have handled it for a while. Oh, that's a hero we haven't seen yet.
Yep, and that
Alchemist.
You talk about power spikes. Here's a great one because Alch comes online a hell of a lot faster than any other hero in Dota, as you just simply manufacture more gold, and that's going to be the goal here, where you just go high ground 15-20 minutes in with an AC BKB, and you hit buildings while Naga's not ready.
This is a really good good Alchemist pick, I think.
What's caused him to fall out of favor a little bit?
I don't actually know. What were the
changing math and changing the tempo of the game overall.
Yeah,
games are faster.
Yeah, so it's the straight up speed of the game. The reason we're not seeing
a lot of the time it's the speed of the game. Alchemist got nerfed, other heroes got buffed a bit.
It's also because before neutral items, enemy heroes would have empty slots. Now they have neutral items. So sure, Alk might be able to buy his 6 items faster, but you're not punished as hard because all of a sudden everybody's got this extra infusion of stats and HP.
It's true.
So with all that in mind, you said this is a really good Alk pick. What changes things to make him so good right now?
What you do about Alchemist generally to counter him is either you play the game so fast that he doesn't come online, which Naga can't really do. Naga's a slow build-up hero, or the other approach you take is that you have heavy single target damage so you can actually die, which they have kind of none of on Gambit. Naga needs time. When Naga is farmed, so is Alk. Alk is richer, and the other heroes have no single.
You've already sort of set the stage, though. It's going to come down to, can Pandas win the game before Naga gets the 3rd item? Because the Manta Diffusal plus survivability item is just GG. There's not a damn thing you're going to be able to do to take him down, especially with all these stuns behind him. So they got to make this game played quick. I'd like to see more tower damage come out from the last pick.
Team pick.
That works too.
That also pseudo tower damage
and
empowers.
Yep, makes your Alchemist even stronger. He's the one sieging. Now you can do better keeping him alive. A natural medallion and Vlad's Buyer, which is what they were missing.
You need to solve Alk as Gambit now. It's the one thing I say this almost every time there's an Alk in the game. When there's an Alchemist in the game, I call it an Alchemist game. And what I mean by that is
that's really creative.
Well, that's
okay.
Beautiful.
Let me explain. Okay.
Wow. 2020 starting with the quotes.
Holy shit, mind blown. No. But he is the centerpiece for both teams, is my point. Like, the game revolves around this guy. Either he's going to win the game because he hits a timing, or he's going to get destroyed. Like, Alchemist doesn't really have this in-between-ish game. It's either great or it's terrible. And
I think that the simpler way to say all of those words, though, would be, if there's an Alk in the game, it's an Alchemist game.
So, okay, Gambit need to find a solution for the Alchemist. They need to have a way of invading, or they need to have a way of killing him.
Because you already have a win. Like, Naga's not really countered here at all. Naga will win you the game. You actually do well against the Abaddon in both lane and throughout the game, especially once the Diffusal comes up. You just burn everybody's mana. But as you said, you need something to either kill objectives or find the Alk, something that closes the map to Pandas. You don't want to give them the ability to accelerate. And it will be a mid pick as well, unless they want to put the puck there.
Is there a pick for Shashlo that counters Alk? If not, then
you
I
could
think
AA
Shashlo's
here.
the puck.
I actually wouldn't mind AA.
True, it's a possibility.
You could even core. You could put the AA mid. You're playing against a Abaddon Alchemist tree.
It's not bad, but at the same time, you might run into trouble against a BKB Alchemist, though, when he's starting to push. Can you actually kill him?
So you want something BKB piercing? You could perhaps grab a Bloodseeker, put it mid?
There you go.
Yeah, great. This is what we saw at TI as well. You abuse the Alk in lane, slow down his timing, and then you can play very aggressive. It's good synergy with Naga, and just in general, you think of mid-game, think of early BKB buyers, it's Bloodseeker. And I really like this from Gambit. I think that both teams have prepped properly. I don't see a clear favorite in the draft. We've already sort of set the stage. Pandas win fast, Gambit go long, but I think both teams showing that they've prepped here. They both have win conditions that they can work towards. It's just going to come down to play, finally.
And really look out for number of deaths on Alchemist. This is the kind of hero where I feel like when he dies, it counts like dying twice. There's a handful of heroes in Dota where it's like extra punishing. Alchemist, Queen of Pain, heroes where the tempo is everything and integral to the game. So if he gets countered effectively, I think Gambit's got this.
All right, so you're leaning towards Gambit.
I think Gambit will be able to do it with the heroes that they have. It's tough, but I favor them a little.
Yeah, I think the real takeaway here, though, is definitely the idea of how close this draft really is. Just two very different win conditions. One team wants to go fast. One team wants to try to slow down that tempo a little bit. Are there any other key characteristics that you're kind of looking for when you're watching these teams try to achieve those win conditions?
It's just like, it's an Alchemist game, okay? I'm serious.
When there's an Alch in the game.
What is it?
It's an Alchemist game, Rich. It's an Alchemist game. No. So that is the thing to look out for in any Alchemist game. Is Alch exploding or is he not? Like, it's very simple. It's easy to follow, but it's the storyline of the game.
It's sort of like Alchemist's unstable concoction, right? He might use it on an enemy. He might stun himself. same way an Alk might win his team the game, or ultimately be the reason his team loses.
You know what I want to ask
very
you?
poetic.
You want to know what I want to ask you right now, Kyle? You talked a little bit about really focusing on that mid matchup before we actually did see the draft. Does that change that at all? Or are you still?
No, this is actually Bryle's on the back foot. Bloodseeker, Dumpsters, Alk. I wouldn't be surprised to see them switch it up. You want Viper versus Bloodseeker, and you put Alk on Envy in the safe lane. However, you're in a scenario where you might be going up against 2 ranged heroes with a 3rd rotating. I wouldn't be surprised to see Gambit just straight up tri-lane. Abaddon can't play super aggressive on a Naga. Just run at Eternal Envy. That's going to be the plan here.
Yep. You think Shut down the Alk. That sounds like a great plan in an Alchemist game to me, Rich.
All right. Well, you've heard it from our analysts. Let's jump on over to the casters and see who's going to be able to move forward in this group.
Slam and shotgun.
You know, this one I have a lot of hope for all talent coming into the scene to potentially be an analyst to come in and go, hey guys, you know what, the real great storyline, the only thing that really matters here is Alchemist. And that's it.
That's all we are going to talk about?
Yeah, Alchemist, guys.
Say his name, Toby.
Alchemist.
No, his real name.
Brazil.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's what you want. I remember. All right, it's the greatest name ever for him.
We disagreed. I said Fuzzy Wuzzy, the Ursa's name, but...
Yeah, but is that actually lore? Like, is that in an item set making it lore?
I have no clue.
Yeah, see, this is why I also hope that other talent, like, you can just come on and just talk about other crap. Like, hey, no cake today. Sorry, it's a lie. I want to get into the game. Luckily, the production will oblige us. It's Fighting Pandas versus Gambit. Let's get it on.
Oh, we're gonna have a fight.
Yep, started off all for the top. Like, AUI wants to back himself out. GPK, he got in there and took the bounty rune. There's gonna be 3 in favor of Gambit. FNG slow will only... Okay, GPK.
Give him high five. Don't let him hang.
Yeah, don't get that cocky. You let that hang, man.
So Alchemist, hot Toby.
Yeah, let's talk about this. Look, is there any other? Let's ignore Eternal Envy because this is a better way to look at this game of Dota. What else do you think is important on the map right now? Is there any nicer heroes? Any other critical things we should be looking at, which isn't going to be in a jungle?
Courier, he's gonna get it.
No.
Kind of disappointed. Yeah, well, Alchemist is one of the few heroes in the game who actually can get punished every single time he dies. It feels like it's much worse because he's losing so much more gold.
So who punishes him? Let's not talk about Alchemist. Like, who punishes him?
That's the problem. I don't see a hero in this game that can contest his farm once he goes back to the jungle. He's the most vulnerable between 7th and 11th minute mark. This is where he farms his Radiance gold, and he has 2 saves to work with. Usually it's only like 1 save, and now he has Treant Protector with the armor, and you have also a batting sitting behind you. So if they hit their timings right, I could see this game ending in 20 minutes because Gambit heroes are extremely slow. You have this Earthshaker who wants to buy a Blink Dagger. You have Naga Siren. She needs farm.
It feels like you've got almost more pressure on Naga Illusions to get out there and make sure you at least know where the Alchemist is heading. Also, just a fun matchup too, where the Puck was able to match up against that Viper on the bottom lane, which is giving us this, what seems to be more of the center when you put Magnus as a mid. Now it's like Alchemist versus a Naga in mid, melee versus melee.
Earthshaker is a good hero that can rotate, but he needs 1 more hero to play with. So if they put more pressure on the side lanes between that, they also need to set the good vision in their own jungle just to protect the Alk. Also, they can also get some stacks going on.
And Bryle doing everything he can to make sure Shah's low. While phase shift is down. It's forced all the way back to his tier 1.
This bottom lane is really hard for them. You have double slow. I see Treant going for 101 build. They don't even need the extra slow. A lot of harassment. And it feels like AUI just wants to have a global presence with that armor, protecting either a side lane or Envy if they decide to make a rotation.
I didn't really see how far behind the CS Envy is. Obviously, an Alchemist can get bigger later on, but it's 14-8 to a 9-1 Alchemist in mid.
And you want to make a movement before the 5-minute mark, maybe get a kill, secure those bounty runes for your Alchemist. I think I've said Alchemist like 15 times already.
You have. But it's fine. Rotations? No, just TPing to a tier 1. There's a little bit of farm to be had underneath and couldn't walk back.
If he missed that CS, it's not worth it.
But he didn't, he got it. Dream. He's trying to make the most of Eternal Envy before he's got any kind of high regeneration. But oh wait, hang on, no, there's a tree protector on your team.
One thing that concerns me about Alk is the nerf that he got in the previous patch 7.22, where he doesn't have mana regen on his chemical rage. That's the biggest one. I think you definitely need a soul ring to actually be able to use your spells. I don't see it queued up for Envy right now. And you're also going to be playing against Diffusal Blade on Naga Siren.
Bra just got really hurt by X's Vampire's movement. Was able to kill the courier heading towards the bottom lane. I think they had Mango Stick and something extra on it for change. Just messing with the income of this Viper, even though his CS is still pretty good. Trying to stay in front of the Bloodseeker. And this top lane, GPK and FNG have just been trying to go all out. Not burn into snaking, but it's very difficult to get a kill. Moon's done so much range harass damage with Thunder Strike that they just can't get close. And they don't really have control, right? Like until you get like level 6 on the Bloodseeker, you don't really have that much intimidation.
You need to be careful about sitting on really low HP when playing against the Bloodseeker, especially on the side lanes. And a lot of harassment also on the mid on this Alchemist. No mana, no HP. Because Bloodseeker will get that move speed and attack speed, which gives them kill potential. I think Maiden also has a 1-1-1 build to keep them inside the Bloodright for a guaranteed silence and the damage.
And this gets to be a nice passive start to an early game. 10 seconds till bounty runes, so that may be some point of contest. I like how also 2-3 minutes ago you were just like, yeah, bounty runes in 5 minutes. You just know that's where we go next.
So far, Gambit got 2.
And they did. There's still one floating up in the top river. GPK dropping very, very low. He's having a hard time getting away from Moon as well as snaking. Putting down the Bloodright. He will not get anywhere near enough damage to return the favor. And now even FNG. Moon and snaking going to work together. FNG gets the frostbite out, so snaking will go down. FNG tries to hide in the trees. Moon going to lock himself on the wall. And thanks to Thunderstrike, Moon will get the maximum experience.
Extra level from that. Already level 4, 5.5 minutes.
But he's dead.
Here comes GPK.
I was like, I need more movement speed. Glimpse him further away.
Goes back GPK. And AOI is just playing the heal dude at this point. Envy will be stacking some jungle for himself, but they need to be careful about this because Naga Siren is invading the small camp on the side.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking of early on, what I was kind of wondering if it would happen. Like, if the Naga illusions, like, you can't contest Envy directly, but maybe you can just attack what he wants, which is these creeps. You just need the illusions to come down. So Tree and Protector sits in the lane, tries to keep him back, or at least tries to make sure there's not too many sacks to be taken. Yeah, Dream straight up contested.
This is pretty big.
Especially the Lord Golems, right? That's always so much extra money.
Well, at least AOI is having fun. Like, he's getting the XP from the neutrals, from the mid lane as well.
Oh, top lane Moon. Axis Vampire. With that rotation in, Snaking's trapped on the wrong side of the river, but then again, if you can get the kill into FNG, maybe worth it. Axis Vampire, so much more to work with. The wall doesn't come up in time.
Courier?
Also, yep.
This is it.
Hey, this is the MASH unit right here. We move to the front lines. So all out is, it feels like the Pandas are definitely getting ahead. There's a big problem though with like the top CS of being the Naga Siren. Some of that is still jungle creeps because she's been taking it from the side, but a lot of it has just been the mid lane. Double the CS of the Alchemist, and then probably not even... Okay, 3.7k to the 2.2k is the net worth difference.
They already placed the Observer Ward on their hill so they can see the entrance to their jungle. If they keep them busy, just give Alchemist... He needs 4 or 5 minutes to farm this Radiance. Didn't have the best start, but he's doing all right.
Dream's gone bush as well. Even picking up broom handles inside the jungle. You know what, that would actually be a funner thing, is if you can actually steal the items from the other side of the river. So invading in across the river would at least remove some of the whole, like, well, you get 3 RNG items which will drop from these neutrals which don't belong to you.
Well, we need Pudge to be able to hook neutral items, so you just steal it from far away. That's the buff that he needs.
To make Pudge relevant?
Yeah, right now he's in a really bad state. No XP talent.
Yeah, so many heroes die for an XP talent loss. Not gonna say his name, but press F for respect.
Well, I could name few.
Please don't. It's sad, man. Don't name it. It's sad.
What's the worst one? Like
the worst one?
Yeah.
I don't know. Worst position is snaking, surrounded by 3 players with no extra support to come and help him out, and doesn't have a level 6 yet. On this Abaddon, an FNG, yep, Mango it up, try and break free, but snaking, way too much damage. Good chain control as well that can come in from Gambit. And this is what I like about their lineup. When they run CMs, when they run ESs, they're always going to have more stuns.
They realize that they can't kill anyone on the bottom lane. Bryle has 3 points in the corrosive skin. Let's see the item. Iron 3, not too bad. It's gonna give him some extra stats, +7. But yeah, Puck can't be killed on the bottom lane, so ES decides to rotate to the top lane, and also they don't threaten any kill on Puck. Now he's the one being on the mid lane.
You see where Envy moved, like he's just moved right into the Dire Observe Ward, but further to the north.
Radiant's bottom
Knows that
is under attack.
Dream continues to engage into the jungle. This kind of messes up Bryle's movements too. Glimpse back, well, it's problematic for Dream. He does not have the ultimate skilled up, but he's got TP support coming in. FNG arriving, so Dream will cop a fair chunk of damage, but the threat from Pandas against a very farmed up Naga, not really that high.
AUI just enjoying his time on the mid lane, already level 6, pre-10-minute mark. Like, you can see there what I want to do in this game. Just get Alchemist farm, get that Radiance up, and then start going for towers.
Bryle really low. Excess Vampire's trying to get that last bit of physical damage in through the Living Hammer as Dream stands his ground there too. But the chain's done into Moon Meander. And they've got another control. FNG is so low on life. He stays out of range of the Overgrowth, which AUI lets rip right now. As this Vampire, too much damage from the tower. He will end up falling.
This one's on Bryle. He definitely saw them TPing. Like, what are they going to do? They're just going to stick around, try to get a kill on you.
This is all happening though because we are 20 seconds away from having the outpost open up. Snaking, trying to break free. Sharchlo jumps in. They will break out the ultimate, and Snaking just burning a lot more life back. Dream Coil, wow, okay. You're committing that before the outposts are coming in. And Bryle's going to TP to the north because Treant's already sitting on the bottom outpost. Right now, the Fighting Pandas, they want to be able to get both of the outposts. GPK, he's already TPing away in the illusionary jump away. Yep, that's going to be both going the way of Radiant.
That's actually huge, especially with the Alk. I didn't see how many bounty runes they picked up, but in terms of net worth, the game's pretty even at the moment. And now, Envy gets the Mud Golems.
This is Outpost. This is the vertical climb.
Give everything you have to Alk. Faded Brooch, Iron Talon, and your soul. And the tree, yeah. So he's going to be the ultimate raid boss. He's going to be the main focus of Gambit, but they have living armor to work with. You have a Photic Shield, which is level 7 at this point.
And even the initial magical jump that you'd get from something like an ES is still not enough. And what's he going to do? He'll stand his ground inside the Dream Coil. So it feels like you need to be able to out-sustain an Alchemist in damage. At least this is a nice approach from Dream. Make sure he burns through the living armor so Tree and Protected just can't keep this tier 1 tower alive. This allows them to at least potentially control that bottom outpost, but it comes at a trade-off of their own.
Mid lane. The problem is they don't have any kind of burst damage, and there's a lot of sustain from Pandas.
Yeah, mid-tier 1s are real low. I think it's actually within deny range, but they want to get it back up with living armor. Meanwhile, Moon and Bryle having the time of their lives up on the top lane. No one is contesting this.
Illusions will not be that effective against the Radiance Mist. Bryle also working towards his Maelstrom.
Rupture's out. Bryle's having some trouble. You have to walk himself out the bottom right. That's not going to happen. Static Storm as well as Shield. Bryle begins his TP out. And the stun. FNG's too far away. The Echo from Excess Vampire.
Not on time.
Nope.
So they traded one big ulti for another. They're going to get a kill on Moon Meander with the coil.
Not what they wanted though. They wanted a lot more than this. Just a kill here and there doesn't mean you can cross the jungle and contest the Alchemist.
One issue that the Pandas will have in the mid game is trying to split push, dealing with the Naga split push. They don't have the best heroes.
Love me some jelly.
Are we gonna start talking about cakes again?
No!
Toby, you promised no cakes.
No! Just jelly by itself. That's royal. And they're bringing more support to the bottom lane now. Tier 1 towers. Pandas are looking. With Moon and AUI behind him. You don't have the Static Storm up just yet. But they still know they've got to knock it out jail free cards for a Viper to pressure the tier 1 tower and ensure no outpost shenanigans.
Naga is keeping up with Alchemist's farm. And here it comes, 13-minute Radiance. It's time to group up. You can see the drawing on the minimap. Let's go. They want to take a tier 1 tower on. Let's see where they decide to move. He's still in the jungle at the moment. Seems like it's going to be tier 1 tower on mid.
Walking right into Gam, but FNG's going to be the close one. Access Vampire needs to get that Fidget blocked down right now and keep him out. Bryle, he is on the eastern side. FNG letting it go. FNG just pulled back with a glimpse. Cancelling off. Dream does have his Mana Star ready to fight. GPK nearby too, but who do you want? Envy with that fresh Radiance. Sitting in the middle of the engagement. Fidget should be back up again. Moon Meander caught in the back lines. Dream able to do that, just letting his illusions finish the job as Envy has the concoction stun ready to go, uses the illusions to get rid of it, so no self-stun. But this was Pandas looking to initiate, but it was the top tier 1 tower that was being pressured by Shashlo.
The thing is, they don't have a good hero against Puck other than Disruptor to actually kill him. So what he's going to do is just going to be split pushing, buying time, trying to delay this push as much as possible. And Naga has that Manta style, so more illusions, more split push to deal with. It's going to be hard. I don't think they're going to be able to hit their timings. And also, Disruptor, he needs to save that ulti to either kill the Puck or Naga. I think the primary target is Naga here because she's going to cancel the whole fight with her ulti.
Thinking about Song of the Siren, and UI is staying on top of him for the moment. Wait out the wall, keep the run going. And let the illusions cause the issues. Now that you're kind of mentioning it, oh, Tree, is he going to be okay down there? Fissure block is holding him in position. Access Vampire keeps the chainstun up, allowing Dream to get all that damage in that he wants to. And you can see Gambit, they want to keep fighting. They're looking for more. But it's dangerous to move that close to the tier 2 tower.
As long as you can delay this Alchemist, I mean, it's I'm not going to call a single core lineup because Viper can't scale, but it looks like an all-in.
Dire are scanning.
Like post 30-minute mark, I'm going to say that Gambit is going to win.
Really? Still feels like at least the D push should be good, depending on the itemization. Viper. I always feel like Viper can just clean up waves so quickly once he gets leveled. Because the Alchemist loves it. Aghanim Scepters all around. Maybe you get your eyes in the forest.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I mean, they can scale. Yeah, if this game drags, in this patch we don't see too many long games, even during the one esports.
Yeah, we never hit 70. We hit 65 minutes at one in Singapore. Yeah, we were hoping it would go for 70.
We wanted to see those tier 5 items.
It just doesn't happen though. Like there's too many ending ways, and now Glimpse, whoop, Access Vampire, pull back in again. He really doesn't want to die. He's so close to getting his Blink Dagger. Hilariously enough, doesn't go down that much money, a lot of it being reliable gold. Tier 1 tower on bottom, that living armor, sorry, tier 2. Does not survive very long, even fortifying it up. But Shashlo's ready to fight too. The tier 1 tower in mid lane is looking to be the trade-off as Crystal Maiden being hunted. She's going to get glimpsed back in the mid lane. And FNG does as much damage in return. The tier 2 tower still goes the way of Dream, and that tier 1 tower in mid, not a lot of damage has been done to it. It's down by 50%, but the rest of it will now come.
Yeah, the tier 2 tower on the bottom has fallen, but Triumph is just there having the global presence with the armor. Now it's BKB that Alchemist just bought, so he does not need to care about nether damage coming out from Puck nor Earthshaker, and Earthshaker doesn't even have a Blink Dagger yet.
I'm really loving the way that Dream is always sending his illusions to the mid lane. Like Pandas are pushing mid. All right, what are we going to do? Take out all the cams that are nearby. Do not let this Alchemist have any kind of space, and you can just do this with no risk to yourself.
Now it's go time for Gambit. They have Blink on Earthshaker. They just want to finish the Diffusal Blade on Naga. She also picked up one item, Ring of Aquila, huh? Not too bad.
You'll take it. So is it, like, does Radiant need to push? Like, you don't like...
They want to take a fight, but the Naga does not allow them.
Because she still needs more time, right? Shashlo. I don't need to throw out the Fidget for that one.
And that's
so 2 blinks, yeah.
Yep.
So Gambit want to fight. They haven't revealed the fact that these items are up and running just yet. But FP should be ready for this too, right? They should be looking for it.
Right now, they're only showing 3 heroes at the top, one about to join them. Still Treant on the bottom lane.
Imclaw? Probably toss that one over to the Viper.
I mean, you can always try to force a fight near the Roche if the enemy team does not want to take a fight, and they have a good lineup to do so. With the Viper, with some extra minus armor from Medallion on Treant and Alchemist.
Just under 16-minute buy time for the Maelstrom. Not too shabby for a Bloodseeker, who really would like to be having himself a fight, but this smoke movement from Gambit is well off the mark. Now Pandas will try one of their own, all 5 heroes together. The outpost on the top has been taken up. But who do they want to go on? There's still Illusions checking out, and FNG. Oh, you are so happy if you're Gambit on this. Like, FNG can die every single day if he reveals a 5-man smoke gank. But look at the TPs coming. Pandas, they want the north. And Gambit will take the south. Quickly, Puck moves down there, making sure there's a split push going.
FNG will take that trade anytime. Smoke for his death.
Oh my god, Envy gets so much money from just, like, he got 2 stacks. Like 2 stacks inside the Dire jungle, and he just went up. I think it was like 1,000 gold. A little bit over 1,000 gold. Man, Bryle. Dream showing he's got a lot of damage to give. Diffuser Blade is ready with the Mana Style, even the Broomstick backpacked. While AUI in deep. Does someone have some reveal? Yeah, he's just putting down the GG branch, give him something extra to run through, but their Sentry was down, running right into the already planted one with the extra silences. AUI would also fall. While in mid, it looks like they're still trying to initiate 2. Dream doesn't want to give this up. Moon put down the ulti, but look at him die! Dream doesn't even care, his illusions get tickled.
I have 2 questions for you, Toby. Was that Viper, was that Disruptor? Because they just disappeared, man. Dream at this point
was it just an illusion?
So strong, yep.
Yeah, just got punched in the face.
I think they missed their timings. They couldn't group up, even though it's only 1k lead for Gambit. When you're playing Alchemist lineup, if you're not 5 to 10,000 gold ahead, you're not ahead.
Well, it's when like you see lineups like this, like they start to just kite out the Alchemist, right? Like you're able to ensnare, you're able to frostbite, you rupture him, you control him, and then deal with everybody else. Because if they don't have the farm, if Alchemist is taking it from everywhere on the map, you put everything into this guy. But if you can't deliver the effective net worth, then it's not effective.
It's the same concept as when you're playing with Tinker in your team, where he takes all the farm on the map and then dies 1-2 times, and suddenly the game just feels over.
Yeah. That's why I'm interested to see, like, just how much more influence Envy's able to have. Like, if it's Gambit trying to kite, like if we look for the 4 stars, if we look for maneuverability, if they just feel like what they've already got is enough. Like, he's building in for the Assault Cuirass. So he is being the fighter. It's a normal item build for Eternal Envy, but I don't know, like Blink, like obviously you don't need Blink Anubis, or like something along these lines that's able to let him be forcing an engagement from Gambit to make them target him. Is that possible?
They don't have a hero to initiate a fight with. The only thing is Glimpse back. Yep. You don't want to waste a slot on Blink Dagger on Alk at this point.
You almost need to have like a clumsy net on AUI, and then like this will be a better way to initiate. Because Bra will only get a little bit of slow out, and then you could just reset. But we still haven't seen a single song. So even if Pandas do start this one, what do we got? That's a very long glimpse. Excess Vampire pulled back in again. Just trying to keep the chains on so we get some time to blink, but with the Static Storm, not Static Storm, Thunder Strike on top of him. Hard to get. 5 seconds before Glimpse is back up again in GPK. I wouldn't wave at him. If he can see you into the wall, into the trees, that's a very long glimpse all the way back over towards Eternal Envy. Quick little silence over on Snaking. Dream Call thinks about committed from Charge Lord with the 3-man silence as well as hit. He'll join himself away. GPK caught out. Rupture also making his play, but GPK trying to get back to the tier 1 tower. Under the blood right there, really diving in. Envy wants his kill, but the BKB just protects the Bloodseeker for so long. It was AUI who was ruptured up. No, couldn't see him in the trees.
But they, I'm not going to say wasted, but they invested a lot of time to get a kill on Earthshaker. It's going to be a tier 1 tower, and look at the top lane. Yeah, it's the trade-off. Siren just trading the tier 1 for tier 1 tower. Also illusions spawning on top. they're gonna need BOTs on one of the heroes, but the question is who wants to buy it? And yeah, you have BOTs, you want to be at that lane where Naga Siren is, but she threatens a kill on you. So there's just one ensnare, you're done.
This is starting to feel like a 50-minute game where Gambit just...
God, that's full butterfly. Sorry, Toby.
No, you're all good, man. Like, the Naga's just getting so huge that no one could really deal with it, but it doesn't also feel like Gambit have great high ground pressure. They need to win a fight against fighting pandas, which means they need to get through everybody, but why do that? You can just accept the status quo. Yeah, the kill count's pretty low, less than a kill a minute. That's very unusual for Dota. And you just split push it. BT's up for Puck. He's ready to do this exactly the same thing.
We're really not in split push meta, but in this
feels
kind
like
of
it
game,
could work.
yeah, but this is the way to win. Soloing Roche, 23 minutes in, not too bad.
So this is a way like maybe they can get up, where Dream is just so damn huge and you just giving him 2 lives. So you either take out the remaining outer towers or force a fight, or you think about breaking the high ground.
They will definitely try to take a fight now. With that Aegis, I mean, even without it, I doubt they can still take out Siren before she can get her spells off. Because there's no burst damage on pandas at this moment.
Look at Shashlin's just like taunting AUI. He's like, I don't even care where you are. Because he knows he's on bottom lane. Like, this is what AUI did best. Remember when we always played like Lilinas on the side lanes?
Yeah.
Like, I'll play the very rogue guy that just goes, sits in the tree lanes. He has Shadow Blades or Glimmer Capes back then. Now he's just got Tree Protector, which is, well, OP for movement. What, +1 mirror image illusion. All right. Let's make more Nagas.
They're already having issues with dealing with those illusions. Alchemist bought Maelstrom. Like, he wants that Mjolnir for extra procs.
Well, he needs to be the clearance, right? Like, it's not like he's going to be able to Battle Fury. We need something a little stronger that can progress.
I mean, I believe he picked up the Cleave talent on level 15.
Yeah, that'll work.
This'll come in handy. Loaded to the gills.
And thanks to his rate of income, the Mjolnir won't be too far off. Shrine grabs. Outpost grabs. Both now belong to Gambit, but they didn't have them at the 25.
Outlander grabs.
Brile, BKB. Already out and snaking. And he's just got no mana to work with. Song of the Siren. They'll trigger for a moment. There's actually a Courier just sitting on top of the shop.
Moonmeander places Observer Ward, wanted to get a good glimpse, but yeah, that's gonna get devorded.
And we go back to status quo. Rotation happens. Song of the Siren used to reset. GPK don't even want to get involved. Like, he's on bottom lane. Like, until his basher is done. Maybe he's not feeling like it's worth getting in. There's a lot of farm on the map to be had. And Excess Vampire. Well, 4 stars, but still gonna die. Moon had that final tick.
I think it's go time. They wanna...
It's a DD. Yep, definitely go time. But what do you go on? Like,
There's
you're gonna
no
run
Roche. they would love to kill a Roche right now.
You're gonna run down mid. It's just like, hey, it's go time, but wait, objective choices.
Wait, there's no Roche.
Choices are limited here. Hey, Ember, you could farm jungle a little faster. And now he's got a Paladin sword. I feel like these BKBs are being so liberally used too, and we're so early in the game. For a game that could drag out, like through split push, through D push, like this is just like, it's a nightmare for any team that really wants to take a proper objective on the map.
And it's the second BKB pickup on Gambit. Naga just finished hers. Like, she's gonna be so hard to take down.
Because of the net worth on Disruptor, it's almost impossible he's gonna get an Aghanim Scepter during this game. So they won't even be as concerned. Means overgrowth control is just almost nothing on the Naga.
Some chip damage, but it's not effective since you're playing against Treant Protector. I want to see a team fight, Dobie.
No, not allowed it. Naga is a no-fun hero. Alchemist is a no-fun hero. You know, actually always like the old resolution build in Alchemist. You remember when you got like the Armlet first Alchemist? You get like yeah, it was like I think it was like Armlet Blink into Abyssal.
No,
so it's like full on mass stun.
No acid spray, just max stun. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, we're combat boys. All these illusions just forcing AUI off the bottom lane. This is when I don't know how you leave your base properly. Like, who can deal with this? Like,
is this what we came to?
Is this what you came to see? Are you not entertained? Yeah, it's the Maelstrom. Like I say, double Mjolnirs. They know what they need to do.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Enchanted Quiver.
Picked it up in time.
Radiant's top
Everyone's gonna be
no, you can't deny it with the illusion, so you can't deny. It's actually a sad thing you can't do that, right? You can't deny those neutral drops.
You think it would be balanced?
Well, I just think it'd be hilarious. Like if you got something like a bounty hunter sitting behind, like wait for drop the neutral.
Well, there's a reason why these invisible heroes got nerfed, so you can't kill the couriers.
This doesn't seem like okay, so we're protecting the courier life, and it feels like you've just destroyed a way of invisible life. Where's Ricky? Where's Ricky?
Well, we can't see him. What a joke, huh? So funny.
All right, Gambit. Zagus the Immortal has been like totally burned through. We were just waiting for the next one. Skadi is the next item build up from Dream. Alchemist is still the #1 net worth, but he doesn't have a huge lead. Normally this is about 10k in front when you're 30 minutes into a game, but right now it's pretty low.
Look at this damage. I mean, it's not all about the damage, it's about burning your mana. All these heroes are extremely limited. I talked about Alchemist not having mana regen on his ulti. Also Abaddon, if you have no mana, you're pretty much useless.
It's going to take too long. The GG branch just got planted down, so they know AUI is there to try and take the outpost. Dream, Shashlo and FNG both initiate quickly. AUI silence for so long, could never get the overgrowth off, and the ensnare. Ryle has to beat KB, but GPK's here. Anyone get themselves a stun? They just got the damage output as well. Even with BKB, there is no layer of protection. And up on the top lane, that's where the remaining 3 heroes from Pandas are fighting hard.
The force stab!
But Eternal Envy, Snap was so damn short. Now get the Chemical Rage, and we'll see if Envy is really a fighter or a lover. Moonmiend has already gone down. Snaking, control him. Now the blood right out too. Snaking totally burned dry. Still has the ultimate. They just changed the target. Killing up Eternal Envy. Shashlo would jump back in again. And the Pandas are all dying. They are extinct. Someone teach these people how to mate. Gambit only lose 1 in order to take that fight.
I'm surprised they still decided to take that fight after losing 2 of the heroes. We can see that Alchemist is extremely strong. Once he pops that ulti and the Mjolnir on himself, he actually deals a lot of damage, especially if there's no BKBs on Gambit. But sadly, that fight was only 3 versus 5.
And now Gambit have got the exact window they wanted. A 10k gold advantage. Swings up on the board a half an hour into this game.
The thing is, all the lanes are going to be pushed in. Chip damage, not as important in those towers because of the treant, but you're scouting things out with illusions, with your Manta style, and once the Roche pops, they're going to go for Roche, and you can't threaten the Roche because of the Siren. No burst damage, she's going to be able to use ulti reset, come back.
Yep. Naga will just walk at you. That's how she makes sure that you don't take Roshana from him. And all this extra survivability is meant to come from like living armor, the Treant Protector. Equates to almost nothing as Naga just perseveres, and at 31 minutes and a bit, all outer towers have been taken down, and Gambit feel like they've got the reins of this match.
They also have Aghanim Scepter on Puck, and they have a gem, so they want to get rid of all the vision. Scotty completed all these small pieces coming into play. Roche.
But you want to hand some of those items over to anyone? I'm fairly certain CM will take it. Eternal Envy. Where does he find the opening? He's meant to be enabled by his team, now snaking and snared up. Gonna lose all of that mana all over again. That's drainage problems from the Fighting Pandas. And now Envy, initiated on Echo's Vampire. Envy, he's got no mana against the BKB, but he's already so damn low, but the regeneration's kicking in, snaking, low on life, overgrowth, just trying to hold Dream there, but Song of the Siren, GPK, just trying to isolate Envy because he was still BKB'd up. The Gambit, they're just saying we don't want this. The Glimpse, they're getting the pull back, it's gonna be Dream, and they just have to count their losses here, Gambit.
Kill.
621 gold and it all goes to Eternal Envy.
Can they chase for more? They're pinging out the Shrine.
I don't think they
Naga has a buyback if needed, if I'm not mistaken.
Where is that?
Oh no, she's actually short.
She's out.
1,400 gold.
Roshan's not available just yet. Still got some time, but they're looking the Echo Slam! Echo's Vampire starting all up for Prosesor, the BKB. Now they stand their turf. Gambit, they really think the Roshan was being done. They just blindly jumped in, lose another 2 blow, huge abilities.
I mean, we've seen $1 million Dream Coil, but yeah, this Echo Slam.
No, that was one of those times like, oh, I landed on community chest, but I'm paying income tax. I'm not gaining any money.
This was something else. I mean, it's kind of a play that you want to risk just in case. Maybe still the Roche. If you just deny the Aegis, it's worth it. But right now...
But you had no information. You had nothing to work with. Hey, nerf of Mango Tree now revealed right here. But no one actually got Mango Tree.
They need to play around his BKB on Alchemist. If they decide to use Rupture just to keep him in place, reset after he pops that BKB and then go in.
Well, the big man is up. Naga in 10 seconds can TP out. Prime Moon's just doing the vision. Oh, that's nice.
DD.
Oh, thank you, Ice Frog.
I can see Ice Frog sitting in Seattle in his office, just clicking the buttons.
Oh no, Shashlo, thank you, Ice Frog. That's the way you don't leave nice things sitting in rivers. It's almost a shame it actually had to go to the park. Because Rorschach is now an option for Gambit.
It took them too much time. I mean, it's a long spawn on Roche. Also, bottom lane is pushing in.
Looking for AUI once more. Dream Coil is out. Doesn't catch out Snaking. Snaking trying to help him out, but a nice 4-star. Actually triggering the coil. So AUI dead pretty quickly. Will instantly buys back into the game. Needs to give his presence. The concoction only setting up Illusion Stream. So going to get back in the fight as GPK was in the back lines. He's losing so much life so fast. But more support needs to also arrive. Where's your help? X's Vampire doesn't even want to give you. Already blew the big ultimate Brawl. Low on life. But where's the damage? He's trying to get it out, but they just hold him there. Envy, he's got the son of Valvo, Song of the Siren. He's going to end up stunning himself. Dream gets a little bit of extra distance away. So Envy doesn't stun himself, but no, whoa! Puck, yeah, okay, he's just, it's fine. It's all fine here.
He went in silence just so that they can't use the glimpse back if they had any vision.
Now they go for Roshan, but now Echo Slam is up. Song of the Siren isn't, and that's probably what they're more happy about. But Naga Illusions can scout out, same with the Orb. FNG's got his own attacks. Moving to the north, ready to let it go. They can just hold him inside the pit. Excess Vampire, great Fissure block. Holding the 2 of them inside of Roshan. Browse him there as well. FNG now lets it go. Where's the extra hit? Envy as well, snaking so low, so is Roshan. Down to 50 HP. One more hit. Roshan down, but Excess Vampire, he snatches the Aegis to the Immortal. It's the perfect connection. 4-stabbing back out. And another Fissure block. They just keep controlling him. They learned how to build a wall. It's not cement, it's rock.
Man, that Echo Slam, he missed again, but at least he snatched the Roche. Dream doesn't have ulti for the next 15 seconds.
Yeah, but that's still 15 seconds. You can't kill him in that time. Another 3-man Fissure. Access Vampire, one of his best heroes. He's showcasing why. Moon Meander will fall, Crystalmaiden will buy back. Everyone keep the aura. Goodbye, Aegis the Immortal. Yes, back to the world living in just a second as the BKB Naga has just walked off. Crystalmaiden's coming back over. Vampire most definitely dead in the trees.
This game's still not over, Toby. 36 minutes in.
It's back to split push now, right?
I don't think the split push is going to be that effective at this point of the game because Viper has a lot of items, has that Paladin Sword, full Mjolnir, almost full Butterfly. He wants to have evasion just so that they can't burn his mana. Cheese on Viper. At least they got one.
Big one. Like they needed that to force an issue. Now Lincoln Sphere over on Puck. Survivability is really starting to arrive for Gambit. I say starting to arrive. It was already there for the Naga. It's just everyone else who's getting it.
Silence.
And map controls could be so important for Gambit. This is why I was also looking for like the split push cape, because you push him away from the outpost, you push him away from the bounty rooms and keep fighting basically at their tier 3s.
Aghanim Scepter queued up for Alchemist. I assume that's going to be thrown onto Abaddon. Like you want to give it to him.
Do you want to give it to him, or do you want to give it to
see some coils?
You want to see that? See, I want to actually see Moomiander's ultimate. I think they need to be able to shut down these BKBs, because it feels like Gambit keeps grouping up so much. It's maybe more effective.
Last time I checked, he was going for Ags, but has
nothing on him now.
Scepter had 2,000 gold. I guess that was his buyback. No. Where did he gold? Where did his gold go?
Maybe it's sitting on the courier that's right next to the secret shop.
Oh, that's Envy using his courier for sure.
Because it's just sitting slightly off the side. Efficiency times. He can buy the point booster and still have tons of money left over. So there's the outpost gathering. 38 minutes out. Well, 38 minutes in, I should say. Out from the start.
We were talking about long games, Toby. We might be in for one.
Hell yes, it's what I always wanted. Actually, just to see a 70-minute game. We've got 32 minutes left on the clock before we get to that point. And maybe then, like, how many of these 70-minute items we're going to have? Like, I hope our observer is up to the task to hover over items so we can, like, let's just break everything down.
So we can know what they're doing?
Yeah.
Because you've never seen those in your pubs? Yeah.
Yep. All right, here we go. Gambit in the trees, ready to fight. GPK comes the first one out. Blood Ride's going to be good with the jump forward. Look for GPK, quick force, staff away. Dreamcall in the back line, keeping Panda controlled. More Ruptures making their way, so Braille has to stand his ground and continue to fight, but GPK's are low on life. Great overgrowth with the finisher! Once again, splitting this FP team in half away from the targets they want, while Song of the Siren, FNG to be the first to die in this entire fight. Moon will not join him, it's pretty damn low. And Fighting Pandas get exactly what they want. A huge core, soaking up the abilities. And what do they really lose? Nothing of value.
They don't have a target to go for. Like, the ideal target is to kill either Disruptor, burn mana on Abaddon, or try to kill a Treant. And they can't do it. Man, Bloodseeker, if he uses Blood Ride on him, like he just straight up dies. There's the first Aghanim Scepter on Alk.
We'll see who walks over.
I see Abaddon approaching.
I'm also seeing Disruptor approaching. Who's it gonna be? Snake is like, give it to me. It gave it to Snaking. I'm slightly disappointed, but I'm okay. Because there'll be another one in about 3 minutes. That's the best thing for an Alchemist when you get more control of your map. But then again, the side lane's pushed in so hard. Dream's attacking the top. He TP'd there instantly after the fight. Puck went past the creep wave and started pushing in the bottom.
If it was against any other hero than Treant, then it would be super effective. Right now, it's just the chip damage.
40-minute Prince's Knife, the first drop.
Disruptor, yeah, I like what he's doing. He wants to get that Eon Death so that he can't die, and I assume he's going to be next in the line for that Aghanim Scepter.
I think I just saw Envy buy two point boosters, ready to get like both of them. One after the other. Love it. So Gambit, time to just chill and relax for a little bit more. Third Roshan, maybe we start looking towards that timer at one point. The Leveler, the next item to drop as well. Because all of this is going to keep dropping for the Alchemist because he's burning through everything. Queued up yet again, another Aghanim Scepter. This one is on the Disruptor, so big Aghanim's upgraded ultimate. Very problematic for Gambit if they do get caught out. These BKBs are not going to be as effective anymore. Depending on their timings, of course.
Yeah, Envy at this point just feels unkillable. Like, they need to deal with the rest. Leave Alchemist.
Like, isolate him somehow. Yeah. Flicker.
I would love to see some disarm, maybe. Heaven's Halberd wouldn't be too bad, because he dishes out way too much damage. His attack speed is insane. And also, with that Basher, like, Bloodseeker can't get close to him. Or he needs Butterfly to have evasion.
I feel like AUI is just trying to trigger a response on the top lanes. Anybody up here. There's a creep wave and a half pushing down the bottom lane. Fighting Pandas have to keep a close eye on just these side lanes. Doesn't take much to get down there. You BT down, then you just TP scroll back to a tier 2. And push once more. AUI looking for excess Vampire. Force-staffed himself up into the tree line. And, well, begins his TP. AUI will commit the overgrowth, so excess Vampire has to stand here. Stun number one. Needs to throw out the second one at the right time to be able to have the time to blink. But nope. Bryle gets in range, gets the chip damage in. And no way to get that blink dagger off cooldown.
The problem is Earthshaker does not have any heroes to go into. Yeah, but like, even if they clump up,
3.
Yeah, there's still this Abaddon with Aghanim Scepter upgraded.
Oh, good glimpse. But BKB?
Full HP.
Yeah. The rest of the illusions actually went towards the mid lane, trying to beat into that tier 3 tower, but yeah, it just means AUI's got more repair work to do. He's a craftsman.
I wish he had repair kit, repair tool. Like, there's no way you're killing a building.
Alright, Spell Prism is the latest item up for Gambit. I don't think I've actually had a game where I had a Spell Prism drop.
Yeah, because most games finish around 30-35 minute mark.
That is being the average, for sure.
We could see the heat map. They were just moving on their own side most of the time.
Got the vision.
Needs the BKB.
Pulling GPK, and yeah, another defensive BKB being burnt. These things' duration are going to be so low now. Everyone starts their TPs back. Snaking Nose needs to keep the bottom lane pressured out, because the Naga Illusions will take care of the mid. They're continuously farming up the jungle, and another wave will be sent towards the top lane. So 4-man smoke up from Gambit, from inside their base, well away from, I'd say, from any Radiant vision. But right now, I'm struggling to find a Radiant Observer Ward that's planted on the map.
They got ninja gear on side of Panda, but not the best hero to carry it. Like, you want to have hero who can assassinate, solo kill someone on the side lane, cast smoke, but that's not the thing here. Like, they want to just group up and go as 5.
This is nice warding coming down now from Gambit. They're preparing for the next Roshan. Bit away, that courier lucky to survive, but hey, that's why it's got extra abilities, and that's Bryle's heart. Now on the Viper, maybe you can give that Paladin sword and everything else sitting in his backpack to somebody else who may need it.
What if you just destroy your own items and have 6 neutrals?
See, that's... I was like,
you don't even buy items.
Oh, you have to say, like, it's the only ones you can destroy.
You can destroy your own.
Yeah, but that would just be so... Well, that would be a really stupid game if you reach that point. Just give it all to your courier, let it fight with it all. That's what it's about, right? You've already hit the level 25 Viper, level 25 Alchemist.
We need that level 30.
We need the Dagon fleet, is what we need.
Some Dagons, Meteor Hammers on couriers.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Eternal Envy will be able to afford it if this game continues on.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, Envy. Smoke's gonna break. Orb was flying up, but they already see the creeps burning and being pulled off. That's so much money. 2 creep waves, and just creep wave.
He's dealing so much damage because I think he already used 3 Aghanim Scepters. With each use, he gets the extra spell amp.
Look at the banked gold, 6.5 and 7.2. What are you waiting for? Eternal Envy's waiting to kill off FNG. Attempted de-warding. Gives the easiest kill in the world, 420 gold, so now Puck can keep up with the Alchemist.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, you need to start transitioning this Puck into damage dealer. Bottom lane.
Yeah, those Naga Illusions once again, and another creep wave.
Keeps pushing in, doing nothing.
Dream will at least take the outpost. They can't keep control of the map. Like, even if you want to push up high ground, it still feels like there's an absolute nightmare to do it, because you could just lose the fight. Into Echo Slam, into potential like Dream Pull you can't break free of. Now Naga's getting a Shadow Blade. All right.
I assume she just wants the
silver?
No, I assume she just wants to find Disruptor before the fight starts and kill him.
Okay.
Like, you need to start swapping items, so after you pop a BKB, you need something else in your inventory.
Flapping an Alchemist is so quick at cleaning up waves. But they're always seeming to, like, they have to respond to the split push of Gambit. And Gambit can get very elusive. Like, they have a Puck. They're looking towards Roshan. He is up. Maybe they can actually kill him pretty quick as well. TP support's coming over. That's going to be Abaddon arriving in the mid lane. That one look creep needs to go in. Roshan already dead. They're way too late, and it's a refresher. Cheats. Yep. This looks like they're giving the refresher orb over to Dream. It was picked up by Shashlo at the very beginning. So yeah, it's actually still on him now.
Double coil, double silence, just to control the fight.
A puck that doesn't actually keep a groove bow in inventory. How the meta has changed. Grove bow. I think it sounds better as a groove bow, but it's a grove bow. Envy feels like it's on the hunt once again. Jumping forward towards GPK. Shashlo trying to help him out at the moment. A quick little force up. GPK protected by the Lincoln Sphere for the moment. Glimpse. That's a long one all the way back into base.
Man, these fishers were on point throughout the whole game. You don't necessarily need to stun people, just block them off so they can't approach the team fight from the angle that they want.
Access Vampire is such a good Song of the Siren. Snaking and Ryle being caught. GPK is going to be nearby and turn it off right now. You'll get the quick silence. BKB off from Ryle. Snaking won't be so lucky, but he's got borrowed time. It's a great storm from Mumi and
what a static storm.
Caught in the back lines. They had no way to reply. ES will buy back. He's teeping over towards the Shrine, and they want to bring down somebody. Who have they got? Eternal Envy. FNG's up. All the buybacks coming in from both sides. We're back to a full lineup. Eternal Envy still on the run. Same as taking the Fisher. Holds them up on the high ground. Parkour flies forward, but they do not want to have this fight. Being up.
Oh, casual double damage for him. He was running with the Rupture on. Everything they have, they just throw on him. The shield, the Solar Crest, Living Armor, and he goes in. So 1-2 buybacks committed. He's actually 3 because Viper bought back, so
yep.
He needs to be careful about his positioning.
But you knew him from Gambit, like they needed to have their 2 remaining team fight ultimates, but the fact that Static Storm caught them in the back lines, Moon Meander's positioning couldn't have been better. So they have to wait for high ground. You almost have to let the tier 2 tower drop. And the only thing that would make maybe the Pandas fall back a little bit is if someone TP towards the top lane and added a little bit of pressure up there.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Now the top lane's pushing in, but they have BOTs to deal with.
No, it's a Moonshard consumption now. You know what he should start to do? He should consume the axe himself if he hasn't done so, because that gives him more bonus damage.
I think everyone on his team has axe at this point.
But I feel like it's like for every single person who has axe, like he gets a bonus.
What if you could give axe to enemies? Just to get extra damage?
Damage? I don't think that would be worth it. And she finishes a butterfly. Wait, didn't he already have that?
I think he just bought it.
Yeah, he just
Radiance.
bought it. I thought it was the Naga who has the butterfly as well. Sold the Radiance.
Yeah, I mean, you can afford to sell Radiance in the late game because you have the Cleave talent, so you really don't care about that Radiance burn.
Haste Rune. That only comes in handy when you don't want to put your Chemical Rage on, because he's already got the Chemical Rage movement speed talent. But and a thing that increases your farm rate, right? So top lane pushes him, 50-minute mark. It's still a 1-1 outpost split. While Pandas may be on the defense, they've already shown they've got more than enough to fight, especially if they can control that Puck and ES.
Puck just bought a BKB.
Really? Huh. Feels like he needs like some almost better control in this fight.
I mean, if he gets inside a static storm, that's not going to help him.
FNG smoke broke. He needs a ward on the hillside. That's just a sentry planted down by Moon Meander. Alchemist is TPing in right now. They're going to get right into the middle of the fight. Right in the Naga, the storm. It's perfect once again. But no Dream. She's out. The Siren go. The TP outs will also begin from everybody. A huge disengage from Gambit. And everyone is away safely. Hey, Naga TPing towards the mid lane, pushing it down again.
I can't believe that didn't caught her inside the static storm.
Yeah, how did she get out of that? I almost want to see a slow motion replay of it all. Just walks to the edge. Over in a barrel.
Is under attack.
Still tier 3 towers standing, Toby.
Mm-hmm. Status quo. 51 minutes. Hang on, we wanted a 70, right? We wanted 1. Well, maybe we didn't want it, but maybe we're gonna get it anyway. You could feel it when you had an Alchemist versus Naga. Like we're back at like TI3 or TI2, both.
Naga Siren is not gonna get like any stronger. She can get Aghanim Scepter heal people up, get the moon shard. But it's not that big of a difference.
Abaddon just revealed himself in the mid, so they'll feel like maybe they have the numbers, and they do. 5v4 on top. Good Observer Warden Sentry down. Dream's coming in close. Smoke is now going to break on him, but they found the best target they could have. Disruptor, he needs Knight. The Storm is out. Naga this time won't be able to get out. The Overgrowth trying to hold him in position. Disruptor will go down finally, but really, at what cost? He got everything he wanted. Actually, no, he's not even dead yet. Now he finally will. Eventually, he goes the Echo Slam, but he dies so quickly. The BKB protecting the Viper just flapped his way to victory. And all huge abilities down for Gambit apart from Song.
During casting Echo Slam, Naga has a buyback. Like, she just disappears. Once again, the itemization from Moon Meander has that Eon Desk, which actually kept him alive, so he could use the Static Storm. I'm not sure if they were aware of that item.
My god, they actually took a tier 3 tower on bottom. And the illusions, it's not even the real ones, are killing off the melee ranks. They can't kill him. Oh, okay, the shield pops. That's what will do the job. But Naga Siren very much stranded, and Disruptor moving over. Dream in Viz, but Moon Meander doesn't have any vision. But Dream keeping that pressure on. So for all that fine, for everything the Panda's got, they still can't push high ground. And we're seeing the power of like the Shadow Blade, the ability to actually split push even more aggressively and then just hide on the side.
If Naga Siren dies, this game is just straight up over.
They needed to buy 27 seconds. Gonna clean up that wave in the back lines. Shashlow's already on it. Song of the Siren. This will buy time for a little bit of backdoor protection to arrive. Sentry Ward's already down. FNG doesn't want anything to do with it. 14 seconds now. Still no creep wave, but yeah, they can just burn through. Puck is continuously creep skipping as far as Shashlow can go. But backdoor protection doesn't stop against this level of damage.
Yeah, the extra attack speed they get from Curse and the AC, it's more than enough to bring it down.
Yes, TPing to the front lines, gonna look for a fissure block up. What's he really got? Snaking. That's not a hero he knows he can get. Eternal Envy beginning his own TP out. Dream, has he got to control Envy? Cancelling that TP, is he baiting them into an engagement? Puck is still creep skipping out. Disruptor is nearby, so watch the vision game. Quick little AWP Moon, looking for the Thunder. Can't get it off in time, so can't keep the vision.
He needs to pop Aerial Scepter to get through that Lincoln's on Puck. What are they doing? They're just chasing Puck.
Yeah, they ran back for it. I guess you took a mid lane of melee racks. Like that's something. Now you smoke up and look for another fight. Alchemist, the only one not inside of that. MKB, the only fresh item for Gambit in a while, and that's on the Bloodseeker. As everyone's moving towards the outpost. Who's going to be in close? Exus Vampire, he knows he needs a huge ultimate here. Envy, TPing once again to the front lines. The bounty runes are down, and they're all looking to be gathered. Mass TPs towards the top. Looking for the others, and also to push out the waves.
To my house.
Another Ags. Crystal Maiden has it.
All right. Game really is just pulling forward. 55 minutes now.
Gambit does not want to take a fight right now. They just want Naga to get her buyback online, because if she dies, they know it's over.
830 CS, 718 on the Alchemist, but Naga has the cake for the moment.
36 on the
top lane. Naga could be looking for a little bit of a play on the Abaddon. No. Everyone's a little bit too far away, and they don't know the vision game. And it feels like every single time a fight happens, like Envy just BT'd onto the hero being initiated on. And snaking is a guaranteed vessel to the front line.
Illusion.
They have 4 frontliners. So many saves. It's really hard to approach this fight. Like, I can't imagine in Gambit's head what's happening right now. Like, how do we win? Like, there's no chance for good Echo Slam because Abaddon will just mitigate all the damage even if they group up as 5.
This actually has to be terrible. It's like the worst drop now. Like, we don't even want the Aghanim's upgrade. Everyone's already got it. Well, we dropped on down. Roshan, Aegis the Immortal claimed. Leaving space for cheese. But Gambit will be really heavily tested now. TP's coming to the bottom lane. That side lane push. A very dangerous thing. GPK just at the right time. TPing away from Moon as well as snaking. It's kind of funny because the dust triggered. I mean, the smoke triggered. So they're just wondering where he is.
I think it's go time for Pandas. I mean, I've been saying that for last, 40 minutes, that it's go time, but Naga is just giving them too much trouble. They know she doesn't have buyback at this point, and with Aegis and Cheese, they should try to end it.
It's actually kind of funny. I don't know if it's like, you only get gifted the extra damage for the Aghanim Scepters you gift, but by consuming the Roshan Aghanim Scepter, it actually limits how much damage Envy can have. You get the Aghanims for free, obviously, but just thinking. Trial, tier 3 tower, does not care, goes full flapping. And the tier 3 tower is already taken. The racks, both of them will fall to Gambit. They were trying to push the top lane out, but they have to make a choice here.
They can go through that backdoor protection if Envy starts hitting it.
Well, for the moment, there he is. TP forward, over, Park. Away safety. Well, they're coming in for that last mid lane of Rax. ES ready to jump into the back lines. There's never creep wave to work with. Fissure already out. Here's the Echo Slam, one of the two of the back lines, but Puck so quickly, Yule stepped it up and towards the air. Caught inside the storm. Moonmere, the timing so perfect. Echo's Vampire and Shashlo, they're just trying to break free for the moment, getting closer back towards the storm. Shashlo having to BKB himself, and then Illusionary Orb jump himself to safety.
These are mega creeps. There's no doubt about it. Raxes are just gone. Look at this attack speed.
Ridiculously high. Envy gonna BKB. He's TPing all the way home. Glimpse, GPK, get away from him. Fissure, it may be nice. Shashlo has the Dream Call available. Gonna catch out to AUI, hanging in the tree lines. Eternal Envy's already returned back to the fight. He's still Rupture, walking his way forward. Snaking is low, but can they kill him off? Shashlo's trying to do the job, but now the overgrowth. Once again, GPK too far away from the rest of the team. Thunderstrike's up. Can Shashlo at least get this jaunt away to safety? Yes, he can, but the also have GPK. Another Thunderstrike and another Glimpse, pulling it back in range of Brile. And GG is called. Gambit have realized they've been beaten ahead against a wall.
Don't underestimate Envy. These are games that he loves to play. He gets in the late game. That's his specialty. Look at it. Look how calm he is.
Yeah, it's just another day at the office, boys. Like, yep, we all stuck to the plan. That was great. But a big look at that man in the middle of the screen, Moon Meander. His timings, if he didn't get that big static storm in the
right. all right.
Five seconds.
Like, this
remaining.
is such a tough group.
The worst of it is this is a position they've been in before, specifically FNG. The team's a bit new, but they played against Alliance at Epicenter in the final major of last year. Winner went to TI, loser went to qualifiers. They dropped that series, end up faltering in the qualifiers. Now you're in a similar scenario. You're trying to make it to the major. You've got to beat Pandas. You go to the playoffs, you lose. All of a sudden, you're fighting for survival. You definitely don't want to be in that series. It's going to be late at night. You'll be a little tired. You're going to have a loss to chew on. And it's TI second place squad that's facing. It's just, it's oof.
And considering the problems that FNG has had in the past against someone like Solo, you could easily see him run into the same problems against Kuro, right? It's that type of drafting level where there's that little extra 10-15% that you have to deal with, which even if it isn't there right now for Kuro, and they're clearly not in their best shape. He was saying it in the interview yesterday, they're trying to work it out. You can once again, even if they're not doing their hottest, you can think they're hotter than they really are, and you know,
to me, this
make it harder.
And you got to be sure, like, get your shit together. Check the box. You're playing against Treant, Abaddon, Alchemist, Viper, all these high sustained heroes. You don't have a Spirit Vessel. You don't have a single aura item. Like, check the Dota buff. There are 0 auras on the side of Gambit. They're buying Ags on the CM and Shadowblade on Shaker instead. Pandas, they are a team. They are going to ensure that they are as strong as possible when they show up. You saw Alk in the Roche pit during that fight. He had 13 different buffs on him active. That's what you're going to be up against. Just, I don't even know, honestly. Just do better.
I think just it's fair to say, as we do take a look here at some of those early bans coming in. I know we talked about them at length, but I do want to keep in mind how high the stakes really are, because also if you just tuned in today and you didn't actually get to see Nigma play yesterday, it does seem like even if they aren't as hot as they can be, it seems like they are on an upward trajectory. So huge threat waiting for you there. But Sim, let's actually start to look at what happened in the bans.
They just banned 3 heroes they lost to. That can both be good and bad. Sometimes it's a sign of, again, overcompensating. Like, oh, this strategy last game was really good. This was a problem. This was a problem. You just see problems everywhere instead of solutions.
And Sin knows a thing or two about overcompensating. Love this free pick.
That's rich.
Kyle knows a thing about calling people out for overcompensating. Yeah, that was you overcompensating. That's why I said that.
That's. You didn't need to point that out, Rich. We get it. You don't need to explain it to me. It's lost. Okay, so Disruptor was the ban we wanted to see, right?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, we can also talk about overcompensating a bit more if you want.
No, it's fine.
Okay. So,
you need to
Disruptor did get banned, but they also banned Viper and Abaddon, and obviously that leaves a lot of potential picks in the pool.
Can I say also, like, when Snaking and VGJ Storm were having the most success, what was he playing? Abaddon, Omni, Necro. Now he gets Abaddon straight into the Omni. Like, legit was being first to this hero every single game. It is his bread and butter, his favorite way to play Dota 2. And they go for the Venge morph, not a bad answer. I do love Vengeful as a hero.
Yep. But I think she's really good, but we haven't seen the hero first face a single game until now, I think. And it was the overall first pick of the draft. So Gambit curveballing a bit here. Interestingly, Treant and Io ignored. That's honestly the biggest surprise to me, is that neither of them got picked. I would have thought at least you get one. But yeah, Fighting Pandas, I think all three of their bans are super sound against this Gambit team. And now it's time to see how do you deal with the Morphling. Morphling can turn into the Omni Knight here, has the attack range and extra agility from Bench, which is an insane synergy between these two heroes. And you ban out the Phantom Lancer too, which has been a problem for Morphling. So
and the Slark, for success. Right? Yeah, this is pretty solid. I like that at least they're in control of the win condition. Plus, we were discussing it. I think Gambit are going to be. I feel like most people watching would agree. You have more individual skill on Gambit in terms of specifically their one-on-one capabilities, but Pandas are playing better as a team right now. And if I'm Gambit, I want to try and give my superstars like win conditions. Like, you go rock, we're going to do this other stuff, and eventually hope that they can make some sort of play, get you an opening.
Sin, do you think there's a large individual skill gap as far as just individual play goes? Like how?
I don't think there's a large gap, but I think there's a little bit. GPK and Dream, you saw in the last game. I don't think that lane. I think Naga wins that lane against Alchemist, but probably not by that much.
It's a difference in style, right? Because Envy's playing for this late game team fight comp. He's going like, he went first item Glove of Haste, like no bracers. It's not a wonder he's getting outlasted against Naga with super high base damage. He's not getting any plus damage. That's something I don't think a more experienced mid player is going to do.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it pays off. They buy enough time, they win late, even though...
The question is, you probably could have won that game with 2 bracers as well, with how it went down. It's hard to say that was the reason, right? But... yeah, no, there's not the hugest individual skill difference, I would say. I would favor Gambit slightly, but no more than that. Fighting Pandas have top-tier players. Like, I feel like that's one of the things that is a bit misleading when people think about this, because just because the team has been volatile and the NA region hasn't been that strong generally for a while, these players are still extremely proven, some of them, right? You have Moon Meander, who's won majors. You have... AUI, who's won TI. You have multiple I think all of their players have played at majors before, right?
Yeah. All but Snaking. No, Snaking has won a major. All but Bryle have won majors. Sorry, they won a minor. VGJ only
Snaking hasn't won a major, I think.
He won the minor.
But he's got a decent placement at TI as well.
GESC Thailand. However, he hasn't been paid for his win. So technically, does it matter? If you win the tournament but don't get paid, does it count?
10 seconds remaining.
Dark times.
Looks rich.
Depends what you're playing for, right?
Well, at the time, it was DPC points that didn't help them get into TI and money. That was it.
Oh, yeah. He didn't win shit then.
All right.
Well, okay.
You heard it from the expert here.
That one doesn't count. I'm learning so much about this matchup from Twitch chat right now. Thank you very much.
Can you share anything with the class?
Apparently, weebs are in danger. There's a robot army coming. That's one of the big things that I'm seeing right now. And then also...
Eternal Envy has his gang ready for when that happens, so
a bunch of
worry.
Yeah.
I'm ready for him to save
What does that mean? Say that again?
Yeah. And then they keep saying, for some reason, send PP hands. I don't know what that means either. But, you know, still trying to learn every single day.
That's all you can ask, Rich. All we can ask of you.
Turn our attention back to the game right now. Any boxes, Kyle? I know you like to talk about this a lot. Any boxes unchecked that you're really looking for here?
There's not much team fight on Gambit. Now there is.
Yeah, there you go. Brewmaster. It's just, I will say this Gambit lineup's already pretty complicated. You've got Brewmaster, Morphling. There isn't much natural synergy. It's just, you know, this was really an old school lineup looking at it. All these heroes have been in the game since like 2011, and it's reminiscent of a time long past. You'd have like a tri-lane with your Morphling, a Brewmaster, mid, something else in the safe lane. But it's quite nice against the Lich and the Bloodseeker. You can toss one of them up in the air, dispel the Lich armor, dispel the GA.
Yeah.
It's a very high level counter pick here.
Yeah, Brewmaster has the potential to just destroy the game by solving multiple problems at once, but he only solves them in a really specific scenario, right? And that's the challenging thing here, is setting up the type of fight where the AoE Dispel is going to win it for you. And you know, you still have your own problems on this Brewmaster. It's not a free brew game. You can get silenced, you can get silenced again. There's Sinister Gaze. There are solutions, and he has no Dispel in his team, but there is a swap.
I'd like to see some tower push picked up, but not sure where you're going to find it. They also could use some more reach. You don't have true initiation right now, and I always feel a little concerned whenever I see cores that don't want to actually run forwards unless they have mega advantages.
10 seconds.
Yeah, same could somewhat be said for Fighting Pandas, right? Who runs in first here? Omni Knight, perhaps, but you're kind of still scared of getting blown up in a silence combo, or sorry, in a stun combo here, unless you have Heavenly Grace on you. But the ideology is clear again from fighting pandas, right? Omni Knight, Lich, group up as 5, the Puck, the Bloodseeker. You play around, they seem to have this almost, I want to say it reminds me a little bit of how OG has played a lot of their games where they make Ana into a superhero. Just make him look as good as possible. Buff me up with everything you guys can. Give me a jug, and you play Magnus, and we buy auras for me, and I just go and kill shit.
The thing is, that strategy has been tried many times, and while OG might make it Marvel, a lot of other squads end up looking like DC, so it's not exactly guaranteed to have good results.
When we look right...
What?
Dude, I gotta say, it takes a lot to take Sin seriously right now with that sweater. every time he's walked into a room all day, I don't know if they can tell at home, he has bells on him. You can hear Syndrin walk into the room. That's what Sind actually looks like. Like, he looks like a giant, but mentally he's just an adorable little elf with bells on his shoes, just coming into the room, walking in with his analysis. I don't know. I love it. I think you should wear that from now on. But what do we think?
Lena?
Yeah, do we like the Lena?
You needed tower pressure, you needed some sort of catch, you needed a killer, and mixed damage. You needed too many things to fit one hero into, but Lena's nice because you have 2 supports that can rotate. You can find kills early. It's mixed damage, which means you'll be able to synergize with the burst of the Morphling, and you do a little bit of tower damage. It's not bad, but Gambit's lineup is very susceptible to just being obliterated if pandas get on top of them quick.
I find generally that if you have a lineup and your front liner is Brewmaster, it can get dangerous if nobody else can go in front, because you're really relying on Brewmaster to get his ultimate off, and a lot of the time, if you get into this chain silence combo and you don't get it off, nobody can really take over and go in. Clinks.
What about that?
That does not really fit fighting pandas' general playstyle, I would say.
I will say, I like it with Puck. I've always loved Puck plus Invis, because you coil into immediately there's a Clinks there. He'll probably go for an Orchid and try and hunt the Morphling and Brew early on. It's not conventional. I know it's one of Envy's favorite heroes, but I just haven't seen it played on this patch yet. We'll see. It's very squishy as well. Both lineups have a lot of... it's going to be different from the previous game. Less 5-on-5s, more skirmishes, more pickoffs.
And whatever fights you get are way more explosive. Heroes are going to die so much faster.
Oh, yeah.
One side has, like... The Morphling and Lena can die super quickly in this game if they get caught by anything, and so can the Clinks and Bloodseeker on the other side. So.
You're going to need quick fingers. You got Swap on one side, GA heal on the other. This is definitely going to be a different style.
Yeah, so it's pretty clear how different it could be. Let's really start to hammer down what we think the win conditions are going to be on each side, Kyle.
It's going to be BKB timings for Gambit, and specifically Morphling just getting super ahead. You've got to protect the Lena, which, as you said, it's difficult when Brewmaster is your front line. If I'm fighting pandas, I'm going to try and shut down this Brew, because if his game sucks, all of a sudden it doesn't really matter who on Gambit's ahead. They're still going to be super squishy, and you've got great slaying potential. I'd have to actually favor pandas just because I think they've got better team fight, and so far it feels like that's the name of the game.
The difference in this game for me is that I think Gambit can probably snowball more from their lead in this draft than in the last one. I think if they do get ahead once again and they win on mechanical skill or strong lane stage, it can get to a point where their ball is actually strong enough this time around.
Yeah, and I forgot there's a Clinks in the game. I got a saying, like, if there's a Clinks in the game, it's probably going to be a Clinker.
We're going to head over to the casters right now. Keep in mind, this can throw you all the way down to play against Nigma. A very hard matchup to have. That's going to be the decider for the group. Let's see if Fighting Pandas can move forward, or if we're going to get all the way to a game 3.
Kyle?
I'm stunned. Man, sometimes I make a mistake. I put the headphones on. I'm listening to our panel. Never again, Toby.
I know he's got sayings, but some of them should remain in the trash, or like where that one belongs. What do you think, man? Like, the Clinks comes up, like, Syndrin was at least making some good points about how it could potentially function with the snowballing. Does it feel good? Does it feel like Gambit can mechanically outplay him?
I felt like Clinks received buffs. I thought that he's going to be played in the previous patch as well. I was wrong. Happy to see him. Not sure there's too much synergy between him and Bloodseeker. Like, the depends of which state of the game we're talking, and GA is not gonna be that effective because they're really not relying on dealing physical damage. Like everything they have is pretty much magical. Brewmaster's one hero that kind of concerns me on the Gambit. Syndrome had a good point about him being the frontliner, and I've seen a lot of the Brewmaster games, but he just doesn't feel that strong. Yeah, he splits, he has Helm of the Dominator creeps, he's gonna be running around trying to Cyclone Omni Knight, so he can't use any spells, but as I already mentioned, GA is not gonna be that effective. I feel like in this scenario, it's a really good Morphin game, especially if he gets to that point where he has Shotgun. With that Ethereal Blade, he can blow pretty much anyone up. Also, he's going to be paired up with the Vengeful Spirit, giving him extra agility and extra attack range, which he kind of lacks in the laning stage, also making his adaptive strike much more stronger.
So it means like fighting Pandas have to fight a little earlier, right? But the funny thing is too, like we were kind of all thinking, but we didn't really talk about like the fact that Klinx is now in the mid lane, and it's not Eternal Envy playing, because EE would always get like this old like Blink Dagger kind of early style and jump behind tier 1 towers on the side lanes a hell of a lot, but he's on the Bloodseeker in this game, working with Moon, and Gambit are trying to send a bit of a message towards Eternal Envy. Get the Brewmaster further back, Envy running deeper into the tree lines. If you can just stay hidden for a while, maybe you can survive. Nope, this will be first blood going the way of Shashlo, even coming back in after the quick heal to get involved. In order to quick lane rotations will happen. VS has moved north.
This is exactly what they needed. Just put one more hero, Dream. What's his CS at the moment? 3. So not too bad.
Hey, you want to see a good CS? Look towards the mid. GPK is like, hey, you want to see my numbers? 8-6. Versus currently a 3-0.
Really not a good matchup for Klinx. Like, especially if Lina gets this far ahead, gets a couple of mangoes. With the levels, she's just going to be nuking the range creep and try to get Klinx as well. So he needs to bring a lot of regen.
And that's exactly what you want to see if you're Gambit. Lina farming up nice and early on, getting a large amount of denials. Then you've even got your off-lane Brewmaster, who not only gets like that first blood, but is also second on the CS board. Their only downside would be, what? Top lane Morphling, who's 6 CS, but that's in comparison to the Morphling, who's like, I mean, a comparison to like who, what? The Omna, who's 7? That still feels fine if you're Gambit.
They need to play aggressive on a mid lane. Braille needs to harass Lina as he's doing right now. Also on the top lane, give some advantage to Bloodseeker, give them that attack and move speed with the Frost Shield on, and there's a lot of kill potential on the bottom if enemies are staying low. You could see GPK using that flask instantly.
Because he's got more coming in. Top lane, they start again over on snaking. FNG and Dream getting some really good damage into that Omni Knight, but he's got a salve available, so life will return to the Omni Knight. Still 2 heroes hovering around that top bounty rune area, making sure that the haste rune goes into the Lina. And she actually diving the mid. Looking for a bit of attack in towards the Klinx, who is dropping down low, 20% now, and GPK knows he can keep the speed up. Oh, Bryle! The Fairy Fire just in time to keep him alive.
Like, he needs to be careful, can't really just stay here. Okay, that pact was ready, so some extra HP will be there.
He only brought Tangos out, and he consumed him instantly. Like, you're not going to he'll regenerate fast enough. Still got the Q. Give him something to stand in the lane for a while.
21-8 against the 9-2.
Yep.
Like, the perfect scenario would be to hit him with the Dragon Slave every single time you try to go for the range creep, but just a harassment. Once she gets to level 5, like, she just threatens a kill on him.
Oh, AUI trying to get up in Dream's face. Dalton jaunts away. FNG will TP all the way home. Buying up a Smoke of Deceit. I don't know if he just wants to get out fast. Shashlo starts a bit of initiation, but Excess Vampire's here. And a fantastic game on the ES in the last match, but this time he'll have to prove it on a Rubik. Can't stop Shashlo from dying, however. Once Eternal Envy, they're able to finish the job. Definitely problematic for a Brewmaster. And it's not even level 6 on a Bloodseeker just yet.
That lane on the bottom is just pure harassment using Cinder Brew and Fade Bolt just to ignite him, deal some damage over time, then start playing aggressively, especially if they don't have over 80% of HP. Moon Meander, trading at the moment.
Trying to get their own wave to pull over. Like, we're just trying to mess with them so they can't do their own. Movement from Vengeful Spirit, that smoke just breaks in the mid. Looking to once again go on the Klinx, who quickly stuns up and quickly brought down. GPK
That's a nice rotation. Just make Klink's life miserable. Like, he can easily snowball if he starts killing heroes, getting the extra damage.
Isn't this really like the downside about, like, you see the comparison in the supports, like Rubik and VS both have controlling abilities, Lich and Puck both have what? Just feels like Gambit are able to make the plays. This is what the panel was talking about, right? You can just technically outplay them because you're able to get in front, get on top of them. FNG's going to say hi again.
The thing about Klinks is he doesn't have a mechanic to flash farm. He wants to participate into fights pre-10 minutes, like around the outpost and after with his ultimate. He deals a lot of damage, but is really squishy.
Do we want to see the Lina move off the lane, or is it just fine to keep the
She should just be standing on the mid, harassing that Klinks.
Because I suppose you're still winning it, right? FNG at least forces the movement of AUI towards the mid lane. 1-on-1 matchup, snaking versus Dream. Dream doesn't have any mana to work with, only one stick shot.
Now they need to play aggressive on the bottom lane.
Dream's got strength morph, and he's got the salve available too, so yeah, it's still a morphling at the end of the day. Very difficult to kill.
They wanted to play aggressive here at the bottom lane, but 2 creep waves pushing in. No points in blood rage at the moment, so he can't heal up. Has 1 flask to work with. But you can see FNG already made a rotation.
And he did it out of range. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, Radiant Observer was seen. Moon Meander. Oh, he's gone for the courier. FNG. Value! As Moon Meander's gone, AUI going to move over. There'll be a quick, easy silence kill from Eternal Envy with the Blood Right.
He also planted an observer ward behind the tower. That needs to get dewarded. Like, otherwise, he wouldn't know that there's a courier.
And VS gets to return towards the top lane now, while AUI kind of straight to the bottom, snaking. Magic Missile will be able to connect. Dream has the adaptive strike, and
he tried to go for a really, what's the word?
Clutch?
Yeah, clutch play, all right, we'll go with that one. But, I mean, if he wanted to kill the morph, he could have just used it on the creep wave, but wanted to get close, heal himself, survive, and kill the morph. A bit of greedy play, I would say.
Greed.
All right, we got the correct word.
It's called, we're going for the clippable play.
Yeah, when we want to say something stupid.
Perfect Magic Missile, and very quick, the Sentry Ward, he dropped it under the tower, and Klinks tried to get rid of it quickly, but it was the fade time. I think they actually had another Sentry Ward just on the hillside as well. So they layered the vision. And yet another pick off on the Klinks. Net worth should now be starting to really skyrocket for Gambit. As the Klinks, even with 29 CS, is still multiple deaths to his name.
56-17 against 29 and 3. Yeah, they need to make a rotation, but these heroes level 6 are not that effective. Like, you want to have a coil, you want to have Lich ulti to actually bounce back, deal some extra damage. So right now they're just stacking some camps, trying to get back Klinks and Bloodseeker into the game.
Love the Lina, so efficient. Back into the jungle, picks up an arcane ring because, hey, the jungle always has the best items you want. Eternal Envy, just being pressured slightly.
Also, their heroes are not that good at jungling. Like, it takes a really long time. They don't push out the waves quickly. I mean, Puck will once he gets 4 points in silence and 4 points in his orb. But it's going to take a while.
Lean's getting everything she wants. Faded Brooch as well as the Arcane Ring. Like, this is just like the tier 1 bread and butter for an easily enabled Lina. Snaking, FNG, going to be pulled back in with Sinister Gaze and Moon Meander, and there's what he wanted to do before. Purify and get the kill with it.
Brewmaster is about to hit level 6, so I assume they want to rotate 1 hero on the bottom. Ideally Venge, but Bloodseeker's already in the jungle.
Yeah, he's gone bush. With phase boost now on snaking, you'll feel like he can really just get up in Dream's face. GPK now rotating, wants to cut through the tree line. He'll need that Light Strike Array up again in a second. Laguna bite the damage, snaking so low, but the one charges give him more life. Purification also off cooldown. GPK hits the Light Strike Array and snaking. Never able to get those 1 charges off while Moon's looking for a rotation of his own towards mid. Rexus Vampire's just looking for his level 6.
Yeah, so far Gambit's gameplay is on point.
Started up, Courier, that's a simple kill. Excess Vampire, pick up, throw him back. Moon's going to cop a lot of damage underneath the tower. The Blood Right from Envy's going to be off target.
Well, they had to decide whether they want to go for a kill or for a Courier.
Under attack.
I guess Courier is it.
Easier kill to get.
You brought 3 heroes to the mid lane for this. Bloodseeker was scouted out moving onto the observe ward. I think that was one of the early indicators for the Rubik to slightly back off. Get away from me.
You can see they're not even playing the bottom lane at the moment because they understand that Brewmaster with ulti, they still can't control him. They have a silence, they have a sinister gaze, but I don't think they have enough burst damage to actually bring him down at this point.
Chargeflow's come top. Yep. Battle it out. Chargeflow, well, he just wants to get the outpost to begin with, then they can focus towards snaking while on bottom lane. Vengeful Spirit doing her runaway, but caught underneath Eternal Envy.
So both outposts controlled by the Dire, stealing the XP from Pandas.
Definitely worth it if all you end up losing is going to be a support for the Brewmaster.
Another clutch play, huh, Toby? He definitely had time to use the split there.
Didn't think there's going to be that much damage coming at me.
Still a Bounty Rune standing. Snaking, pinging it out.
It's fine, Rune's got it. Guy's a gambler. He never leaves money sitting on the table. Access Vampire, see the heat map, never moving towards the north. Hovered around the mid, just trying to get his level 6. And so we start to watch the steals.
Yeah, whenever someone makes a rotation, if enemy's position 4 is showing on the mid lane, you know something's cooking.
The VS being very, very active.
Well, at least Klink's got a cool item.
Dire's top tower is under
Also has a Blightstone, so some extra minus armor.
Envy. Bye. He was not getting away from that one. The Vengeful Spirit was ready to cut him off, but GPK doing it solo.
This is extremely greedy build by Envy. Not even full magic one, just the stick, no raid bans whatsoever. Straight into Maelstrom.
They try and defend top lane here, Gambit. Brewmaster's split is still up. Brow's gonna hope someone comes, but now he reveals himself, so Vampire just keeps the push going on the tier 1 tower in mid, and looks like Chargeflow's gonna help him too. So a straight trade-off, but it's bottom lane where Puck has been continuously harassed, and well, Pandas are bringing the numbers. There's 3 players from Gambit in the mid, but the 3 players from Pandas. I don't know what they're looking for down on bottom lane. Lagunas can come back up in a bit. FNG already with the first Chargeflow. Now into the Brewmaster split. Who's he going to be his primary target? Snaking, kind of presenting himself as the easiest one. Pick him up, throw him back down again. The GA protection's there. All flying forward from AUI. Gets straight caught. FNG being caught. And now GPK will arrive. Laguna Blade still not up, but one Dragon Slave will end up killing AUI. In fact, it's the illusion from the VS. It's a phase shift off the damage. And AUI will get away with Chain Frost out from Mumien. It will bounce onto the hero. Chargeflow being pulled back in again. GPK doesn't pull it far enough away. There's a few hits into Chargeflow, but they won't go down. But the rupture, Chargeflow, you are dead.
Do I stay? That's the question. The answer is you still die. Yeah, their team fight is extremely strong, Toby. You have this Dream Coil with the kill. Klink's just got his ulti up, and Chain Frost into Dream Coil and Klink's ulti. That's gonna be devastating.
Yeah. But how often can they do this? Like, what is the downtime between it?
Radiant's bottom.
Like, obviously you got the long cooldown on Brewmaster split, but it feels like sooner Gambit's lineup's going to be a lot more faster with their utility controls, their ability to burst, if the Morphling gets bigger, if Lina gets her next damage or next big item.
Lina is the one that should be playing the assassination game, try to get kill on those two. Yeah,
Shadow Blade build up.
Blade queued up instantly.
That's how you be assassinating. Invis heroes don't exist, but that's why you have the items.
Both Bloodseeker and Klinks have low HP unless there's no death pact running on him. But the Bloodseeker in the jungle should die.
I want the Spirit Vessel build. Like, it's starting up for AUI. He's only finished up the urn. But definitely a focus towards the man who just tried to hit into him.
I love those players who already talked about today on the panel, how those players who think differently, like, I need a Blink Dagger on this Puck. No, you don't. Like, if you just get a Spirit Vessel against this Morphling, he doesn't have a way of spelling it. It's super
Trial underneath the Observer and Sentry. Gotta be a lot more adept at this, and yeah, Moon realizes what's going on. Gets rid of it as quick as he can, but that's already paid dividends for Gambit. And they look for more. Dream, this time the Advent Strike will be able to connect on AUI.
Pretty even game. In terms of net worth, only 2,000, actually 1,000 net worth lead for Gambit because it just switched. once Envy gets his Maelstrom, he doesn't want to join fights. Both of these cores still want to recover, especially Klinks, but he will gladly join fights if they can somehow start it. And the bottom lane needs to be pushed out. This is AUI in both of those games. He was just sitting at the bottom lane, collecting XP, farming, getting his items. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, once he gets that Spirit Vessel, it's really a game changer.
Also, they're going to be TP's top. Well, they're just battling for the bounties, that's all.
Seems like no fight. Playing Rubik into Omni Knight is so good. Whatever you steal, it's good. Just very effective. Yeah, ideally you would want to get GA against Klink's ulti and Bloodseeker, but whatever you get is still strong.
Essence Rings and Vampire Fangs dropping. That's going to be like the most stacked camp of all. 2 neutral items for the price of 1 camp. The Fighting Panda's coming out. The near Roshan, FNG breaks the smoke on AUI, the Wave of Terror. Helping for some extra reveal, but Gambit already grouped up as 4 themselves. And look what they do. Like, Morphling get down to bottom lane. Keep pushing out, keep getting solo experience. Lina continuously farming up jungle. With Vampire Fangs up, like, she's just going to sustain so much harder into Lincoln Sphere. Yeah, it's all so nice.
Once they finish this Deso, they will have enough tower damage and
Dreamcoil, Vampire,
push power.
Just gets a quick pickup over at AUI, returns to Dreamcoil, over on 3, and you can see Gambit coming as quick as they possibly can, hoping for a break. Shashlo quickly to split the chain frost. It does not bounce. GPK hidden inside the smoke. Now he moves forward, looking for his target. Oh, the pullback, the swap, actually saving AUI for the moment. He gets up the hill, further away. No, he cannot. Dream is hot on the tail, and now they can focus towards the Omni Knight snaking. Still has that ultimate available, but the stuns, the controls, fortification keep the creep wave in the tower alive.
That was a really nice swap. Dream going instantly in with the waveform, just deleting that lich. Also, they can't really commit that much to get a kill on Rubik. And the instant split from Panda, he realizes, yeah, I can still die. There's a silence from Puck, there's a silence from Bloodseeker, Gaze from lich, so I need to split straight away, control the back line, and you could see Omni Knight just running.
Oh God. Rack up the damage for 9k on the Lina. And it's going to get higher and higher. I love how the damage actually gets to match the net worth.
Yeah, thanks to Gosu AI, we have all these beautiful stats on the screen.
Fighting Panda still want to finish the job. They still want this tier 1 tower in mid. No Brewmaster split up. They come once again in towards the mid lane, put the Observe Ward behind. X's Vampire for his own push back out. Able to steal the Puck Orb as well as Fable. The creep wave will not stay alive, but it won't matter. There's no backdoor protection on the tier 1 towers. But do they fight this? Now the fortification has to be burned, and FP, they're gonna back off. Morphling's still been farming bottom lane this entire time.
Yeah, and both Lina and Morph are extremely farmed at this point. With Boots of Travel, she can be at anywhere on the map. Also, split pushing, just getting that farm advantage. They definitely need those BKBs. I'm not sure if Fighting Pandas want to take a fight before the BKBs, maybe a pick off, and that's pretty much it until both Bloodseeker and Klinks have their BKBs up.
Looks like Gambit. Envy committed 4 to 5 heroes for the past 5 minutes trying to take the mid tower. Gambit will now take the tier 2 tower. It looks like no one's going to stop them for this. Dream's the front line, and you can fortify. But the range creep's close enough, so backdoor protection. In fact, the creep wave actually survives the split shot, most of it at least.
That's a full Manta style on Morphling, so he has ways of dispelling those silences.
Dust on over on Brawler, try and break him free. The Burning Army is down. FNG dies so quickly, but hey, there's more FNGs where that came from. The jump forward, Laguna Blade, Lich again being quickly deleted. They do not want that Chain Frost to deal with, and Dream wants his own target, but the VS solution not close enough to land any extra assistance. So a support for a support, but once again, tower trade-off.
Seems like they want to be using that Klink's ulti just to get him some damage, get a pick off no matter what. He's also extremely tanky, sitting at 2000 HP with Pupil's Gift. Has that Deso finished, working towards BKB.
I did not.
Also Omni Knight, a bit of a greedy build from Snaking. Hand of Midas plus GPM, they understand that they're going to be in here for a long time.
Standard Eternal MB drafting game execution. Yep.
Seems that people build Midas today, both lost.
Hey, but didn't Tree have a great win rate? Gambit. AUI doing AUI things. We'll chill the trees. Come out, clean the wave, and then just jump straight back out again. Whoa! FNG playing with it. AUI going for the tree line. There's more TP support coming over. FNG, Wave of Terror, trying to get some extra information. They know where the orb's going to go. Nexus Vampire moving very quickly down. And now, Dream Coil hits out. AUI, swap back in again. FNG wasn't caught inside of this.
Oh, they found the on the bottom.
Morphling, can he survive through this dream? Mandastar, waveforms away. He's over towards the lane. Trying to battle underneath his own teammates' protection. Dream, he's in the middle of the blood right. He's still strength morphing up. FNG lends his done. Sharshoy comes in. Excess Vampire. He's able to actually get the double warning rip. So Dream may die, but Moon Meander. Now the split comes out. They have to land the GA. Moon is low on life, but once he still actually stalled GA. So now they'll turn it around. No more physical damage comes in the opposite direction. Brawl feeling very ineffective at the moment. But Envy, he's in the fight. Tracking Excess Vampire into the tree lines. Brawl will finally go down, but GPK here to lend his level of damage. Still a 3-for-2 trade-off. GPK, he wants more. He wants Envy. He's the bigger one. Keep the chain stuns going. With a Light Strike Array, Eternal Envy cannot outwalk this one, and Snaking doing the best he can to keep his captain alive. But now he's running, juking through the creep waves. Phase boost, giving him this extra maneuverability, but it will not be enough. Omni will fall, and Gambit defending outpost after outpost.
They definitely needed Puck to be at bottom to use that silence multiple times, control Lina so she can't be using stuns. Man, that Morphling, he survived for so long. They also got the 2 outposts, so no XP once again for Pandas.
Man, this is exactly the type of fights that Gambit want to continue to have. Never let the Pandas get in. AUI can do his split push, but hey, this time there's a double wave and a half pushing into the tier 3 tower and bottom lane that will not be regenerated.
Yeah, I don't mind the split push, but he needs to have TP ready when there's a team fight. The problem was they had that outpost control, so they could TP to it. They also have a tier 1 tower on the bottom.
There's your BTs for Puck, so yep. You got it. You got what you wanted, Lacoste. But it really feels like it's like more of these tier 1 towers. It feels so stupid when you see a Clinks game where tier 1 towers don't fall. It's like watching Prophet Druid. Like, where's the pressure down the lanes? Where's that damage into the tier 1s? Where's the maneuverability? And it works differently these days.
Stealing GA was crucial in that previous fight. Like, Bloodseeker's not gonna deal any damage. I mean, he still has Blood Right. If you keep attacking, Maelstrom will proc, which is magical damage, still counts, but it's really hard. Once you see it, it's like mental damage. You need to fall back.
3-man smoke maneuver, nice observe ward from FNG. He's looking for the swap, and hey, it's Moon Meander! That's the one you want to kill. Chain Frost down, swapping in Eternal Envy, even holding the Magic Missile, not using it on Moon at the very beginning, means that GPK can get back-to-back scalps. And now they just go towards Roshan. That's where they were looking to begin with. It's just they put the ward down to give them extra information, but if Bloodseeker said Lich is dead, that's easy.
40 seconds, now 30 without a Bloodseeker. This Roche is going down so quickly. Now that Dream is gonna pick up that Aegis, he's definitely unkillable. Like, you saw how much time they need, especially if there's a team backing him up. You have this swap from Vengeful. Anything stolen from Omni Knight with Rubik will be extremely efficient.
And now Gambit just need to pound onto some objective. They've got 11k advantage, 23 minutes in. The kills are swinging their way. There's only 2 remaining tier 2 towers outside of Panda's base. And it looks like top tier 2 tower will be their focus, even though AUI being a little shady on the bottom lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
In fact, they're even wrapping around with Clinks on bottom. I think they're hoping for something. He's got Desolator. The Orc is not done yet for Bryle.
I still feel Clinks needs BKB.
I would feel the same, but it also feels like they need to find a pick-off. They need to stop it where Gambit are able to fight as 5 on their terms.
Lina already got her Lincoln Sphere, so you can't use it on her.
Yeah.
Morphling has Manta Style to get rid of the silence.
So it's just Brewmaster, Rise, the only one they can try and control. If he's just going for the full Aura style build.
Even Venge has full Vlads.
Saves the Brewmaster. As fortification, keeping the tier 1 tower up once more. If you trade off tier 2 tower in mid.
If you don't want to buy a BKB and have an assassination item, you go Hex. But I definitely feel like he needs a BKB, especially because Morphling is getting close to his shotgun. And
they're fighting now. Blink up, jump down, Moon Meander. Now the Frost Shield's going to be stolen. Man, that damage. It's a good rift and a good coil out from AUY. Buyback's already coming from Lich. They swap back in snaking. He'll have to buy back too. But now the Chain Frost, it goes to work. Sharchlo was already heavily split up. He's got 2 Brewlings left to get back out again. But with Lina arriving, they get a little bit more intimidated by the Light Strike Arrays. Double buybacks from Fighting Pandas. That may be enough of a victory here for Gambit. But how much more do they want? Hang on, E-Blade arrived.
Without Dream Coil, they can't keep them in place. So if it's on cooldown, Gambit can just control a team fight. Now that the E-Blade is finished, they need to be careful. Once again, Lich should be careful about his positioning, try to stay as far as possible in the back.
Just financial-wise, that's just so good. That's why AUI is out there. It's like, I need to get at least one of these bounty runes. Orca done for Clink, so he does have that item. Even if we may disagree with it, Brow's going to try and show us why it can work. Hello, Telescope. Even better for Alina. And Spider Legs for a Morphling.
So, Telescope, huh?
Yeah, it's
with
good.
Venge.
Yeah, it's good.
Lina, they're going to be attacking from 1,000 range.
Yep. Well, this is going to be brutal, to say the least. This is when you can actually probably even clean up the Burning Army from out of range of the Burning Army.
That's a good point.
It just feels like where is your damage going to come? Like this is now the second game, where it feels like Puck is like what exactly are you going to be doing in this game? Like he's the support, he's the controller. But Omni-Knight feels like he's also getting snapped and picked off. Same with the Lich. Bottom lane, they look towards GPK.
What?
Dream Coil and Orb flies out, but there was no initiation in from the Clinks.
I love the line. That wasn't too bright. Seems like they were not on the same page.
Well, Snaking's able to get the top shrine, but for how long? There's a lot of people coming over. He has an Observe Ward and Smoke. 4 players on top of him. Is that seal really worth it? You're gone for 72 seconds and you do not have buyback available.
Seems like their plan is to hide in the trees until Gambit dies.
Well, they're gonna kill themselves tripping on roots? I'm sorry, like the ends are not coming.
15,000 lead for Gambit at this point. I mean, even if you land a good coil into Burning Army, Lina attack speed and Morph with Manta Style is just gonna clean that up.
Sentries, Orbs, everything gets planted down. They want to see up the high ground. Right now, Pandas have 3 players on the dire side of the map. Now TP back 1. Things are taking time though. Envy is still not leaving the top lane. It's like they're accepting the fact that this tier 3 tower is going to cop a fair chunk of damage.
Telescope in the backpack, I think that's what FNG is pinging out.
I love how Morphlings are sitting inside the base. It's like, all right, have we got enough damage? Yep. Creep wave's coming in.
Full Daedalus on Lina.
It's coming from the Courier, however. Sorry, it's coming from the north. So it'll make its way back.
Well, I'm not sure if they understand that they just lost the Raxes.
Well, they're gonna go in. Blink, Silence, Dream Call, Manual Breaker free. He actually just E-Blades himself. Chain Frost bouncing across most of Gambit, but Moon Meander has lost his life for this one. The Silence should be good on top of only FNG. So maybe, okay, not that good.
Spider legs.
Keep it a fight. FNG's looking for a swap tag. He's like, hey, who have I got? AUI comes in close. GPK beats through him. You've got that mixed damage. You don't care if the GA pops. In fact, GA even being stolen. GA. Now the backline's Eternal Envy. Stay right where you are. Triple kill for GPK. I think that's actually just, it's going to be double buybacks, but they're going to push for the game. Couple more pickoffs, and that'll work. 1 buyback, 2.
That's the Lankin Sphere. Bloodseeker just popped the ulti on Lina.
GPK looks for AUI. They quickly just pop him with the E-Blade. Ryle joins him too. GG is called. 29 minutes. And Gambit, they don't let up. They keep the momentum going, and they made the most of every opportunity they could find on the map.
This is the Gambit that I want to see. The aggression from the start until the end. Pedal to the metal. Just don't allow enemy team to do whatever they want to do. I was not convinced by it. I wanted to see more Clink.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Access that website in this country. And you can. You can. You definitely can. There's like, I don't know. I don't even have a Reddit account yet. I had never used Reddit until the CQ major. That was when I got it for the first time.
Gotcha.
Because I was like, oh, all the kids are on Reddit. And went on to Reddit, learned a lot about Dota from there. I learned everything I know from Dota through Reddit. And then, yeah, I'm on it all the time now. There is like a distinct lack of one thing on the Dota Reddit, though.
What's that, Rich?
Hot, steamy pictures of in-game characters.
There is a subreddit for that. Like, I'll tell you later. I've heard. I've heard from Kyle that there's one.
Wait,
Kyle's a mod on there.
I can't believe I never thought of this. Are you actually?
No.
I'm gonna tweet right now. Show me what I like, and if any of you guys actually have anything from this Reddit that apparently exists, you can tweet it at me right now.
This thing just lit up.
All right. Speaking of other things that I like to see, a good draft. Wait, guys, you didn't tell me that we were in production. Why wouldn't you let me know that we're there? Okay, we got a Lich and an Omni, and obviously some very deep, repressed, dark fantasies. Gotcha base is enabled. Let's look at what we do have here. Hands up, Tiny and Morph.
So I'm guessing Venge got banned. I assume based on this, but yeah, we have to wait and see for that. So yeah, Tiny got through. Very high-rated hero of the tournament. They again just grabbed the Morphling into Omni Knight. They're like, this is good enough. It's all the information we need. And I think there's a couple of reasons for it. We keep talking about how it's good for Morph to play against Omni because you can turn into Omni. But the other thing is, it's a relatively safe lane to play. Like if that's your matchup, most of the time it's going to work with. Last game they had Venge Morph. That's a pretty damn weak lane.
It's also against Lich again, which is key, because Lich's shield is a significant reduction on physical damage. Morph is one of the few hard agility carries that provides a ton of mixed damage. The E-Blade, Shotgun Blast, like it's just too much damage. And to your point, you can't ever kill a Morph with these two heroes if they're laning together, so you're not really fearful of anything.
And I think it was a pretty big change to Morph that he got his own courier, because what Morph does right now is he can tank, like, let's say, 1,000 damage by just morphing into strength, and then if you can keep sending your courier to yourself with a healing salve, one healing salve on Morphling is full HP every time. It doesn't matter.
That's a really good point as well. I think that much like the addition of the backpack, you haven't yet seen the full exploitation of personal couriers. There's going to be certain heroes, by either funneling regen, whether it's mana or health, are just not fair, because you are far more efficient at turning those resources into lane advantage. Equals gold, equals experience.
Yep. And that's possibly also part of the reason that Huskar is somewhat back. Yes. Because that hero, for me, has been really polarizing in the last, like, half year, where it's like, okay, it's a good Huskar game. If Huskar has an okay game, he just always seems bad. He needs to be, like, amazing. And now you see him picked in situations where he's good. And it's good enough because you can just... If you're good in your lane, it's impossible to lose it. You just keep sending out regen and taking advantage. And or rather, you're the hero that doesn't need to do it as much, so you save gold.
And just piggyback on that, just because of the Storm pick, a cool thing, a weakness of the hero is, of course, the lack of catch. That was the problem we had with the Pandas lineup in the first game. Now you have arguably the best reach in the game. It's Spectre, Storm, or Ember, right? And now you have a Storm Spirit along with a couple of defensive tools. It's also arguably one of the 3 best counters to the Morphling right behind the OD. What's up, Rich? You have a thought?
I just learned some things about Morphling that I don't think are pertinent to this matchup that I wish I did not know.
Do we want to know?
No, we can't talk about it right now. We should talk about if there's anything that you think is lacking currently, because Morphling appears to have it all. Sorry, people have started tweeting stuff at me. Morphling's got a lot. A lot of stuff.
A lot of junk in the trunk?
Yes.
All right.
Perfect hero for you, Rich. He's into water sports, too. Okay, let's see if they're going to pick this tree in or not. So far, Treant has actually got really far into the draft here. We've got through 5 bans from each team. And they are thinking about getting the Treant or Chen, as we can see on camera right now, or maybe even the IO. There's plenty of options here, actually, that synergize really well with Tiny and Morphling. All 3 being considered are kind of pseudo-defensive options like Kyle is talking about with Sustain. Both Chen, IO, and Treant give that in some capacity. And I think what Gambit are debating now is how do we enable ourselves to team fight in a way so that Storm can't just go in and kill our target?
I love that pick. This is my favorite counter pick to Storm and Lina. This is a relic from days gone by, but the living armor effect, like Storm always procs full damage on the living armor. Although I guess it's changed now. It's not block, changed. It's regen, but still the same concept.
Gives armor too.
You have a kill window, and you absorb enough damage to keep that hero alive. In addition, multiple sources of root, BKB piercing root at that. Storm's Bane, it's now far more difficult for him to stay alive, and we already saw the power of this hero in that first game.
And the other issue with Storm playing against Treant is that your hero loves going to push out side lanes with remnants, and you just never know where Treant is. There's like never that safety. And Treant obviously has the overgrowth and a decent amount of damage, actually. Surprising amount of damage when you go into these side lanes. I personally think this hero is mega underused in this.
I 100% agree.
Elder Titan is awesome this patch.
We're going to probably continue to bring this up as this tournament progresses, but thanks to neutral items, thanks to the increased scaling and speed of games, it's a huge benefit to sustain items and talents and hero concepts, but there's another form of that, which is ET's crazy minus armor, both physical and magical. It's damage amplification. I don't care if you're a strength thrower with 4,000 HP. If you have absolutely 0 armor, you're going to die hella fast. You already have a Storm to help provide jump potential. I'd like to see them get a carry with some catch as well. And Timber into Storm. Wow. But this is such a damn tanky lineup. Timber, Morph, Tree. You might run out of damage as Pandas without a critical aspect.
Yeah, the minus magic resist from Elder Titan definitely is going to help out Storm a lot, though. Like if you're worried about damage, Elder Titan's always this wild card in fights where even if you're playing Morphling, you go into the fight, you have this expectation of how the fight's going to go, and if Elder Titan just sneaks next to you for like 2 seconds, you could just get blown up by whatever hero gets picked last. So.
And can I say, poor Moon, man. Imagine if this Lich is a disruptor. I'm looking at this Pandas draft and I love it. Instead, it's, geez, what's this armor even for? Timber ignores it, Morph ignores most of it, the Tiny combo ignores it. You're just going to be... like, I know what Grant would say. He'd say Lich, I love Lich, but I just can't say that in this game.
It's not a great Lich game. It really is not right now. But I'm still not completely convinced about this Timber. I guess the lane matchup against Omni Knight historically has been good for Timber, but now that Omni Knight can remove the minus stats of Whirling Death with the second spell, I think that lane is actually just a draw.
Oh, it's definitely a draw. Sure. Yeah, it's more, I think, throughout the game, right?
Yeah. I think the good thing here, at least that I like from Gambit, I think teams that have been struggling to win games have not had a good front line.
Yeah.
Just having a frontline hero right now seems so important, because when the teams are bound to go into team fights every 5 minutes, you need a way to get information for free. And if you don't have a tanky frontline, well, you're paying for that information every time.
Oh, wow, that's...
Oh, GPK Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, we talk about, empowering your star players. Gambit giving their superstar one of his favorites in the Shadow Fiend. Not the greatest synergy with the draft, I'd say. You've got now a Tree and a Tiny support duo, and 2 very farm-dependent cores. You have a lot of emphasis on a successful laning phase now as Gambit. Timber and Morph are going to want a good start. You've no one that can really play from behind, and a pretty severe lack of disable, specifically from your cores.
And if we want to follow the recipe of fighting Pandas, I wonder what the last pick is here. So you don't have an aura hero except Omni, who could just buy all the auras if they want to do that. Your catch is literally only Storm. Like, I don't count Elder Titan as a catch. I know he has long reach into stun, but it's not reliable as a setup. Double Spirits. Envy Ember is a relic of the past, which we could definitely dig back up. There's been some iconic games on that.
I feel like you need...
It could be a cool pick.
You need catch,
I could see it.
You want something that also could buy a BKB, or at least have something.
Heroes that buy Maelstrom are also good with Elder. So.
True.
I kind of like it. I don't know if it fits the recipe that they're playing Envy on in his types of heroes.
Would you jug?
Right? Oh, yeah, if you want to face
that hero's just not good.
Jugger's not too hot right now. That doesn't, like, every hero, like, people are always going to be talking about, oh, heroes with low win rate, and then they're never good, but every hero in Dota is good sometimes. Like, Jugger is just good way less often than he used to be. This is a hero that's in a similar spot. Troll is just generally not good most of the time. Does this feel like a good Troll game, though? I don't know. I don't think Troll is very good against Timber.
It isn't, but it kind of comes down to, like, how farm does he get, right? Because my problem is Troll needs too many items in this game. If Morph gets a Scotty, you're going to start getting kited, so you're in a way on a clock. Treant can root you, so you kind of need a BKB. You'd prefer to have a Manta, too, so you don't have to force it. And then you could just stick on top of the Shadow Fiend, eat him alive. I'm just not sure if Envy's going to get enough farm. I think that, once again, Pandas should win in the super late game, where they know the game best. I think Gambit's going to have a pretty large edge after 30 minutes, maybe up until 45, but their laning phase, there's a lot of emphasis on having a successful, and I'm not sure how it's going to go.
I'm going to ask for a prediction right now, though. Sind, who do you think actually is going to be able to take this game with full information?
I like Gambit. I think they need to itemize some sort of catch, but outside of that, their lineup looks really solid in this game in the meta. And like Kyle was saying, I don't know about the Troll, because the one thing you didn't say was how this hero just gets blasted by E-Blade.
Yeah, he does.
It's a concern as well. So the timing is pretty delicate for fighting Pandas, but they have their timing.
It feels like their draft is harder to execute, and I'm afraid of mid right now. SF beats Storm, GPK is outlaning Bryle consistently. I feel like if Gambit just play their game, they should be able to take it.
Okay. All right. Now, if you're in chat right now, we also want to hear who you think will be able to take it. But I see some of you talking in chat without redeeming your channel points to highlight your message. And I'm actually laughing out loud that you call yourself a WePlay fan. I personally am loaded on channel points, bro. I'm jacked. I highlight every single message when I talk in chat. You can try again when you're a real fan.
Top. There you go.
Easy, Toby.
Problem is, he's a scripter boy right there, isn't he? Like, nothing prepared before. He's like Robin Williams. Like, comes out and just has this perfectly everything planned beforehand.
That's why we love him. Wink, wink.
Yes. Let's talk about the game. It's interesting drafts as we come into the last one. Troll Warlord, a hero we haven't seen during this tournament at all. And of course, you said it, like at the end of the last game, there's always something new, there's always something different that we have to try out, and that's exactly what's happening here. Troll into the hands of the Fighting Pandas.
Yeah, both of these teams are kind of limited on catch, especially Gambit. They're playing against the Storm Spirit, so if this gets out of control, Sinner said itemize against the Storm Spirit, but I don't see Shadow Fiend nor Morphling. Those are the two heroes who will get the most farm to itemize against the Storm Spirit. The only stun lockdown they have is Avatos or Tree using ulti to keep him in place.
Yeah, and that's like, well, you got enough time to do the damage during that period of time? And like, what if there is a way to set free? You've got damage reduction, you've got snaking to sit behind him too. Like, you got a lot of different ways to make it problematic, to say the least. FNG unable to steal the rune he's looking for. Clutch play, failure from snaking. Couldn't actually hit the purification, but FNG would just walk it all off into the tree line.
I can't believe Trian doesn't have Invis at level 1 and walking through the trees.
Really? This is Dota. You gotta believe everything.
Now you just gotta wait until level 10, then it's balanced.
No, see, Dota used to be like the reality channel, and then it turned into the science fiction channel. So you just have to think outside of the universe box.
I think it's a discovery channel because we still have to figure out how to play this patch.
We really need our David Attenborough. All right, so
imagine having his voice and casting.
I want to have him as like a like the announcer pack, right? Like I don't need Period Flax ones anymore, even though that's the one I mainly use. I want to have or William Shatner. I want William Shatner. All right,
who else is there?
Who else would you actually have as an announcer pack? Is this because we've got a little bit of time because everyone's just pulling waves to the sides?
Yeah, nothing important happening right now.
You got to take like
Snoop Dogg.
Oh, Snoop Dogg would just be, he'll be lit.
Morgan Freeman.
Just imagine like every time a smoke pops, damn, that's good. Oh, Shashlo. When Tipper Chain level 1, so no whirling death, no armor. It's just like, just need to drag this wave back as far as I possibly can, then I'll get my levels. Here to the upside is SF versus Storm. That CS is a lot closer this game. Moon, he's gonna hit a couple of times.
Oh, one more Nova and he's gone.
No, doesn't see him. He's in the trees.
Braille playing much better this game. Just by looking at the CS in the previous game, he got dumpstered.
Yeah.
Also, region rune spawned on top. But there's also a frog plus a bottle, man. He's gonna have a good time.
But it's still like it's a nice matchup for him in the early part of the game. FNG to TP. Unable to complete it in time. Moon Meander gets the last attack in. Dream tried to buy him a little bit of extra time with the adaptive strike.
This is what we call walk of shame, and it's 3, and his base movement speed is extremely low, so we're gonna wait for a couple of minutes for him to come back into the lane.
That's gonna be terrible for Morphling. He's 7-1 on the CS at the moment. Eternal Envy wants to play around with Shashlo. AUI is here as well. Bring in the Spirit, do minimal damage. Actually, attempted pull of the next wave. Shashlo is not a healthy man, gets hit by the range axes. AUI was still beating into him. Living Armor will now be applied too. While this goes to the off lane, poor little Morphling up on the top is still doing it rough. While in the middle lane, Bryle. X-Vampire, never forget about X-Vampire.
I love his pre-10-minute rotation. He's always active, moving on the map, getting the kills, especially on the hero like a Tiny, who has a lot of kill potential, either with just a toss back or using all of his mana to use it to get a kill. Moon? Dropping low.
Take a couple of punches from FNG. I suppose this is that nice side, like Carl was talking about it on the panel, like you just ferry a salve out to a Morphling and you go straight up to full lives. Like you bring him down, then you just give him a living armor and he'll go back to close to full life. So harassing Dream down is difficult. Already see the way Envy wants to build into this. Burn off as much mana as possible, remove.
Yeah, that's how we play against these heroes, especially Morph and Timbersaw. If they can't use any spells, can't get out of position, they're pretty much useless.
Even the same for the SF, really. All cause is good against snaking. Clutch play. It's a lot of heavy damage, really.
Well, if Lich gets close, this might be trouble.
Yeah, he doesn't have waveform. He's got 3 stick charges. Adaptive strike pushes snaking a long way back, but still slowed up. But Moon doesn't have the damage anymore. While on bottom lane, they're having their own initiation towards Sarshlo, but initiation doesn't really end with a kill. Not instantly against the Timber, but a nice toss back. Bryle was just trying to get that camp on the side, but once again, Excess Vampire all over him. And if he moves to the north, he'll even get a D-ward as well. Everything's looking good.
He came from a different side where they had an observer board and he just killed it. So I still think he's gonna stick around. But good decision making from Storm. He realizes, yeah, I need that level 6 to be able to get away from Tiny.
That missed Timber Chain is going to be punishing AUI. He's trying to get enough damage. Shashlo able to get the pull back. This is not exactly what he wants to have happen as the 5-minute bounty rune spawn, and it's going to be all 4 going the way of fighting pandas. Money, money, money.
So far, so good. 1K network lead already. That's going to be a 4th one. And Vampire, he knows. Bryle's missing on a mid lane, still needs a couple of CS to get himself to level 6, which will bring him to safety.
Is he
partially?
He's looking for the courier? No, he doesn't see the courier coming out. He's looking for kills instead. Rotating around, starting over on the ledge. Anyone for a toss? Pulls him right in towards FNG. The shields will come up from Meander. Morphling waiting for his right time to attack as well, but FNG's losing life so quickly. Meander actually with the stomp. The Spirit comes forward. Now AUR bringing his own damage. Meander will be brought down by Excess Vampire, but Dream is now the next primary target. And he'll cut through the tree lines, and we have to remember he's a Morphling.
He only lost the courier in that fight. Once Shaklo get to level 6, that's gonna be a lot of harassment coming out onto Troll. Doesn't have much region to work with. No mask yet for some extra lifesteal and sustain.
I've heard Dream is actually tipping AUI. It's like, oh, you're on this top lane now. Is this actually where you want it to be? Because you can't help Eternal Envy anymore. TP'd up, Lich is hovering around the top rune. In fact, now, speak of the devil, Eternal Envy's gonna lane switch.
Dire
We actually got 4 heroes on the north now to try and battle in to the Morphling. He's putting his hand up. It's like, come for me if you want to. Is there some extra help? I think Dream. No one wanted to high-five you. They just all wanted to kill you.
Not all 5. They got 4, but it's enough.
Now FNG trying to clean up the wave, moving through the tree lines. Envy needs to keep cutting as well. FNG feeling a little too deep at the moment, but back under the tower. Snaking's pulled the wave off to the side so they can get back underneath the tier 1 tower, even fortifying for a bit, but thanks to the nerf on the creep wave protection. Takes a little bit longer, but Dream, oh, he just re-arrived back here. He can't afford to die. Living Armor trying to buy protection. Excess Vampire killing off Moomy and a Dream. Strength morphing himself up. GPK, he's arrived and tossed him forward to get the perfect raises. And AUI, the stomp, it buys the time as Gambit gets put napping. But they get the big one. They get Eternal Envy after he rotated north.
They got Envy, they stopped the push, and meanwhile on the bottom lane, Shotflow just pushing that tower. Doesn't have much damage, but creeps and the siege one will do the trick. Doesn't get the last hit though.
And he'll still be fine with this. This should be what, arcane boots for the Timbersaw, thanks to the extra space he got. So we start to switch to net worth and start to see the bigger advantage. So we take into account deaths, kills, and we're looking for more. Excess Vampire, was surprised being involved again. Not exactly who we want to toss back. In fact, she dropped the Royal Jelly.
Neutral item.
And then the damage, again a 3-man stomp from AUI creates space.
That's gonna help Morphling a lot.
That was the 5-second rule for Jelly. Hits the floor, but it's still okay to pick up and eat.
The problem is they don't have a hero that deals well with the Timbersaw at the moment, so they need to bring numbers, and even if they do, I'm not sure that he dies.
Well, they brought Envy, they brought Bryle. They'll go at him, charge slow. Try to stick up, looking for a tree to get out. Doesn't have one perfectly. He'll move up towards the Ancients, which actually stomp onto Bryle, but it won't matter. Bryle still got enough in the tank, or does he? Another ball landing forth, bottling as he goes. Gets the pullback. Excess Vampire cannot get in range to get the Avalanche to create just that last bit of space for Timber to escape.
I would have loved to see double bracer instead of mana boots. Some extra magic resistance, which you definitely need on Timbersaw. Then you can build into mana item, the spell, whatever you want.
He probably just felt really good because he had that huge chunk of cash. So it's like, you know, I'll buy up the Angie booster now because I've got it.
I'll buy it in the side shop. Wait, what? It doesn't exist anymore.
Bryle's got the long walk back to base. See, it feels good that like Bryle's able to get this kill, but it also feels like there's so much wasted time for the Storm Spirit. Now Envy can go jungle, that's fine. It gives ET time in the mid lane, but the bottom lane is pretty much abandoned apart from the jungle. From Gambit, we'll see whoever comes to that bottom lane. Now, Bryle, get back into the fight. Charge slow, here we go once more. TP, double on the way. Charge slow, may not have enough life for this, especially when he gets Sinister Gaze back down again. Great control. And of course, Moon Meander finds the perfect timing to help finish the job. And Gambit, they really want to force Fighting Pandas away from this. You've got Treant. You want to keep them away from your tier 1s.
Should I mention the double bracer build again?
Sure, go for it. It seems like it would have been a lot more effective. The battle for the outpost begin. Up on top, FNG. He's going to complete it, so it does go the way of Gambit. Even if he loses his life here, it's going to be worth it. Bryle commits all of the mana he's got to get in close. And FNG, Living Armor, now he'll run down south. He's just wasting a little bit of extra time. But this will be 2 outposts being claimed by Gambit at the 10-minute mark. That's after Morphling gets the bottom one.
That's a lot of XP stolen from Pandas. Tiny just bought Tome for himself. He'll have 1 Tome right now, which means that the Lich is still level 5.
Avalanche, raise 1, raise 2, and goodbye to Snaking. Nothing AUA could do about that one. He saved a lot of his teammates, but he could not save that time.
I do not want to see this greedy build from Snaking this game, going for Hand of Midas. I mean, you already have a GPM talent. Just get something for your team. Get that pipe early on, because there's a shit ton of magical damage.
Gonna need to be the big man for his team to be a frontliner. Ryan Talon. It's nice to have it back. Maybe not nice on him.
I feel like once you get the Iron Talon at 7, I mean, now it's 11-minute mark. It's really,
it took a while.
It's really not that effective. Same goes for Poor Man's Shield. Once you get it, it's a bit too late. Just get it earlier, lol.
Sure. Let's just speed up all the timings by like 5 minutes. That good for you? All right, push the patch. Well, the SF is so far ahead when it comes to net worth. 6.1k. The issue for GPK, however, like, yeah, he's 3-0-1 on the SF. Things are nice with the Yule Scepter. If he gets Blink Dagger, good initiations. But it's a lot of pressure on GPK. They picked this hero last. They wanted to be the big hero of Gambit.
He found an item that works well against the Storm Spirit. That's the... I mean, you can still solo kill him if you time it correctly, and it's extremely good against Troll once he pops that ulti. Even though you can't deal the full like damage anymore since you can't go underneath the Yule Scepter. Like you just deal a bit less.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
When I first read that change, I was like, what? What does that even mean? Then I asked my boys from Twitter to help me out.
There's a lot of support from Gambit coming north. Smoke up on Tiny as well as SF. Fire Rages to toss him in, then you can just Yule's follow up. AUI give me the controller, wind up, and a release! Goodbye to one. Moon Meander was also TP into the middle of the edge of the Requiem.
Usually when your teammates are tossing Shadow Fiend, it doesn't end well.
What, for the team who's doing the tossing?
It's Gambit Tiny Airlines.
Hey, this is a trusted carrier. And the tier 1 tower to fall directly after it. This is a great pickup from Gambit. Now they can try and control the northern side. They remove both the tier 1 towers on the side lanes, making it more difficult to contest outposts. Which, by the way, Gambit probably should have tried to claim back. I know, like, you're 13 minutes in, you got some time, but still a TP point.
And also Dream with the morph. Like, you just want to target that Omni Knight in fights.
And gank up on mid. ET and Lich together. If it's not just a gank, it could be a warding mission. They got the Observer Ward down. Moon seeing Tiny, goes for the Frost. Need a Sinister Gaze him back in, but then what, you're going to go under a tier 1 tower? ET is nearby. You've got Omni a little bit further to the north, and 5 heroes from the Pandas all move towards the mid. GPK just blinks himself away from Brass Initiation. A lot of mana left. Envy will hit the range axis too. All on GPK. Yule Scepter dodges the soul. The easy splitter will do its work, but FNG hits the overgrowth. They're now in the chain front. Everyone's getting their big AoE damage up, but who's going to be the victors? SF is already down. Singing will join him too. Eternal Envy tries to stand its ground, but Morphling way too big. But then the mischances Envy looking for his life back, but he can't rip out enough of it. Supports are on the run. Moon Meander caught inside the Chakram. Shields are up, but the Chakram flies back and gives Shashlo a triple kill. Fantastic dodging from the SF made it so difficult for the Pandas to get that early advantage.
Yeah, that was a sick positioning from FNG, using that ulti to keep them in place, disarming them, and also that Yule Scepter bought Shadowfiend enough time. I don't think you can like heavily commit like that, because once again, they're limited on disables. Unless Elder Titan lands a stomp or Storm Spirit goes in. Also, Storm Spirit doesn't have that much mana to work with.
Mid lane. They're looking towards Dream. The shields are up. Nice denial from Moon. So value these days. And FNG even gives him the tip. They're like, well done, man. You did well. Oh, hello, Dragon Scale. That's a nice pickup. Let's look for our next wave of drop tier 2s. God, once GPK's got BKB, like, what do you even do as Pandas? Like, who's your initiate? Like, is it still Envy? Diffusal Blade doesn't seem as great then.
He can't go on him. That's the thing, they don't have
so who do they go on? Like,
BKB.
They need to have some kind of plan as they go into it. Like, Envy's now, like, I'm assuming that's the Diffusal Blade finishing up on the Courier, and then the BKB, yeah, it is. The BKB's the next item in his arsenal.
The thing is, do they want to go into Roche Pit?
Maybe they would. Like, this Vampire caught out. GPK was winding up the ultimate from the side, and they used the time back, throwing Brile into GPK! Oh!
Yeah, talk talking about perfect execution.
Wait, now they go for Roshan? You just lost your Storm Spirit. He does have buyback available. Tiny does not.
I thought they were gonna go for Roche, but straight inside. But they found the Tiny.
Tree's coming over. Roshan down to 60%. The Radiant are scanning. They're just wondering if Tree is nearby. And okay, they're not gonna fight for it. Morphling's pushing out the bottom lane. They'll let it go.
It's a decision making. Combo. Yeah, it actually was. So they have a sustain from Vlad's attack speed and the damage from Troll. Pupil's Gift in the backpack. Yeah, I think someone should use that.
I think you're right. Now they go for the tier 1 tower in mid. Finally, the Pandas will be able to claim. This living armor's given it a little bit more life. There's fortification available, not burn it, because hey, why not? Even if you lose the tier 1 tower, you get your fort straight back again. Clumsy net picked up for the SF.
Oh, that's a big one. Like, he can just jump in, use Clumsy net to
control up enemy.
Yeah.
Well, there's already excess Vampire. He's like, who do I toss? No one. The tier 1 tower is most definitely gone, and the Morphling's not there ready to fight. Like, he doesn't want this. The Philosopher's Stone, I swear, like, JK is going to have some issues with this.
Storm found it. I don't think he's going to be the one keeping it. Well, you can always be greedy. Say, give all the neutral items to me.
Sure. Not the best idea, though. E-Blade's on the way for the Morphling. Picks up the Ghost Scepter just to start with. Makes it a lot more difficult to get an assured damage out from the Pandas, especially for Eternal Envy. Like,
Envy is so tanky at the moment with that Pupil's Gift. Ogre Axe with Power Threads on Strength. He's sitting at 2000 HP, and when Omni uses ability on him, it's going to be 2.5. Pretty hard to take down.
This is a really nice rune to have. Yes, you got the Aegis on the side of FP, but you've also just got a double damage rune onto the Shadow Fiend. I'll take that top shrine away from Gambit, but once again, like, it feels like game 1, Gambit pushing a tier 2 tower on bottom lane, while Pandas want to push the tier 1 tower up on top. Brawl copping just a little bit of chip damage early on, and there's like double TPs, if not triple TPs, down to the bottom lane. Yeah, it's a triple. Eternal Envy wants to fight Dream, but it ain't gonna happen. There's your invis now for Tree.
Yeah, now the things are becoming balanced. Why doesn't Tree have an extra ability? Starting level 1.
It's all good. It is all fine. Just relax.
I know I sound salty, but we've all been there playing against
You always sound salty. I swear. There are more OS frogs in a Lacoste cast than any other English talent cast. So there's a shrine exchange.
40 seconds. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Did they try and push the bottom? Like Gambit, you're still gonna fight into, like you said, Eternal Envy is pretty tanky. Obviously, you look for the extra life.
Top lane's pushed in, but they're deeping bottom.
Yeah, Timber's coming at least. It's just Timber and FNG. Everyone else isn't coming. In fact, they're just in the jungle, continuously farming up. Charge so initiated in. Is there a secondary TP coming in? Now there will be. It's Tiny in the trees. Morphling as well. The overgrowth from FNG, just trying to keep Eternal Envy underneath the tower. Remember, it's not the hero they really want to initiate into. And now you pop. Vampire throws him back. Quick raises. They're underneath the tier 1 towers. Actually, the Chainfall's doing very minimal damage because Vampire, he just hung on the tree lines, and they're going to look for another toss. The GA tries to buy protection, keep him under invis, but no, Sentry was being planted, and underneath the true side of the tower, Eternal Envy is just in way too deep, gets hit so hard by the Requiem, not just once, but twice. The countless dropped down, and it's the clumsy net and snaking, clumsily caught out of position, picked up, thrown back in again, Purify for 3 hero damage, but it won't matter. Just a casual adaptive strike behind the Morphling. He was moving on to farm. He knew that kill was already his.
That was a huge mistake by Envy. He popped his ulti before Aegis, try to get the, I guess, some more attack speed, but it's kind of the same mistake that you do when you have a BKB and Aegis, and then you pop it, you respawn and instantly die. And there was no team to follow him up because Elder Titan was showing on the left lane. It was being pushed in, so now they're controlling both outposts.
Also love how like Lich took this long to TP back because he had no scroll. So much downtime on the map where fighting Pandas can't be establishing vision, can't be establishing farm. And the tier 2 tower once again under siege. Envy has scrambled his own defense, and the top is now up for Gambit. They've still only lost one tier 1 tower 21 minutes in.
Vampire with those back tosses, not once but twice.
Yeah, it's just so stylish to watch, and I think FNG also is kind of starting these fights up perfectly with the overgrowth. But it also feels that, isn't that because you're in so deep? Like you hit the overgrowth, it's like, oh, it's just one person standing on the top, it's the one person you want. Even with 2 lives.
You need to be more careful. The only one who can follow him up is the Storm Spirit. And Omni does not want to get close.
I don't think Storm wants to go in there either.
Once they get the BKBs, it's going to be a different story, because pretty much everything they have right now is magical. Even Morphling is building that Ethereal Blade, so Gambit will keep fighting. They will take those early fights. They see Ogre Axes in their inventories, and they want to use that chance to build even more gold lead.
Yeah, you already see SF having his BKB. Until I'm right, like, you get tossed up in towards the air and you'll be tossed back down again. It's like, oh, all right, great. All right, let's fight. I'm ready for this time around. But then the target selection, that's why I want to see how Gambit handle it. You've got the E-Blade, could be used aggressively or defensively. Yule Scepter as well for the Timbersaw.
So they have 2 Yule Scepters, they have E-Blade, they have Treant ulti. This troll is not gonna have a good time.
You just need a couple of 4-stars and then you're pretty good to go. We're seeing SF with a high bit of damage being dealt, but eventually Dream's gonna have to start getting onto that board as well.
Lich with the most damage dealt on Panda. It's almost the same amount as
Chain Frost is right.
Yeah, it's Chain Frost, and a lot of that damage comes from the laning stage where he's just spamming his first ability.
Finally, that tier 2 tower on bottom lane has been taken. GPK gets the last hit. And they'll move their attention towards the mid. Quick scan does ping correctly. Moon will walk out of range of it. A little bit more information for Gambit to work with if they want to go up that hill and try and get some vision on just on the mountain.
Radiant's middle tower.
You can see the heat map of Bryle. He really didn't cross the river.
Everything that's on my side, I never venture over.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Defensive zipping, but this time around he will bring down the tier 1 tower. Sacrifice was the tier 2 tower in mid, where Pandas put up no resistance at all. Some of these lines just make no sense for the situation.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But we have pretty good ones in the previous game.
Oh, nice Observer Ward. That smoke, heavily telegraphed. It wasn't a bad time because all the lanes were pushing out, so maybe Gambit was just farming in the tree lines. Heavy just breaks his smoke. I don't know if they realized that they did smoke on top of the sentry ward, on top of the observer ward. So they'll move south.
You want to be fighting right now. Your Storm Spirit
He's charges,
that Bloodstone. What, 3-4 minutes ago? They still didn't take a single fight. Troll has a BKB. He wants to use it.
Maybe we can wait for the next Roshan. That time is moving pretty quickly. By the looks of it, it should only be like another 30 seconds or so before Rosh is up.
That's the 3rd Yule Scepter.
Oh, Courier snipe. Goodbye dreams, Courier. That was more than likely going to be his, what? Well, actually,
he just finished E-Blade.
Yeah, he just.
Probably just buying...
He's going to the secret orb.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Spider legs. Spider legs. Nice for Eternal Envy. Tier 2 towers being removed on the top lane.
Radiant's top tower.
Dream's able to claim that, and they'll start chipping away at the tier 3 tower just to force Pandas to come back. Roshan has already respawned. Okay, yeah, now they're coming back. They'll burn fortification on the tier 3 tower. Charge low.
6 plus 56 armor on charge low.
That's why he feels good. Dragon scale it up, even E-Blade. Yeah, what do you want to do? Everyone thinks about taking him. Shasha's just sitting in the sleep. Now he'll chain away. But they definitely force Pandas to come back. There's 2 creep waves pushing to the tier 1 tower on bottom lane, but it won't matter if Gambit... Does Gambit kill Roshan fast enough? before the ET can bring a spirit out and start checking what's going on.
With the minus armor from SF, or maybe if there's a random double damage, but it's only invis. I mean, Dream deals a lot of it, and there everyone is showing on the mid lane. Scan, connect.
And look at them smoke. They're ready to go. Watch for the storm jump. Watch for the ET stop and split up, but you're already seeing Gambit backing out. Envy's running forward, but Roshan's outside the pit. Now E-Blade pop, Envy down to 50%. Snaking will give him a little bit of that back thanks to Purification. As FNG waits around the sides, hoping for the greatest overgrowth of his life as Gambit go back inside the pit. This is ET Spirit check time. Able to see him. 10% Envy. Really wants to piece this Spider Legs. He's going in, he's going out there. He's in Braille. He got the Aegis as well as the last hit. But Envy as well as Braille locked in position. Now the GA going to be triggered. The BKB protecting Envy, protecting Braille. The Chain Frost really hitting nothing. But, well, Panda's got really kind of what they wanted. Roshan and Aegis as well.
Yeah, they had to use those two BKBs, but the beautiful play from Braille, Elder Titan giving him vision with the Spirit. But we still didn't have a full 5-on-5 LB. That's what I want to see.
A bit more time for that. Now, it really depends what Panda's trying to achieve with this Aegis the Immortal. More jumping for the Storm Spirit. Won't catch out Excess Vampire. Now he's got a Blink Dagger as well as Eels, and he's going for 4-staff. Everything we were talking about, the Gambit needed to try and kite out the Troll Warlord.
Remember, I was talking yesterday about Lich when he had Aghanim Scepter. The first thing that came to my mind when I read the patch notes is Storm Spirit with his Ags, and it might happen in this game.
AoE Sinister Gaze, followed up by AoE Vortex.
Yeah, 2 budget black holes.
Into the middle of a splitter. Sure. Those Spider Legs came in real handy for Envy. He did not have to commit himself to the front of the pit to get in.
And also with the Basher pickup, I think that's a really big item on their side, because Shadowfin can't just blink in. Morph needs to be careful. If he gets caught, like his mana's gonna melt. Also Bash plus an Ensnare. What is it still called Ensnare?
Ensnare, well, Ensnare is that's Naga's ability, right?
It's Naga's ability, and it's Troll Summoner's ability. Maybe they changed it, I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, we'll click a check, but we'll do that later.
Remember when everyone had like stun? Same stun. Nyx Assassin, Lion, Sanking. Let's go.
Love that Craggy Kirk. Give it over to Timber. He'll go completely invulnerable. Actually, do you give it to him or do you give it to Tiny? Eye is now over on SF, so there's a quick little answer. Oh, FNG. Be really, really careful. They're jumping on him. He thought he was safe underneath his own sentry ward. But that's definitely not the case. It's Ball Lightning again. Briar moving forward. Finding Dream. Envy. No. Quick Yule set her up. Dream. Trap for the moment. The backlines. Requiem. GPK. Killing up the Omnius. Snaking will buy back. TPing over. Trying to get back into this fight while Eternal Envy. BKB Chatters working with Brawl. They hit the bash. GPK. Defensive Yule set her up towards the air. Sharkslow trying to do his work as well. Slowing down Brawl. These BKBs. They're going to wear off in just a second. And then he'll be exposed for GPK. Trying to survive, but it won't last. He's down for 80 seconds. Moon on a beat of life. Just walking away as she's walking into the Tiny. He'll probably die on the sidelines as Dream continues to waveform out. Yep, there goes Moon down as FNG makes a break for the tree lines. Another Adaptive Strike and a 4-man avalanche creates just that little bit more space. FNG moves south and away from the Pandas. It's the last thing they'll expect to see you go home. But where is the defense now?
Is FNG using armor on the tower.
Defense.
And some vines. Yeah, it was a good initiation from Gambit, taking out Omni Knight before he could get any spells off, but they're still Shrine to TP2, so he joined them pretty quickly after that buyback. The problem is they need to lower those BKBs, try to take engage into a team fight if necessary, and fall back as a team. And because if Storm goes in, if there's Troll with the BKB, you just can't take that fight.
Down to the bottom outpost. Looks like Tree got to be surrounded by 3. He's got a little extra help sitting on the side. Morphling's coming down as well. They'd like just get an E-Blade pop on somebody. Braille will be a nice target. FNG giving so much information. Now, Envy jumping forward. Avalanche, it's going to be some control. Dream gets a living armor up. Braille very low on life. And now he's actually trapped up by FNG, using that continent to break the Aegis the Immortal. But FNG losing his life, but then the Yule Scepter. Envy up towards the edge. GPK lets the Requiem fly out. Braille now will pop the BKB. FNG, no more trees to try and hide inside of the Vortex. Pulls him in as Braille continues to zip around, but FNG pushed away. I think that was actually the fourth star of Vampire. It was Toss, was it? That'll do it.
No casualties though. They were fighting for over 30 seconds, and this is what I want to see. This is beautiful Dota, because you know that both teams are at high skill, and no one is dying.
But you broke the Aegis to the Immortal. No more big ultimates though for Gambit. So it'll be a hard defense. Still 5 heroes on the bottom lane for Fighting Pandas to take this tier 1 tower. They break through the living armor. Gambit already back into farming pattern.
No sorceries over here now.
Yeah, once Morphling gets one more item, I'm not sure what he's going for, but it's going to be much easier for them. It's almost a Scotty, so he's gonna cripple the troll. But also items are piling up on Panda's side. I see Storm Spirit queuing up for a Lincoln Sphere to counter that Hex on Shadowfiend. They have ways to deal with it. They have 3 Yule Scepters to pop it.
Yeah, a lot of good answers coming out from Gambit. This is the kind of game you want to have for a deciding matchup. The winner of this will play up against GeekFam. They guarantee a playoff position. The loser has to play yet another best of 3 versus Nigma at the end of tonight.
No rush.
No rush. We've got until 2 a.m. It's all good. We're just making sure everyone else can wake up in the other regions to be able to watch the morning shift. But no team's going to take any kind of fault. Make sure you get a perfectly executed fight. Look for the vision. Only a 2,000 gold advantage 33 minutes into a game. I think this is actually the closest game I got to Caster during this minor so far. And they look for an opportunity. High Moon and Tosmith. Even with the dust, E-Blade pop. Dream will take the kill. And Moon's dead for 46 seconds. 250 gold. I was reading the wrong number.
Only 3,000 net worth lead for Gambit. I mean, the whole series has been pretty much one-sided.
I think for once, whenever the outposts actually trigger, it's been 1-1 split most of the time.
So even Elder Titan is becoming, I'm gonna say, third core, because Omni Knight is just utility at this point. So with BKB and Madness is gonna have a lot of damage.
GPK just reeling from the Vortex, but I was waiting for someone else to come with him, but I guess Braille's the man with the jump. And SF still has that Scythe of Ice ready to use.
Now once SF gets to level 25 with the cooldown reduction, also has E-Blade queued up, which I think is the correct choice. A lot of magical damage coming out from them. That's going to be a second one. BKBs will be low on Pandas, and they need to engage, maybe pop Treant ulti during the BKB timing, and then take a fight.
The Dire Scan didn't connect. And Greater Fairy Fire and MV2, yeah, you're okay. He's going to tank through everything. ET Spirits scouting out. Yeah, you see the box quickly drawn up. I think that's a rather larger box being drawn up by Pandas. To keep the lanes pushed in. Yet again, another wave's going to enter into the base of Pandas. The tier 3 tower on bottom lane to cop some damage. 5-man smoke up. Well out of range of any dire vision, so this one Gambit won't see coming. They just have to feel it. Is there a disturbance in the dire? Charge low. He's going to break the smoke. He's so close. Wrapping around the back. He's going to reveal him in the rear. GPK able to get the BKB off. He also sets up Eternal Envy, and he just wants to TP himself away. The bash connects. The TP will not be possible. GPK trying to run away and maybe pull back into the ET splitter. He's down for the count. Buy back onto the shrine. Does he want to use it? Lich has already gone down, but the big chain frost damage. SF does buy back. He needs to get to the front lines. TP to the tier 2 tower. Raises once, raises twice. They get the kill onto Omniac, but they need the kill on the Envy. And Dream just looks into his eyes, bringing Envy back into the fight. Another quick Yule Scepter, and Envy, well, he'll pop a Greater Fairy Fire, but he won't have the life to survive it. Dream will get a triple kill, finishing the work
And
with
guess
the adaptive
what,
strike.
Toby? The Rose just spawned, so with that Shadow Fiend buyback,
and they scouted it too.
Yeah, they know, so Shadow Fiend should be the one picking up the Aegis since he just bought back. I mean, you can focus the Shadow Fiend heavily. They commit BKBs, they use Troll ulti, a little bit of a misplay by Shadow Fiend there, but you can't just let Dream do whatever he wants in that team fight. He also turned into Lich, used the Frost armor to reduce some of the physical damage.
There's going to be a completely uncontested Roshan going the way of Gambit. There was a precautionary avalanche from Vampire, just in case.
Well, they learned their lesson after that. The Aegis still.
If he wants to burn a BKB, go in and get the Aegis, like, all right, I'm going to battle you the other way. But Gambit still need to get their lanes under control before they can really make anything work with this Aegis.
I don't see any big items coming up on Panda. They just finished the Abyssal Blade, Storm Spirit with that Lincoln Sphere. But look at this attack speed and Morph.
Like Paladin Sword you put in the backpack. Like that's
you know you're farmed. And I love what Dream is doing. Like he pops, if he doesn't have a vision of those supports, he would love to take down Lich immediately before the fight starts. But if he sees Troll in the front line, he's just gonna use the shotgun to try to lower HP, maybe force him to use a BKB. Yeah, you were pointing out the build on ET. He's becoming that third core, Mask of Madness, BKB, Orb of Destruction.
Hey, he's going to hit pretty hard, but I don't know if it's still hard enough to get through all that life that Gambit have. Not unless they can catch someone out of position, mainly just GPK. Feels like the hero he can punch through. Dream as well as the Timber. Wards. Everything's coming down. They don't want to reveal themselves. Snaking and Envy. Well, Envy feels a little like bait. Wait, Bryle, right over the top. He's going to find an Arcane Rune. And broke the smoke on Gambit, who were there. They don't have a sentry or gem to reveal that Observe Ward, at least not in range. The Tiny is just too far out. He's got the gem of True Sight, but he hasn't walked up that ramp. Until now.
The last Observer Ward.
It is. And the map goes dark for the Pandas. But hey, this is where they fight, right? Inside the base, wait for the team fight to come, get a fantastic initiation. Even though there's no vision.
It's really hard for Pandas right now. They don't see anything, and they're fighting into cheese Aegis.
Yeah, it's almost like they need to just dodge the fight for a while. But in 1 minute's time, the Shrines will pop, so they were already looking to go towards the bottom, but they walked underneath the Dire Obs, and then walked back underneath the Dire Obs. So Gambit, no. They're being a little iffy about this. And that's why Sharshlo hangs just on top of the ramp.
They're drawing.
Envy.
Both.
He's running up. They put the shields in. Observers and sentries are there. Vampire. Oh, he doesn't require a target. That's why he can toss him up the hill. The Moon's going to force up, so it's all okay. We prepared with utility items for this exact scenario, right, Pandas?
That's why they're pro players, Toby. They can think one step ahead.
I just wait for like the charges, right? Toss one, toss two. How many 4-stars have you got now? TP's going up towards the top. Treant just trying to get himself into position before the attacks come in. TP will complete into the trees. Eternal Envy feels there. Storm Spirit jumping forward, trying to cut through the tree lines. Envy will finish the channel. 5 seconds until that Shrine is up. But now Sharshlo in through the rear. FNG can get a fantastic overgrowth. He's waiting for a move. Meander. He has E-Blade popped down by Dream. Protected by his own BKB. GPK winds up Requiem himself. At least he can slow down the amount of damage. It's Dream. Man, he needs that extra help. FNG buys the space, getting the overgrowth up at the perfect time, allowing Dream to wave for himself off the side. Now they can focus on Bryle, but maybe not so much. The GA causing problems, not to mention Chain Frost going to work. It just continues to bounce down and back over towards the heroes, but still FNG alive. They haven't killed anyone from Gambit. Finally, Dream, no, wait for away, but Bryle, he dodges the adaptive strike further towards the side. Dream still not dead yet. They have to kill him off. Living Armor doing some work. Sharshlo will come in. The fight comes from Bryle. He needs to zip long and hard and looking for his target. What's it going to be? GPK, the SF. Newellstep up towards the end, surrounded by 5 heroes, and the Pandas just brawl him down. The Aegis Immortal, it is going to burn, but there's no one else here to help him. So GPK, that felt like a waste of a BKB. BKB, but he's dead for 2 minutes, 80 seconds on the sideline for the Morphling. Is this just a mid-push and wreck the racks?
Yeah, they should definitely go for it. 2 minutes without him, and there's still tier 2 towers standing. I mean, you have Troll, you have Sustain from Omni Knight. You want to go for it. Morphling does not have a buyback. Any bounty runes to be picked up? No. I don't think so.
But at least his courier is alive.
Someone do something, kill enemy courier, give me the gold. Well, once they approach the tier 3 tower, he's gonna have it.
And delay it up. But even if Morphling has buyback, do you fight this? They can take mid-racks or push for a GG. That's the only real options. The tier 2 towers are still up on the side lane.
No enemy, that's just a tower into tier 4s. Well, I mean, you're playing against the Treant, so that's gonna be some stuff delayed.
22 gold. Just watch that counter. They are. You knew it was Envy. They're going in for the GG push. Excess Vampire. Get away from the towers. That's all he's trying to do. Buyback still not available. 7 gold. Excess Vampire kept alive by the Ghost. Now Sharp shows the initiator on. FNG against the Ghost. They just keep throwing them away. Morphling, he can buy back, but it's so close to his respawn time that for all of this push, you haven't taken the tier 4 towers. Even the damage you do, the racks to be potentially repaired. Morphling now back to the world of the living. Tiny in for another avalanche, connecting on 4 heroes with this. Every single time Morphling jumps in, looking for the kill. He's going up the ledge of the backline. Stormspirit trying to do something about it. She got AUI in the backlines. Bryle now going to BKB along with Eternal Envy. But Dream, switch it up, look for a new target. They found a big target. It's going to be snaking. Omni Knight taking another fall. Eternal Envy in the trees. Vampire see him. He tosses him. He actually got Eternal Envy. But can they kill him? Mule Scepter. Control up once again. Dream. He'll just become Envy. Become the devil. And Dream with a triple kill. The mid-rack stays alive. The tier 4 towers were barely even nibbled. And Gambit repel the Pandas.
Now it's time for Gambit to run through the mid lane. They already used 1-2 buybacks, one on Storm Spirit. They know it. Also, Elder Titan bought back in the previous fight. So it's time for Gambit to hit the tier 4 towers.
Hell yeah. They're being cheered along by this crowd. A crowd that knows how to cheer for other teams other than Na'Vi. Storm Spirit bouncing up towards the top, but that's where GPK just keeping the lanes. Pressured in. And the toss back. A blink forward. Snaking. He cannot get caught again. At least he got the A on this. Bryle, long jump in straight over GPK. Lets the Requiem out. Feels a little too early. And with the buyback from Eternal Envy, Gambit got a lot of what they wanted. Excess Vampire caught inside the splitter, but is he really caught? Dream, the bash. Envy needs to keep the control up. Waveforming away once more. There's still some mana left in Bryle if he wants to keep the jump going. The crazy net from FNG holding Eternal Envy in position. That's why he couldn't chase back out again. As Gambit reset their arc and push back in. The tier 3 tower will fall. Another avalanche toss, and they got the enchilada. He got Eternal Envy. Bryle, there's your vortex pulling. The Agnes is up and ready to go, but GPK can do all the work. Makes FNG set up. GPK landed in the air. Right on top of Eternal Envy. He'll go down for 2 minutes. Snaking will probably join him in the afterlife. The death is so damn long. Bryle, he has to go big. A 4-man vortex trying to work the key out. Gambit from the base, and there she gets the pullback in, but they don't have enough. It's not there. The buybacks are coming thick and fast from Gambit.
1, 2, 3.
4 heroes down. GPK can keep the push going, but Bryle, he's going to regen as fast as he possibly can. He can still defend. Gambit are only going for the racks.
He's drawing on the minimap. He wants to use a long zip. Shadowface blinks to the side. Everyone else is coming. 5 heroes against Storm Spirit.
Have to battle through, well, backdoor protection pretty soon. 4 heroes together. They are holding hands as they continue the push. They can go for another lane of racks, but
they're
now
hesitating. They go for tier 4s to end the game.
FNG,
want megas.
Get your troops in line, FNG. The creep wave still coming down the mid lane. It'll pop in a second. There's a lot of remnants. Another jump. Here they go. They're going for the tier 4s now. They want to end this. They realize there's no buybacks coming out. Another 3-man vortex combining with all the spirits. It's heavy damage into Gambit, but it's still 5-on-1. Pandas are trying to keep their hopes alive. The tier 4 tower dropping, another jump forward, another jump back. Spirit, that's all they've got. But it's just a ghost shell of a team now, Pandas. GG is called. Gambit, insane fights throughout this game. They hold true. They hold against the tier 4 assault of the Fighting Pandas.
What a game, Toby. This is the most interesting game that we've seen in the tournament so far, in my opinion.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Finally, some back and forth Dota. And, I mean, it's Envy team, so it's always going to be interesting. Gambit got their stuff together in the and with that buyback, man, the XS-Man player, God, you cannot give this man Tiny because I don't know how many.
You can't give him so many heroes.
He was basically solo defending the tier 4 towers, and then they realized, yeah, we can't really go and finish the game. Look at those faces. They're stunned. What just happened?
Man, they're gonna take 2 talkings to from Envy after game 2 and now after game 3, and then come back as well and play against Nigma in the final best of 3 in the last elimination game of the group stage. But Gambit have secured themselves a back.
Sitting on my own, singing alone, dancing in the middle. Guess it's my jungle, jungle. And I'm on wing again. Why this dream in my brain? In this happy city, yeah. Happy city. And I'm wondering again, what is dream in my brain? In this happy city, well, there is just me. Looking people around here, happiness is near. They smile in the corner, you should see the owner, the owner. And I'm on wing again. Why this dream in my brain? In this happy city, yeah. Happy city, yeah. And I'm wondering again, what is dream in my brain? In this happy city, well, there is just me.
beginning. I don't wanna fall. I don't wanna fall. I don't wanna fall.
you